and gentlemen, and welcome back to Vintage Cricket Ground. It's match 16 coming your way right now. I've got Vinerati and United Cricket Club going head-to-head in this game coming up. It's going to be the coin toss with Vinerati to call. Heads. Heads it is. What would you like to do? We've got a bat first. Yeah! Vinerati win the toss, having a bat first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fans of European cricket and fans of cricket. With a full stop to that sentence, unite. Welcome to Vintage. It is going to be day number 5. It's a wonderful Wednesday here at Vintage. Once again, the temperatures will be soaring here in Prague. Not as bad as yesterday, but still a very warm start to the day as we get set for a 3-game day here. 3 matches today, as we had yesterday, and we're at the halfway point. So this is now into the second half of the Premier Division. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, taking you through the action today. And plus, I'll have a bit of help in comms. Had to run solo yesterday. For 3 matches, I was able to make it through. Thank you very much to the chat for keeping me company. But I will have some assistance today. And actually, he's actually arrived at the ground at the appropriate time, because we just had a few little technical issues just in the last few moments. But we've managed to iron those ones out, and we're almost set to go. And it's absolute pleasure to turn to my very good friend, Shoban, who's joined me. Shoban, welcome to the Hut, and welcome to day number 5.
Thank you so much, Phil. It has been a long time, I would say. The last time I did, it was like a week back. So it's pretty new. It just feels new, and a little bit of freshness in the air as well. But what a tournament. I watched the Challenger Division. It was absolutely great. You called it fantastic at the end. And now the Premier Division, how is it going for you?
Premier Division's looking good. We've actually, speaking of that, we've actually got the standings in front of us. Just might get a few words in before the first ball is bowled. And in case you missed it, by the way, Vinerati won the toss, selected to bat first. The first ball's about to be bowled. I'm going to come back to the standings in a minute, because that's a very good conversation we can have about that. And we start off with a push into the covers. So yeah, Shaban, have a look at the standings. Tigers, the defenders, the current trophy holders, have a look at that. Top of the table, 4 wins, 1 loss, and 14 points with a very healthy net run rate. They have had a pretty good start, just dropping 1 game so far. I'm impressed with the Tigers already.
Absolutely. They've been carried. I mean, I would say Saji Bhuyan has put them in that spot where they have 4 wins and a loss. Points of 14. That's a wonderful way to start a tournament. He goes over the top. It's a free hit for him. And it'll be a massive 6. That's the first maximum of the match number 16 between VCC and UCC. Pramod Ganguly just pitching it up, trying to take it away, but the right-hander was up for it.
Oh, Shamin Ahmed just frees the beast on that one and says, see you later, good night, down the ground. UCC, welcome to day number 5. Pramod Bagoli has suffered a little bit at the hands of the batters in the last couple of days. Yesterday in the match against the Tigers, he was absolutely thrashed in that first over. 32 coming off that first over. And he just looked absolutely shaken to the core after he finished that over, Shaban. I got to tell you, he looked like a wrecked man. As we continue, swing and a miss there. Oh, no, it's just gone past the keeper. They're going to scamper through for a very quick buy, I think would be indicated, unless there was a little niggle on that. There was not, just a buy. So, yeah, the standings tell a bit of a story. We just had a quick look down at the top of the table, but then you look there. Prague seeing 11 points. United and Brno level on 9 points. But a better net run rate to United over Brno by actually quite a distance there. And Vinerati Bohemians, they got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. And I would say this is quite competitive, the Premier Division. If you look at the Challenger Division that we had, Ostrava just fell off the radar. They were not even near the race. But here, all the teams have got a couple of runs. Oh, that's a run-out chance. He missed it as a chance, and that's out. Wow, what a way to start.
It was out indeed. Look, fielder picks it up, just steadies his eye, and pings the stumps. The throw has flicked the stump and knocked the bail flying. Umpire was in perfect position for that. And unfortunately, just trying to accelerate and get a quick run there. See that was poor old Marco has come undone. Just going for that quick single. Not to happen. Let's look at the replay. Got in a bit of a tangle here. He tried to go around Pramod, and Pramod was backing away from the stumps. I wouldn't read anything into that, but the batter just took a bit of a right turn to get around him. Probably should have just run straight down the pitch at the stumps to make his ground. Doesn't. He's run out, caught short.
Yeah, a little bit of misunderstanding there, and it was an absolute great throw from the fielder at mid-off. It's a bail trimmer. The bail just coming off, and for a moment I thought that's not out, but he has to go back to the hut. And coming back to the points table, even Bohemians have a couple of wins, Vinoradi as well, couple of P's, Brno, United CC, and then you see the Prague Titans. They have dominated so far. And also the great thing about them, Phil, is that last year they were the defending champions. They played Naim Lala, who came from Poland, but here they have all their players from Czech, I would say.
You're absolutely right. There's been no other players from any other country allowed to play ECS here in this series except for the registered domestic players, and I'm so glad that the Czech Cricket Federation have sort of just laid the law down on that one as well. Just to think about the Prague Tigers, Suzy Boyan, you mentioned before, he belted an unbeaten 90 and an unbeaten 77 yesterday. So 167 runs for Suzy Boyan. Wasn't dismissed. Pretty handy with the ball as well is Suzib. Well, this one's gone flying up in the air. There's a chance for a catch here as third loses it in the sun, and it's going to bounce away. Doesn't even protect the boundary at 4 runs.
Oh, yes, he is lucky there. The fielder didn't know where the ball was coming, in which direction, even if it was a third region at the back. But the batter just gave it a full Monty. And not even close at the very end. He just messed it up, and that's gone for 4. First over done and dusted, 12 for 1. And you're talking about Sajib Bhuyan, yesterday's blitz, 167 runs. And I was watching that 90 that he scored, and single-handedly, he was the man just taking up the mantle and just demolished, I would say, the Vinoradi Cricket Club. Even like Vinoradi were they were fighting till the end, but there was that one man. And as you know, in T10, only one good innings can change the whole complexion of the game.
Yeah, 90 off 34 and 77 off 22. Third game, he was in a right proper mood. Tore Pramod Bagoli to pieces in that first over, belting, I think, 30 runs off the bat, and I think there were 2 extras, 2 wides in that first over. 32 went supersonic. And we start the second over now, and we're going to let a wide ball go. One last thing I'll say about the Tigers, though, just before we move on to talk about the current game, is they're top of the table. Suzib has really, really anchored them in the batting, but their bowling has been pretty special as well. I think their bowling may be almost the unsung heroes when it comes towards the finals day. And people will look at Prague Tigers, they'll say, Suzib, the runs that he scores. Some of their bowlers are just on this week. They are absolutely on.
There's another shy of the stumps, and it's a single. So Harry Boland is the batter at number 3. Quite a technical batter, but it's a good bowling lineup, I would say. Coming back to this game, the first over, Pramod Ganguly just takes it away, has a bit of swing, and while Nawab, it just pushes the ball up. He has got a little bit of velocity in him. So it's a good bowling attack, I would say, for these kind of conditions.
Yep, Nawab in again. Well, this has gone straight up in the air. Catching opportunity, mid-off. Holds it right above the eye line. That's a very good catch. That was, Ghanshyam Kumar with a terrific catch. Just, it held in there for quite a while, didn't it, Shob? And there's a little bit of a breeze here today, this morning. I don't know if you've noticed that when you were coming to the ground, but that could have been a very difficult opportunity with the wind swirling.
Yeah, I expected it to be scorching hot, but I would say there's a very mild little breeze helping the players and the commentators as well. And it's a very good catch. The ball was swerving and just keeping the eyes on the ball, and it's an experienced player. Ghanshyam has played a lot of ECN cricket. Also plays for Division 2, UCC. So for that reason, a lot of experience, holding on to his breath and catching a beauty.
Yeah, he did take a very good catch above the eyes. Good patience as the ball was coming down, and also a little bit of it was sort of a little bit of traffic as well. A bowler was almost thinking about a caught and bowled. There was a long off coming in as well, so he had to move across some cover and called it early, took the catch, looked comfortable, and that is a big breakthrough. And look, BCC, 14 for 2, haven't even got out of the second over yet. United right on top here.
Yeah, they're stuck in the mud here. They have to somehow manage to score at least in 3 figures, or else this UCC batting lineup is also quite potent. And Joe Cope, lot of experience, left-arm seamer, bats at number 4, left-hander, right-hand, left-hand combination, always helps.
Well, that was a bit of a full bunger, that one. But Joe Cope stands tall and square leg is unmoved. We saw a couple of high no balls called yesterday, but that was not called. And Joe just puts that one over for a dot ball. We continue. Pushes this one out in towards mid-wicket area. Going to get off the mark there with a single, does Joe Cope. Seen recently in the matches for Vinarati that Joe has been pumped up the order. He's no longer coming in sort of after the wicket-keeper sort of to head the tail. Now they're sending him in as a bit of a pitch hitter. Try to get a bit of maybe a cameo running, a quick 530 or something along those lines is what Vinarati want from him.
They've made a lot of changes, I would say, Phil. There is no Shub Chaudhary who was opening the batting, actually, and one of the few hitters who could, pump the ball outside the ground for VCC. And they've also brought in Suresh Ravishankar, off spinner, and Andy Hardy. So a lot of changes. Joseph Jacobs, the leg spinner, still holds on to the playing 11.
Yeah. I love that they're giving the youngsters a chance to again today, which is wonderful. Jan Hivil, or Honza, as he's known affectionately. Pumped down the ground. Oh, it takes a bit of a Tortuga bounce. There's not a lot the fielder could do about that. That is Sharma. Sharma's spinning around and staring back at the ground very aggressively because he's copped a bit of a bounce. Watch this on the replay. Here it comes. It's that bounce there. What on earth has happened there? That's hit like a rabbit hole or something and just shot up in the air. No chance, no look on that, 4 runs.
Yeah, Joe Cope would be lucky that he got a boundary there because the timing wasn't there, just toe end of the bat. And just by the fortune of the ground, he got 4 runs. But 20 for 2, they'll be under the pump for sure because VCC know that in the middle order they have players like Venkatesh Venki who can also smack it, and a lot of players who just take a little bit of time to get in. That has been the problem in the middle order. That's why they propelled Shub to open the batting in the previous game. But it'll be a different kettle of fish facing this UCC bowling attack. They really know how to play high-pressure tournament situations.
They really do, as Pramod is going to begin the 3rd over now. Comes charging in, and that's Harry who's facing, just pushes it out.
He looks like a proper batter. He just takes time, just gets behind the line of the ball and just takes the head on towards the ball. So he's a player who's pretty suited for T20 cricket, but in T10, you just need that extra special, that spark in your batting, isn't it, Phil?
That's exactly all it is. It doesn't take a lot. And from what I understand from the chat yesterday, Shobat Bhatia was in the chat. He was saying a few things about Harry, saying that he actually does play most of his cricket in the United Kingdom, and he does play in the lower leagues of the county cricket as well. So he is a very correct technical batter. He's been brought up clearly by someone who knows how to bat. As Joe Cope swings hard at this one, it goes very square. There is a boundary rider just at square leg deep. Can't get to that one, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was there in the slot, and Joe Cope didn't even try to hit it so hard, but somehow little inside edge and also little face of the bat just helps the ball, and the outfield is quick. That's what we can definitely say after 14 balls. So there is something for the batter. Even the ball is a little bit, swinging in and out, but there's plenty of runs to be scored out there.
Oh, indeed. So I just saw Adnan popping up in the chat as well. So hello to Adnan, good morning. And good morning to everyone in the chat too. Thanks for joining us this morning as Joe Cope caresses this one through the covers. That was a little touch of class from Joe Cope. He's not all aggression and pitch hitting. He has played that ball on its merits. That's a lovely strike.
Absolutely. That's a lazy elegance played with proper technique. The ball coming onto the bat, just using hands at the end, but the head was still. Very good for Joe Cope. He has already scored 3 boundaries. So 29 for 2. At one end, we have Harry Boland who's playing proper technique. And Joe Cope is just showing us how to play the real T10 cricket.
Question in the chat from Fact Fury 7. And good morning to you, Fact Fury. Asking, why are the pads covered? The pads are covered because they have white pads, but they use the covers because obviously the kit has to match. So with Vinarati, with the lovely sort of burgundy tops and also the black stripe as well, the black trousers, can't wear the white pads because we're obviously using a white ball as well. And so if there's, say, for instance, for the umpires, a leg before decision, it's very difficult to see white on white to maybe make a call. So it's all about the kit, and it just works to have like a 2-tone kit, maybe a 3-tone kit, but not to have white pads.
Oh, that's out. He's given him not out. I thought for a moment that the ball was pitching in. I mean, it hit him full on the pads. It's a decision that the umpire might rue.
Ooh, yes. I'm going to say that one more time. It straightened, didn't it? It properly straightened.
And it's a full toss
on
the full.
Umpire gets one look at it. We had a couple of looks. Make up your mind. We continue, and that is going to sting. That's going to leave a mark on Pramod Bagoli because he probably thought he had his man with that leg before shot, and the next ball is cracked out of the ground for 6 runs.
Whoa, 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 what a shot. That's likely shot, and he has just picked up the length in a flash. He's got eyes like hawk, and he just puts it away. What a stylish way to hit his first boundary. Harry Boland, who was struggling, who missed the full toss, could play that kind of stroke. Just shows that he has definitely the quality in him to score big runs on this kind of a track. So 3 overs, 36 for 2. I would say UCC is still, dictating terms at this point in time.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a much better over, though. A bit more fluid, and they got after Pramod there in that over. Absolutely. Look, a couple of people questioned the leg before. I think our friend Mohamed Adnan has pretty much nailed it. Feather edge onto the pad, and that is why the not out was given immediately rather than a deliberation. So good shout there from Mohamed Adnan, who's watching his team playing here. And I think for the rest of the people who are asking a few questions, I think maybe just have a bit of a thought. Why is the leg before wicket not given out? Well, actually, I could write a book about the appealing for leg before wicket calls, and I reckon that would be a bestseller on how to appeal, how not to appeal, and what the law actually is. If you hit it onto your pad, it's not out. It's as simple as that. And so that's absolutely fair enough. So good shout. Thank you, Mohamed Adnan. I appreciate you jumping in and letting us know. As we continue in the 4th over, we've just started there with a dot. Yeah. And it's going to be Radadia, who's been pretty impressive with the ball. Yeah,
Ravi, one of the fastest bowlers, I would say, in this tournament. And for UCC, flicked away. That's easy. Good fielding inside the circle. They will still try to steal a single, as they do. But Ravi, talking about his bowling action, he has been slightly, I would say, a little bit of dodginess in his action, but somehow he manages to impress the umpires. That's what's very important. Has been called a couple of times in the Czech Premier Leagues, but here in the ECN, he's doing the trick, and he's got this velocity there where he can just surprise the batter. It'll be. I'm looking forward to this context. Because Boland just plays proper cricketing shot, while Ravi also tries to pitch it up. Bowls very good line and length.
Now we continue now to the right-hander. Good ball to Harry Boland. Those full deliveries, he's not so comfortable with the full delivery, but for anything slightly short, either on the pads or outside the off, he's ready to have a cracking shot at that one. And there you go. Hey, Robot's in the chat too with a public service announcement. Thank you, Robot. That is timely stuff. And it's a wonderful little comment there. He's here. The joy of cricket. That's what it's all about. Appealed, given. And that is the wicket that does actually go. So Harry Boland does miss his opportunity here in this game. Looked good with that really big 6 at the end of the previous over. But unfortunately, he holds out here in the 4th.
Yeah, that just led to his downfall. The previous one, he got beaten, and this one just got outside, the outside edge and beaten by the pace, I would say. He was slightly late to the line of the ball, while the captain for this game, Venki, walking out to the center, he will have a lot of work to do. 37 for 3, while the bowling attack of UCC just looks a little dangerous. He has to first score runs quickly. Second, he has to just steady the ship as well. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. The Venerated Cricket Club, they have a number of players unavailable for this match. Obviously, it's a working day here. It's a Wednesday. It's middle of the working week. You just saw that our good friend Mohamed Adnan in the chat talking about the fact that work will not let him have the time off. That is the case for many, many players here during the ECS and all the time for various ECS events that we have around Europe. It's just one of those things. And, they're amateur players. They don't make their money from cricket. They make their money from working, office job or whatever the job is, working in a restaurant, working wherever. So getting away from work is not as easy as saying, hey, boss, I need to go play some cricket. I'll see you next week on Tuesday. It's not going to happen like that. So a lot of people get a bit critical about the teams not putting their best side on the field. It's the best side that's available at the time. That's all there is to it. And that's why there's so much youth in the VCC lineup, which I'm excited about. Swings this one around the corner. That is going to be picked up for the boundary rider. 2 boundary riders, 1 square, 1 slightly towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Fact Fury is a cricket nerd as well. He said Kumar Sangakkara used to wear that unique helmet. Absolutely, the Venki one that you're talking about, Yuvraj Singh as well. It's a new, I would say, not new, but it's a very... It's a good one. It just looks so different. It's very different from the traditional helmets that we... used to talk about.
Yeah.
But while you were growing up, Phil, what kind of protection that you had in your hands when, playing cricket in Australia?
It's interesting to say that. The very first cricket helmet I got my hands on was in probably 1982, and it was not a great helmet at all. It was it had a perspex view, so it was a white crash helmet, very well made, but the perspex sort of like mouth cover. The problem with it, what problem with it wasn't curved. It was sort of angled in, and then it came across the front like that. So it was almost like a chopped triangle. Because of that, as soon as the ball came in, and you looked through that perspex, the ball distorted, and you couldn't see the ball properly. It was such a bad design.
Whoa.
That just gets played out towards third for a quick single. Joe Cope calls him through. So the club I played for, which was the Montrose Cricket Club in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne, that was the first club I played for. And that's what they got us to wear, these helmets. And they got us to train, and then it's with the helmets. I couldn't see a thing. I could not see a thing. And that's probably why I became a bit more of a bowler than a batter, because I really suffered. It wasn't until I went and played for North Ringwood in the 90s, and under the coaching of Rodney Hogg, ex-Australian fast bowler, he was the coach for North Ringwood. And we had the proper helmets, and he was very, very good with teaching us how to bat with helmets, and that's how I got used to it.
Goes over the top, and it's taken. It's an easy one. And there, Ruturaj Magare taking the catch. And again, G. Kumar, he has the knack of picking off wickets. He just bowls everything, off spin, leg spin, and the faster one as well, and the slowness of the track, and the slowness of the ball as well. Even though the left-hander was trying to go over the top, didn't manage to time it well and has to perish.
Gunshane Kumar, he's having a good game. He's taken one catch, and now he picks up a wicket. So he is bowling well, and he is also catching well, doing the job for his team. Having a great game. Good inclusion for UCC today.
And the era that Phil is talking about, 1980s, where there used to be uncovered wickets, and also the fast bowlers, you could bowl 6 bouncers. So I have full respect to cricketers who played in that era, because here we have like a couple of them, and if it's, we have so much protective equipments as well.
Yeah.
But when you're growing up in that era, 6 bouncers, wow.
Yep. I was very short at high school. So if someone bowled a bouncer at me, I had no problem getting around it. No problem at all. Many times I wouldn't even have to crouch. Just drop the blade and maybe just sway the head out of the way, because I was actually really quite short. So I got away with that. Played out towards point. No run. It's Joseph Jacob. Venky's looking for the single. Joseph Jacob is just content in his own sort of world to say, no, it was a nice shot, Venky. I'm just going to admire that one. It did go quite slow. Could have been a run on. And it would have been Venky running to the end, danger end. This time he goes a little bit uppishly here. The ball's going to win that race. The outfield is like glass, and that goes across the boundary rope for 4 runs. All the way he followed that one and lofted it dangerously, but placed it perfectly.
Yeah, it's a surprise promotion as well. Joe Jacob is prominently known as a leg spinner. He's batting at number 6, and second delivery has put that to the fence for 4. But coming back to the Phil story, and Phil is an Aussie, so he never chickens out of the challenge. So whenever he says that he became bowler, I'm really surprised. Oh, that's knocked him over.
Got him.
G. Kumar, yeah, the batter just trying to flick it down the leg side, missed the line of the ball completely, and second wicket comes in his first over for Gancham.
Oh, that is huge, because I tell you what, that is the 5th wicket fall, and now it's going to be, it's probably going to be the youngsters and the middle order of VCC getting properly exposed here. Look at the expression of Venky at the non-strike end. Captain Venkatesh Margasharam just rolls the head to the side, and he's looking towards the heavens for some respite. There's none there. There is none there whatsoever, and it looks like it's going to be, yeah, you're right, Suresh now comes out, and to be honest, this is kind of like a bit of a last roll of the dice, but we're not even halfway through.
Yeah.
Halfway through the innings, that is, sorry.
45 for 5. That's a high full toss, but there will be protection. And it's a single. And it's 46 for 5 after 5 overs.
Absolutely, yes. So, tell you what we're going to do. Why don't we bring you into the commentary unit here and see if we can get your attention and say hello to everybody. Phil G alongside me, Ishaban. We're both fading in and out of our space-time continuum here, hopefully, but we are definitely here, and it's wonderful to have your company as well. And look, this match has started very well for the United Cricket Club, but I've got to say right now, Shaban, I'm a little bit nervous for Vinarati.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, there's a big possibility they might get bundled out before 100. As Phil was mentioning, after Joe Jacob got out, this middle order looks brittle. There's only one known batter who's a skipper. He's still out there at the center. But remember, Abhimanyu Singh, the skipper behind the wickets, is actually a great captain because the last wicket, I would say you should give it to him because he's just placed all the fielders at the deep on the leg side, forced the batter to go against the spin, and he got that wicket.
Stuff, yes, exactly, as we resume play. And it's going to be Shukla, who was a bit of a wicket-taking machine for UCC. Not yesterday. He did get sort of a, well, he had to bowl against Sazibuyan. But over the last couple of days, Shukla's been picking up wickets, bowling very economical and causing issues for the batters. Let's see what he can do here against VCC, against the Vinarati middle order. Suresh facing up. Just leans this one. He's placed it beautifully. It's going to run away for 4. That is a confident start from the youngster as he manages to punch that one through the gap, finds the boundary, 4 runs off the bat. Lovely strut.
And also 50 comes up with that boundary. For lower batters, it's actually an easy shot to play where you just wait for the ball and just tap it. And there's all the fielders inside. And while we're talking about the 1980s cricket, Phil, if you also see the evolution of the bats. I saw a picture in the morning where Barry Richards holding a David Warner bat, and also at his left hand, he was actually holding his bat when he batted in 1980s. So with these kind of bats, you must be surprised, right? I mean, you must be like feeling or craving for it that you should have one of these bats modern day, which you could have used in your days.
It's quite incredible, the change of the bats over the years. Really incredible. The first bat I ever had, it was a Grey Nichols. As I said, I was very short, so I didn't need a very sort of a bat that sat very high. Yeah. And in terms of the standards, I definitely had something that's closer to more of a, say junior, but it definitely wasn't like the adult size. And the first time I took it to my first competitive game, everyone said he's got a toothpick. That's what I remember clearly. And it wasn't just the opposition, it was my own team as well, just saying, why'd you bring a toothpick? You brought a toothpick to the game. What's that about? I'm like, no, but this is a really good bat. I went out and I made 3. I know I made single digits. I know I did that. But yeah, I think the first time a fast delivery came and I got the ball on the bat, I actually thought, yeah, I'm in trouble. I'm in a world of trouble here. We continue. Swings hard at this one, goes out towards deep mid-wicket. And just going to be the single. A few people in the chat. There's a very funny comment I just saw on the chat there. I think it was VC who said it. Asked if we're using real commentators or whether we are holograms. Where is it? There it is. There it is from VC6. Thank you for that. Oh, and hello to Desica who's in the chat too. Good to see you, Desica. The champion of women's cricket here in the Czech Republic, and a very good friend of mine. She does a sterling job for women's cricket. And Desi, hope to catch up with you really soon. I know the CE Cup for women is coming up towards the end of next month. I'm looking forward to that. We need to sort of probably start to promote that now as we get to the second half of this Premier Division. Nice shot there from Venki. Pushes it out towards the boundary. Oh, 2 people collide. Can you believe it's going to cost a boundary?
I think he's done a great job to push it back in.
I tell you what, I thought that was going to spill over the line. That was super, super close to a massive spill. Let's have a look. I don't know if we've got a replay of that. But it looked like a comfortable save. Shop, talk us through this.
Yeah, he just hit the ball, but there was Pramod Ganguly. He made the mistake, so he had to do the insurance work, and he did it. That's a very good retrieve, I would say. And as a fast bowler, diving on this kind of a turf can be hard, but you know, when you just made the mistake, you just have to... Yeah, you just have to make it up, and he did it, and it's a great job for him, and it hasn't got to the boundary. But this over has been mixed bag from Shukla. He just conceded a boundary, a 2, a wide, as Venki just tries to flick it towards the onside behind square. He will get a single to end the over. It's a 55 for 5. That was the incident that happened. I was quite surprised that he missed it at the first attempt. And the second attempt, it's really wonderful to see the retrieve.
It was indeed. It was a good retrieval, that wasn't a great replay. 55 for 5 after 6. And Avinarati just struggling here. Expected scores at 92. Still got 4 overs to go. When the next wicket falls, we do start to get into the youngsters here. And we'll talk about some of the youngsters as well, because they're basically cricket academy graduates, I guess the best way to put it, really. People who've been training with Chris Smith in the Cricket Academy. Chases the wide ball and doesn't get an edge on that one. Big appeal. So I'm looking at people like Benjamin Harries and, of course, Jan Ivel. And Marco's already come and gone, unfortunately. As this one is hit out straight down the throat of the boundary right on the leg side. And that is dire situation for Vinaradi Cricket Club as Venkatesh Magashram, the captain, holds out, trying to accelerate the run rate. And have a look at this. Lofts it. Is a nice looking shot, but he didn't have the legs. And on the rope, literally almost on the rope, the catch is taken.
Yeah, G. Kumar is doing the trick. Again, his third wicket in 8 deliveries. That's what he does. He has just so much of variation where the batter not able to pick it up. And there, in the previous shot, if you see, Venki was trying to hit that 6 using his bottom hand. A lot of bottom hand. And the top hand just coming off the bat. And maybe he's not using one of the modern bats. He's actually using one of the Fields bats of 1980s. And it just didn't have any power. And he has to depart. Well, the new batter... I'm watching him for the very first time. That's Jan. 55 for 6. They have all learning cricket under Kutcher.
Kumar in again. Goes to push this one. And Jan Hivil, excited for this youngster, Jan Hivil. Let me tell you why. It was his ECN debut yesterday. Almost got a wicket off his second ball of his first over. Almost. And a wicket on debut is pretty cool. Big shout.
Yeah.
And given. Yep, so he's going to go second ball here, leg before wicket. And you know what, Kumar, he's very, very accurate.
Yeah.
And I don't think the umpire really needed too many sort of thoughts to run through his mind on that one. And he's been caught plumb in front. And that is dot wicket. And UCC putting the Vinaradi team to the sword. Let's have a look at the replay. Well, what's that hitting apart from the stumps?
I would say that's out because that was the carom delivery. So even though it's mixed in the middle of the leg stump, it's always just turning towards outside edge of the batter. Yep. And they're playing a bowler like G. Kumar for a lower batsman can be very tricky. But because you have to pick the ball from the hand and all the batters are picking it off the turf. So that's why they're not getting that extra second where they can adjust their bat speed. Yep. And that's what just, they're going to the downfall because it's 55 for 7. 4 wickets. He's just 1 wicket away from a fifer in a T10.
A couple of people in the chat firing up about that Venkatesh catch on the boundary, about the fielder having his foot on the rope. His foot was not on the rope when he completed the catch. The square leg umpire had a perfect view of that, and the replay does show that. So, no, it was definitely out. Hit it straight down the throat of the fielder. The fielder looked like he did come off the rope, but he was well and truly off the rope by the time that ball went in his hands, and that is absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's a masterclass of spin bowling there. He finishes up his spell, a couple of overs, 7 runs, 4 wickets. Kumar has been sensational at the bowling crease, bowling all his drifters, turners, and at the end, he just pushed that through. And this is the way you should bowl because we saw in the Challenger division as well, a lot of spinners just going out of the park because there's this bowling little bit full. Even I'm one of the culprits who did it. I've heard that Phil was calling me to bowl the faster one, but it just feels a little different to bowl the faster one as a traditional leg spinner because all we have been brought up just to flight the ball, watching Shane Warne and beating the batsman with the flight rather than the pace. So maybe the modern day spinner is actually pretty favorable on this kind of tracks.
I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, 7 overs gone, 56 for 7 on the board. And Suraj Bagari has to do something pretty special here along with his batting partner, Suresh Ravasankara. And let's see how they go. They need to dig something out here for VCC. Try to power up their way up to maybe into the 80s. Just give their bowlers something to work with. But right now, UCC completely all over this game.
Absolutely. It's a tall task for VCC to climb because 56 for 7, recovering at this stage, even if you get a 80 or a 90, is a pretty hard total to defend, especially against a batting lineup where you have Ruturaj Magare, who just doesn't know how to defend, just goes for the attack straight away. And it's and reaching 80, I would say it will be also a commendable job because the bowlers they're coming in up against is not easy to hit those boundaries. And they still need 23 runs from 17 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult, isn't it? Karpathi's been pretty good as well. He hasn't had too many opportunities, not been available for all the games for UCC. This one's going to sky right up in the air. It's a tough catching chance, looking straight into the sun. And that's why the catch is put down. In good position, hands got around the ball, but then it just explodes through the hands. That's disappointing. But look, either way you cut it, UCC still right on top here.
A lot of people predicting the score. Some are predicting 110 under. Somebody has predicted, Sankar has predicted 92. And Mr. Money has predicted 80. Is pretty close. But the chat, and also Gopal says 75. So let's see what will be the final total after 10 overs. It's a pretty interesting one. It got beaten by the pace there from Koparetti.
Just a little bit too quick there. Change of pace. He's not a slow bowler. That's probably one of the things that I think maybe some of the opposition batters sort of forget is that he stands pretty tall. He comes off a shortish run up for a medium pacer, but he generates a bit more pace than they expect.
Yeah.
And this is just a flat bat shot just pushed out towards the point boundary for a single. So singles seem to be the order of the day at the moment since that last wicket fell.
And these days also, if you see, you must have seen Phil Jasprit Bumrah. He's also like, his run-up is very simple, very short. But the amount of pace that he generates in and around that popping crease is incredible. I mean, before we were always taught that the bigger strides you have, you can generate more pace. But these days, it actually has just changed the whole complexion of fast bowling.
Yeah, a lot of the fast bowlers, the modern-day fast bowlers, they've done a lot of work on their upper body. And they're getting so much torque out of that final sort of delivery. The arm coming over, and you see it so much. And I think Bumrah's a really good example of that. You're right. Hit down the ground. That's a flat shot. There is someone directly. It's Pramad Bagoli. He's a very very straight down the ground fielder. You call it right in the middle of long on, long off, really. It's almost like a set of a Southern Cross field here, as they did have a fielder very fine at third. And I think Abhimanyu Singh is asking for... Yeah, I think he's asking another fielder to go out to very fine third because the fielder who was there is going to come on and bowl the next over. It is 60 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, honestly, Phil, I'm liking this. I would say 60 for 7. I mean, the bowlers are dictating terms because in the Challenger Division, we have seen so many big scores, and even in Premier Division as well. It just feels that bowlers have this upper hand. It always, I mean, it just makes cricket much more exciting when there is a competition between bat and ball.
Totally agree. Here we go. Let's start the ninth. This is Radadea. And he puts one outside the off stump. And, well, stuck in the cement there is Suresh. And it makes it very tough if you don't step towards the pitch of the ball and you try to swing at something that far away. And he's made it look a bit silly there. Good dot ball.
Just be careful with the pace of Ravi.
Oh, well, he's connected beautifully with that one. That's a huge Maximo out of the ground over the long on boundary for a big 6.
Yeah, Ravi Shankar is known for his off spin, but here he just gives it a full Monty. Kia throws the kitchen sink at it, and Ravi is surprised because the pace he bowls is pretty hard to get underneath and pump him over that cow corner region. And his timing has been so good for Ravi Shankar that it has gone all the way. So one Ravi is winning, and that's the batter. So it's Ravi versus Ravi.
It was an impressive strike, that, wasn't it? It's taken a while for the pill to come back, but they've retrieved it. And we continue now. Suresh can get under a few more. That's going to help the cause. Chases a wide one. It's not shown as wide, though, but he chose to chase it. And again, just got us stuck there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it just feels that he doesn't, I mean, against high pace, it's generally the lower batsmen don't move their feet and just use their hands. That's what Ravi is doing. He has to be careful. This ball might hit his stumps. Oh, that's crashed through the offside. That's gone like a tracer bullet to the fence.
Cracking shot, that, wasn't it? Absolutely terrific shot. Goes backward a point, and he just leans into this one. Lovely little square drive. He's directed it not too square. It's gone backward. You see there where the fielders run across the line. Lovely, lovely shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Ravi. And he's just expecting the bowler to pitch it full. And in and around that 4th or 5th stump. So he's just covering his stumps. He's batting in the off stump now. And anything that pitched up, he will go for it.
Bowler in again. Once again, chases the wide one. So it's sort of like chases the wide one for a dot, and then the next one's closer and he belts it away for a boundary. That seems to be the order of the over at the moment. So a question there from Callum Wilson asking you and I, Shob, about, well, he's a good club player, and he would like to know how can he play in competitions like this.
Wow.
Well, we'll get to you in a minute, Callum, because hey, once again on cue, the even numbered deliveries of this over have been dispatched out of the ground.
That is massive from Ravi there. He just waited for the ball. As we are talking, he's just covering all his stumps.
That's
and
big.
yeah, and it was length again. It's a slot delivery underneath the bat, and he has just piled it over the fence for 6. That's
great.
a great one.
It's great intent shown by Suresh, who's reading the room properly and knowing what has to happen in the 9th, and he's powered the team up to 76 for 7 after 9. It looks like they should be able to lock in a score somewhere in the 80s, potentially the 90s. This last over is really, really critical for both teams.
Yeah, up and again. 76 for 7, last over. Also, UCC need to be very careful here. Vinoradi have a good bowling lineup, a decent one. So they can't be complacent at this stage. The last over will depend a lot on how he bowls with the length here.
Pushes this one out to the cover. It's going to be a single. I can see my friend Af jumping in the chat, and thank you for the message, Af. And I hear what you're saying. You're enjoying the warm, basking temperatures over there in London. So we'll see when you get back here in Prague. I'm sure we'll catch up at some stage. But thanks for dropping into the chat and letting us know you're enjoying the commentary above everything else. And it's wonderful to see your comment.
Yeah, he's now in London, and the test summer that's coming up, that's England versus New Zealand, the first test, and everybody's just waiting after the IPL gets over, the T20 cricket, and now the time for test cricket. As just plays a proper T10 shot, he will get a single for it. But yeah, just test in summer is just completely different beast, isn't it, Phil? Because even though you watch thousands of T10 cricket or T20s, the stats you'd never remember. But in test cricket, you play a good session, everybody knows that what happened in that spell.
Yep, indeed.
It just stays in the memory.
Callum Wilson still asking that question. I'll get you in a minute, Callum. I'm sure I'll get a chance here as it's just pushed down the ground for a single. So people ask in the chat, how do they get to play in these sorts of competitions? Well, on the European Cricket Network, we have these series, these T10 series. And this is specifically for you, Callum Wilson. One, you need to live in one of the countries. You need to live close to one of the teams, be part of the team, and be basically nominated in the side to play in the ECS. That's pretty much how you got to do it. It's not rocket science as that shot gets hit towards the boundary and across. But the key thing is, obviously, you need to live in Europe. Amateur cricket, remember, this isn't professional cricket. No one's going to send you a contract. It's about amateur cricketers playing the game they love as much as you guys love watching ECN, because you're watching the game you love. And that's all it is. You need to be there, join a team, be competitive, enjoy playing with teammates, and get named in the side.
Indeed. He's playing a gem here, Ravi Shankar, and he has to depart. But he has done his job. 29 from 17. Desperate measures and just desperate times calls for desperate measures as he departs. But that's a very good cameo. I'd say that 29 just helped them to score above 80, and they have one delivery to go. But you never know on this kind of surface, and Phil has been talking about this amateur cricket. Amateur batters can definitely make mistake, and if the bowlers just put that deliveries, on the proper line and length, they can make a match out of it. It's 83 for 8 and the final delivery to go.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that innings from Suresh. I thought he like I said, he read the room, he had intent, and he really made an innings his own. He saw what had to be done, and he's done something really good there for Vinoradi. He's dug them out of, languishing in the sort of like the high 40s, low 50s after 6 overs. And he said, you know what, I'm going to go after the loose delivery. Nice shot down the ground there from Benjamin Harries, who's into the side as well. Oh, there's a bit of carnage here. They're both running to the same end, but the run-out's affected at the end that they're both at. And they're going to probably flip a coin to see who's going to be run out here. I've got a bad feeling it may be Benjamin who's run out here. You probably need to check the replay again. So I think he's going to be gone for a first bowler. Well, it's confusing because both batters are walking off.
Yeah, that's the end of this innings as well.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Benjamin Harry, because he played that shot, he's going for the second run.
Yeah, I think so
and
too.
he's run out.
Yep. Yeah, no, I was just a bit confused because they walked off together, and I thought maybe the out batter might walk off ahead of the other established batter. Anyway, we're going to put it down as Harry's will be run out there, but that will be confirmed, and it's confirmed right there. Thank you very much. 1 and a run out. So they do get a single, and so Vinoradi finish on 84 for 9 after their 10. So the question is going to be asked by everyone in the chat, which is that enough? It's going to be tough, and it's going to be really, really tough. Look, shining light in the innings was most undoubtedly, it had to be Suresh, and he played so well in those later overs, didn't he? Let's have a quick look at the scorecard. A bit of a recap. He's 29 of 17 along with Joe Cope's 17 off 10, is what's allowed VCC to get such a good score on the board. All things considered, not a great score when you look at it on its own, but you consider where they were, that's not bad. But let's give a big shout out to that man right there. Ghanshyam Kumar, 4 for 7. 4 for 7 plus an outfield catch. He could do much more. If he had got a 5-fer, UCC would have absolutely lost their minds. But he gets a 4-fer. He gets 4 for 7 from 2, and he is the destroyer of that middle order. Well bowled to you.
As a magician, he bowled like Sunil Narayan, I would say, because he has all these variations, and we could see that batters couldn't read him off the track, and it's a pretty different task when you are batting in the lower middle order and going for those big hits against Ghanshyam Kumar. 2 overs, 7 for 4, our pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, totally agree with that one. So we're going to take a short break here. Vinarati are going to get into their bowling mindset. And for the UCC team, they're going to be getting the pads and gear on and working out their batting order, because it's a very modest total. 85 is what's going to be required in their 10 overs. And UCC had to chase down a very modest total against the Prague Cricket Club a couple of days ago. They chased 76 down inside the 7 overs, got a 4-point win over PCC. Do you feel this is going to go the same way? I don't know about you, Shaban, but I do. I feel it's going to go the same way. But BCC, don't underestimate their bowling.
Yeah, it'll be, I think it'll be a tough chase, because VCCU, as you mentioned, they have spinners, they have pace bowlers. The biggest thing is that they're missing Shubh Chaudhary, who is an absolute enforcer and bowls rockets. So it'll be, time will say, but we can take a short break, and when we come back, the live action will be underway.
Exactly. So Phil G here alongside with Shaban, and we're going to take a short break. See you back here shortly for the continuation of this match number 16, which is hanging in the balance. ECS Czechia Premier Division continues.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. This is match number 6 Premier Division round. Very good Wednesday as Vinarati won the toss and elected to bat in the first inning. Particularly batted well. It's 84.9 and they allotted 10 overs. So how they go with the ball, but I did see for them. So if they manage to somehow win this game, they will definitely have a better say in this tournament. A lot of people joined for the very first time. Hello everyone, I hope you're well. Those in the chats. So there is Ajay, Joko with his left arm seam. Right to tip off Ruturaj Magari. Ruturaj Magari, remember, played for Czech cricket last year. Really a very attacking batter. First ball of the second inning as Magari gets beaten outside the off stump. Get a little bit leg side of the ball. We've seen the batters. Magari reminds me a lot about Virendra Sehwag. Similar fashion. Tigers, ECS Premier 2025, and the second one. That's another brilliant delivery. Didn't really go through, so just saying hi to Johnny, Mayank. Pixel Cricket is also there. This is going to be a great matchup. Left arm seamer against a batter who likes to attack. He goes over the top and just plays it with utmost ease. That's his first boundary. We are talking about Virendra Sehwag batting style. Ruturaj Magari models himself a lot. He's pitch it up, it goes outside, left leg towards the line of the ball. Jokop has to be careful. He cannot pitch the ball that much full when you're just defending a paltry total of 81 to get from 58. Field is in. This is the power play. Couple of fielders. Lot of field change by Venki, the skipper, at mid-off. Bringing in that square leg in. Ravi Shankar at deep third. Nicely bowled from Jokop. It's a pretty good shot as well. And that will go to the fence for 4. Even though a desperate effort from Venki, the skipper, might not be enough to protect that boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. This is a good start from Ruturaj. The technique was slightly exposed there, but when you're just playing with the full face of the bat straight, it always helps you to get that boundary. So remember, this is match number 16 here at ECS Czechia Premier Division 2026 at the lovely Vinoj Cricket Ground. There's a very good breeze going around from left to right. Fantastic Wednesday. A safe one. Very safe. Just try to time it rather than power it. That's the beauty of the shot. Hat-trick of boundaries. And Awesome just predicts that it's going to be an easy chase. Just let me know. Who do you support or who do you think is going to win this division, the Premier 1 of ECS Czechia? All the comments are appreciated. Oh, that's a cracker. Cracker for delivery. Pitched and then went away. That angle from Cope. It's pretty hard to go for Ruturaj Magari. Beaten by the pace as well. And that's what the right-hand batters who just play that attacking brand of cricket don't like. They don't want something to just pitch it up which just goes away. Across. And he beaten across once again. He tries to cut, but has no idea where the ball came and went. First over, even though it's a hat-trick of boundaries, he has come back well. 12 for no loss. UCC, this is a very important contest for them. First innings, we saw how the VCC struggled with the bat, but they will be definitely looking forward for Suresh Ravi Shankar, the off-spinner, who's playing his first game in this tournament. Scored 29 from 17. It's a breezy one. 3 boundaries, couple of sixes. And I would say for him, they have a slight bit of chance in this game. I love this lad. Love this lad, Boland. Left arm spinner. And someone who just has an extra bit of time when he bowls. We've seen Mitchell Santner, Daniel Vittori is also in that league. Very classical, as Aftab Hussain writes in the chat. And the next game, we're off for it as well. First ball. Oh, very nice. Very nicely bowled. As that, I've been talking about that pause that it takes, that bowling, and the action just remains the same. There you go. The ball pitches and the wicket keeper, even he had no idea. Swept away, pretty fine. An easy boundary inside the power play is pretty hard to bowl. For Boland, he'll be disappointed because that direction was not right. He gets a boundary for it. Very good batting there from Abhimanyu Singh, the skipper and the wicket keeper. There's a beauty about the wicket keepers. They like to play those cuts and also the sweep. And they also pick the line a little bit quicker than any other batter. Sweeps it again. Couple of boundaries back to back. Boland not getting his radar right. Abhimanyu Singh has the joy in his face. There's 20 for no loss. And if you see all the runs have come in boundaries. That's the beauty. They've hit 5 boundaries. And if you look, no proper risk has been taken. This is all classical stuff. We saw Ruturaj Magari in the first over, just lifting the ball over the top. And here, a couple of boundaries, pretty safe shots. Has to be a little careful not to drift that down the leg side. And as he pitches it fuller and gives a little air, that's the first single of the innings. All the other runs were scored off the boundary. And there's the wagon wheel of the UCC batters in this tournament. So 62% over extra cover and behind square on the onside 38%. No runs on the offside behind square or towards that mid-wicket region. That just shows how proper they have been with the bat. Their timing is not good enough as Venki just was lurking around that region at long off. Takes a very good catch. And Boland has picked up his first wicket. Extra flight does the trick. Ruturaj Magare couldn't resist the temptation. He just fell for the trap. And that's a big wicket. He plays those cameos and takes away the game from the opposition. But here he has to perish. 21 for 1. Pramod, by the looks of it, Pramod Baguli will bat at number 3. But a breezy innings from the little right-hander, Ruturaj Magare. He has to perish 21 for 1. Important delivery for Boland. He has just picked up a wicket. In this over, he has been little out of shots. The upcoming events, ECN Netherlands versus Bangladesh, T20I 2026. That's going to be played in Sunday, 31st of May till 4th of June. And then first time we're going to Poland, Warsaw. It's ECS Polish T10 Cup, 4 to 7 June. So action-packed cricket all around in the ECN network. Just flicks it away towards the onside. Good way to get off the mark. There's Bulgaria playing Serbia. Switzerland on 11th of June. Central Euro Cup, 26th of June. So don't go anywhere. Just watch ECN cricket 24/7. I've got a lot of highlights, a lot of interviews lined up. Go to that ECN website. You're going to watch everything. It's the best thing that ECN have done. Hi, commentator. Hi, Roshan. And PV Fash, highest partnership किसका है? I'll definitely let you know. Roshan, thank you. Yeah, it's the first time I'm doing solo in this tournament. Last time it was in Bulgaria. Remember the 6-6s that happened? So it's 22 for 1. So interesting times, says Joe Jacob, the leg spinner. Come to the attack for the very first time. He has bowled a couple of overs in this tournament, hasn't gone right. He's a very traditional leg spinner. Excited to watch how he bowls on this kind of a surface. Let's watch out for his action. First ball, he has been cut away. And a little bit of misfield. That's gone for 4. Joe Jacob won't be impressed with that. It was slightly shorter. Batter had a lot of time to go back and play that cut shot. And he gets a boundary for it. Back cut. And look at that. Joe, straight away. And not impressed with that kind of effort at the 30-yard circle. Doesn't move at all when he bowls. It's a very, I would say, modern day leg spinner. That's flighted. That's up and that's away. That's gone a long way for 6. You can't bowl this kind of flight, especially on this kind of a surface when the boundaries are, I would say, below 50 meters off run. And Joe Jacob, first one was a good one, I would say. The second one is luring the batter. A very good delivery in Test cricket, I would say. The batter will come forward and try to defend, but in T10 cricket, they don't care. They don't care about your reputation or the line or length. The only thing is that 4s and 6s. As he goes one more time, how good is the timing? The field is up, and he gets a boundary, 1 bounce. Joe Jacob taken to the cleaners, as Bagoli knows that the ball will come at a slow pace, and it will be up and around that bat. And he can go underneath and just moosh it over the fence for 4. Yeah, Roshan, it's already expensive. With the wind, it's gone. Crush Master. 36 for 1. There is the reply from Jacob. And he bowls a little faster. There is wind to get that drift. And I would say also well played from Pramod. Just going forward and taking for a single. But Jacob has been expensive in this tournament. Just feel for him because he has not bowled so badly. It's just that the batters have more power. And they've got very good bats as well. As he pitches it fuller. Rare dot delivery for Jacob. How he finished it off. The good thing is that he hasn't bowled short. That's the only positive thing in this 5 deliveries. And he beats him. That's a good one. Didn't bounce at all. Good end to the over. Jacob has promised a bit. The 3 overs, 37 for 1. It has been a good start for UCC. I would say a very good start for UCC. 37 for 1. They required 48 from 42. It's UCC's game to lose. The looks of it, they will persist with the left arm spinner. Or in fact, they are trying to make the change. There's Jan. Going to bowl his first over, making his first appearance here at ECS Czechia. And let's see what he's got. He's got a good action. Pramod Ganguly, 16 from 5. He knows that. 48 from 42. He sees it that if I hit maybe 4 6s and 4 boundaries, the game is already over. That's the mindset that the modern batters have. They don't care about the dot deliveries. Only care about 6s. They don't want to run singles or 2s or 3s. They don't want to be those accumulators. They want to be the innovators. So 37 for 1, 97%. That's what he's in work, Wasp says. So it will be the player rating 90 with the bat with an overall. I love this stat. Where the ECN team ratings, UCC 68, VCC 72. It gets a little bit in dipper, but again, it doesn't come the way he wanted, but somehow he manages to get that boundary. Jan won't be impressed with that. It was a good length delivery, just pitched a little bit in. And then the batter at this stage, they will throw their hands. They're also watching that net run rate as well. So they want to finish it off pretty quickly. A lot of notable absentees for Vinoradi Cricket Club. I was talking about Shubh Chaudhary. That's a big miss. He bowls with a lot of control and he has that aggression at the bowling crease. But this bowling attack is looking slightly less potent. A good one, a very good one, I would say, from Jan. He's pitching it fuller, ball coming back in. The protection is there. On the onside, they've got 3 fielders. One at long on, one at mid-wicket, one at square leg. The fine leg is in. On the offside, they've got a couple of fielders out as well. Oh, that was there. It just sat up to be hit. Pramod Ganguly using all his experience and hitting it out of the park. In fact, I got so excited. I call him Ganguly, but he's not Ganguly. He's Bagoli. It was there. It's an in-dipper. It's very easy for him. When you're a youngster, you're trying to impress everyone in the club as well. You're playing with the big boys. You're just trying to pitch it short slightly. But this kind of a surface, you need a bit more than a gentle short delivery. Last one, top bowlers. There's Riaz Ahmed from Spartans, 17 wickets. What a tournament for him. Ali Sitar, 12 wickets for Barbarians. Cut away. Is it a catch? Oh, that's a spectacular catch. Joe has taken that catch. Little bit of confusion whether the catch is clean, but I am pretty sure Pramod is happy to leave the big stage. That's a sharp one from Joe. That was cut away with some kind of power. You can have a look there. And he just waited. An easy one to his buckets. Yes, I got it, Rakib Hussain. 47 for 2. Clearly you can see their aggression. Every time it's shot, they're going for those aggressive ones. And when it's fuller, they're giving it respect. It's not proper harakiri. It's just, picking the proper line and length and then going for the big shot. As 47 for 2, 3.4 overs. They need 38 from 38. For UCC, there's changed a little bit from the bowler's end. They've fair share of runs after the power play, 38%. You can see the right of your screen, 38% on the offside, 36% plus 17 on the onside. So 51%. Good way to off the mark for Sharma. Yusing Bagel is also one of the cricketers who carries this UCC batting lineup. Just missing this game. It's important how he finished it up. It's a good delivery. It's got that in-dipper going in, cramping the room, cramping the batter for room. And that's the end of another over. Vian has done a good job, I would say. Even though he has struck for a 6 and a 4. Very good comeback, taking up a wicket, couple of singles. Last 6 overs, they need 36. It's beautiful Vinod cricket ground, lovely weather. And this tournament hasn't surprised any one of us. We expected big shots to be played. Every delivery, we have seen that as well. In every match. And this is a very good game. It's match number 16. As Poland has come back to the bowling attack. Prague Tigers leading, 4 wins. They'll be also in the action in the next game. 14 points for them. A healthy net run rate, plus 2.617. Prague Cricket Club, 5 matches, 3 wins, couple of losses. A slightly short, crammed in for room. That's what Boland does. He doesn't turn the ball. He has that left arm in dipper that he bowls as kind of an arm delivery where just it pitches and just straightens. So he has to be very, I mean, when you sing, he's a very good cutter and sweeper of the ball. Hence, he's a wicket keeper. So trying to cut can be a little bit of a riskier option on this kind of surface when we know that the ball hasn't bound that much. That's short again. Oh, that's nicely bowled from Boland. And coming back to the points table, United Cricket Club, right now they're in action, couple of wins. They have also a good healthy run rate, plus 0.771. White Vinoradi are minus 0.724. It's a very important game for them to win to stay in the competition. Couple of wins, 3 losses, but this table can change. A lot of cricket coming up. You're watching ECN Network. And Boland has got the measure of the track. Every time I see him, he has got these kind of... And the 50 comes up as well. 50 for 2. Has been rapid. Oh, that's wrapped in the pads. That is out. LBW, that's a very good delivery from Boland. Finally, he has something to smile about. He has been trying that length. Couple of deliveries have been drifted down. I would say Singh has been able to put him away, but Sharma, the first time he tries to play a cross-batted shot, he has missed it completely. The ball, impact in line and hitting the stumps. 3 reds. 50 for 3. The wickets are coming, but is it little too late as they need 35 of 32? As G. Kumar, one of the experienced cricketers for UCC, has been playing cricket for a long time. And every time I've seen has bowled well. Even though I was playing a game against him. It was Spartans versus UCC. He was the pick of the bowlers there as well as Division 2 Czech Premier League. And today as well, couple of overs, 7 runs, 4 wickets. Venki at long off, calling all the shots. He's constantly changing the field. Couple of fielders on the onside coming inside the circle. It's a good one to face on the first ball. They steal a single, running with the shot. And in front at long on at mid-wicket, protection. Very important game for both the sides. He wanted the batter to stretch. And Singh wanted to be careful a bit because he was stretching too far and your back leg has to be inside the popping crease while the wicket keeper was just waiting for the ball to miss. A very good end to the over. 3 singles and a wicket. Couple of dot deliveries. Boland has finished up his spell. Spinners have bowled particularly well on this kind of surface. And especially quality spinners, I would say. The way G. Kumar bowled, it was a masterclass of modern day T10 spin bowling. Because no batter was able to read him off the surface, nor watching the seam of the ball, nor the spin. And that's what Boland has done in this match. Couple of overs, 13 runs, 2 wickets. There's always reward for quality. Doesn't matter which format it is. As Jan will continue. First over, slightly expensive, but got that wicket. That's a good one. The ball. Oh, is that out? No, they're going for the single. The scamper through. A little overexcitement from Jan. As a youngster, can give that to him. Many people are predicting it's going to be an easy chase. But let us know in which over. It's 5.1 now, so just give us on which over the match will finish. Bohemians languishing at the bottom of the table. 5 matches, couple of losses and couple of wins and 3 losses. They will scamper through for a single. It's an important for BCC just to stretch this game because they're already minus 0.724. run rate of the required run rate of 6.6 is a walk in the park. But suddenly, see different bowling attack at the crease. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big in-swinger. It's genuine in-swinger. I've been talking about Bumrah with his prowess with the ball. When he first burst into the scene, he's kind of bowled that kind of line and length, where it was only coming back in. And now if Jan just walks a little bit on his fitness and just tries to take the ball away, he will be a handful. Even for big hitters, it's not easy to line him up. Now it's slightly easy to line him up as the batter plays an aggressive shot. He's lucky that he hasn't gone straight to the man. For Joe fielding at mid-wicket. Oh, there is one more single as well. So it's important for Jan to develop a little bit of swinging away. He's young. He'll be much more fitter. Wow, movement, says Chris Addison. Yes, absolutely. And also the wind is helping him as it coming from the left to right. That's what you can watch on the screen as well. Brilliant. Brilliant from Jan. A very good reply. And yes, we're talking about the in-swing bowlers. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who is doing a great job in IPL. Last night bowled well. And Joss Hazelwood and Jacob Duffy. And RCB got their win in the qualifier 1. So they will be waiting for GT or SRH or RR. Whoever qualifies for the final to play the big dance. Just locked away for one more single. It's 58 for 3 after 6 overs. So the comeback has been good, I would say, when you talk about the UCC team. In fact, the VCC, I beg your pardon, because first couple of overs, they were not able to. Oh, that was the final delivery. Good one. It's bounced a little bit, but this over, you can see prodigious swing in. Shades of Walker Yunis as well, that late movement coming back in. And on this surface and with this ball, if you can just swing the ball this way, I'm pretty sure with the red ball, you'll be a handful. 58 for 3. Collapses a bit at the crease. So Pixel Cricket says SRH versus RCB loaded final, high voltage match. Yeah, you can predict final of the IPL. Will RCB be able to do it double with Virat Kohli just leading the way? He has done in this IPL, scoring bulk of the runs. 58 for 3 as this was the first delivery. In fact, a legitimate delivery. Oh, he cuts it away for 4. Poor piece of fielding inside. Definitely Venki putting his head down. Not impressed. I would say that was short and wide, and easier one for Kumar just to go back and cut it. One delivery, 5 runs. Say almost the same delivery, but here the fielding has been quite accurate. Venki is also a spinner who relies a lot on the flight, but he has the tendency to bowl it quicker. The modern day spinners do, bowling darts. Good variety of mixture. As the batter wait an extra second and convert it to the boundary. That's a special shot from the right-hander. It's not a proper slog. That's what you're talking about. The wicket keepers, they have a very fine way of scoring those boundaries. If you just look in the previous boundary, just waited for the ball to pitch, and then just a little bit of spin, and playing with the spin always helps on this kind of surface. And is steadying the ship and is anchoring the innings. He opened the bat for his team, and he's the skipper as well, doing a great job. 17 of 21. So 3 hits away. Many people are predicting RCB to win this year's IPL. The hacker says RCB deserves to win this year. Absolutely, the way they have played their cricket and across and going to different stadiums and atmosphere. Great thing is that the character they have shown. Cuts it away. A brilliant piece of batting from the right-hander. And one more boundary is the third, in fact, in this over. And we have been talking about how he cuts and how he pulls. But here, that extra second and that shot was, again, a very good one because he's waited that extra second. And hitting it squarer this time. Goes for the sweep. It's nowhere near the ball. His eyes must have lit up when he saw that ball in and around that off-stump region. Yeah, it was close, Venki. It was pretty close. So 7 overs, 72 for 3. They're going at 10s. 98% winning percentage. That's an easy one to predict. Yeah, SRH have got a very good lineup as well with Abhishek Sharma, Travis Head, with Pat Cummins at the helm. Well, been a tough side to beat. Rajasthan Royals. The way Vaibhav Suryavanshi just captured every cricket fan's eye has been sensational. The 15-year-old that doesn't care about any bowler, just watches the ball. That has been his strength so far. Yeah. So it's 72 for 3. And they need 13. New bowler here. Interesting one. So it's Suraj. Comes back. Suraj Peragu. Generally opens the bowling. He has been flat batted. And that's one bounce for 4. Is doing it quite clean here. G. Kumar, not known for his power, but at this stage, he has a lot of time to think, where will I hit it? Okay, let me hit towards that mid-wicket region. There's a big gap. Mid-wicket and long on. Long on is pretty straight. It's pretty hard for him. Go for that retrieve. 76 for 3. As UCC come closer for their third win in this tournament. And he got a very good strike rate here. 200. 9 to get. That's a wide. That's a bad one. Slightly short of confidence here. Suraj, he knows that the game is almost slipped out of the hands. So let me try to do some kind of experiment, which I cannot do in a close contest. Because here they need only 8 from 17. So trying all his tricks. His sleeve. UCC are getting it closer here. He cuts it away. There is protection. We're thinking about that single as a little bit of misfield from Shami Mehmet. But what a great win it has been for UCC. As I played last year for Division 1 in the Czech Premier League. But they were relegated to play Division 2. Also, they have done a great job over there. Got a couple of wins. It's only a single loss. Even tied as well against Vinuradi. Can you believe it? Same two teams. There's a very different lineup when they play T20 cricket. It's much more of a stabilizer. I've been talking about Piyush Singh Baghel. It's a big miss. Here they have got all the big hitters. Abhimanyu Singh, the kind of maturity and clarity he has shown at the crease is just commendable. 1 hit away. 6 of 15. Not getting it so easy. And that's a single. It's pretty important how Vinuradi Cricket Club recover from this kind of a hammering. You don't need to lose your character. You just have to be a little bit fortunate with the bat. The big guns were missing, as we've been talking about. Batting lineup just collapsing there. It's 80 for 3, as that's an in dip up. So they've not been able to just maintain that line and length. So every time they bowled closer to the stumps, been quite successful. Sachin Hudar. Yes, it's in Prague. Yogesh, Czech Republic. Absolutely. Just to it away. Flicked away. The timing is good. And that's the end of the over. I would say under this kind of circumstances, they're just taking a little bit of extra time. But yeah, the UCC have done a phenomenal job, especially the way they bowled in the first innings. They lost the toss. Vinoradi won the toss, elected to bat. And everybody expected a big score from them. But unfortunate. Ghanshyam Kumar was in the middle. He was doing the magic with the ball. United CC, tremendous side they have. They have still Ravi Kumar, Bharat, slated to come at number 5. Then Mustafa, Arpan, Amit, Shamal Joshi, very experienced campaigner. If they win this, they will have 3 points. In fact, 3 wins. Whoa, that's an interesting bowling action as Hardy, first ball, has been cut away. We will definitely have a closer look at this kind of an action. It's a very unique one. Just takes a couple of strides. The ball never arrives. It's a kind of a mysterious bowling action where the batter can play 20 shots at one time. It's flicked away for a single. It's doing it pretty nicely here. Very nicely. Watching it for the very first time. So Vinoradi, with this loss, it will be their 4th loss. Many people are predicting that he is actually a very good T10 bowler, and some are predicting he's the Usman Tariq of ECN cricket. Has he gone a wicket? No, that will go to the fence, and that's gone for a boundary. So match number 16 has been decided. UCC have absolutely smashed VCC out of this contest, but it's a great win for the UCC and plenty of learnings for VCC. That's their 4th loss, and UCC winning this and making their 3rd win in this tournament. Here at lovely Vinoj Cricket Ground. Amazing setup here. And it's a game which, with a lot of learnings. Yeah, their shoulders have drooped for sure. The head is down, but VCC, they have got character. There are a lot of players missing. And if they kind of manage to get a good team, they can definitely come back. Sid is one of the notable absentees as well. We're talking about Shubh Chaudhary. 2 big guns missing. So after match number 16, there'll be match number 17. It will be an exciting one. But now we will take a short little break. But when we come back, match number 17, the excitement will continue. So don't go anywhere. We'll catch you up the next break.
Halo, halo.
European cricket continues here with match 17 coming your way in this Premier Division. It is United taking on the Prague Tigers in a very, very well fought match. You know this is going to be a cracker coming up. For the coin toss, got the captains here. Let's get into it. United to call.
Heads.
It is tails. What would you like to do? Tigers win the toss. Going for bat first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to ECS Czechia Premier Division 2026. This is match number 17 here at beautiful Vinoj Cricket Ground. It is a special Wednesday as we have seen plenty of action in the previous match as well, where UCC winning over VCC. This is a new one. This is UCC playing against Prague Tigers. Prague Tigers have been dominating. They're the top of the pops. And with the blitz of their skipper and Saji Bhuyan has been quite special with the bat. Alongside me, I've got a very special guest and he has been doing for a lot of years ECN cricket commentary. That's Phil. Phil, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you very much, Shaban. And hello to everybody who's joining us today, watching the cricket unfold here. Second match of the day. Tasty little game coming up here, Shaban. I'll tell you why, because in this match that was played out yesterday with these two teams, it was a bit of a one-sided affair, and the Tigers got a good win over UCC.
Yes, absolutely. And just watching that lineup for Prague Tigers, I think Saji Bhuyan opening the batting has done a... I mean, that's a very good move because in T10 cricket, the best batter should face the most number of deliveries. And he has kind of single-handedly just helped this team to go forward and maybe march on to the finals because they've got 4 wins and they've got a very healthy run rate. That's the first one. He has been belted away towards the onside. Didn't time it particularly well, but will go for a single. But what are the stuffs you have seen in Saji Bhuyan from the previous years to this year? What changes has he made? Or he has been always like this?
I think he's just getting more consistent. I think when I first saw him probably about 4 years ago now, he was hot. He ran hot and cold a bit more often than he does now. Nowadays, he's a prize scalp for the bowlers. He's the one they need to get.
Yeah, that's a single. It's a very good assessment from Phil. But somehow he doesn't care for any names in that opposition lineup. He just watches the ball and has a free swing of the bat. But I've seen Saji Bhuyan with 2 minds. Sometimes when he is not active, he just plays a 30-ball 50. But when he's absolutely raring to go, he just scores this 90 from 34 like he did in the previous game.
Yeah, indeed. He's just one of those players who's got oozing confidence.
Oh, proper shot from the right-hander. That's a back foot 6. Wow, he has some kind of confidence here because the ball was not slightly short and the power of the man just helping the ball go away for a 6.
Strong upper body build does Saji Bhuyan have. He really does have quite a build across the shoulders there. He's in terms of his height, he's not particularly tall. He's only just slightly taller than myself, and I'm short. And he's just got that absolute muscle definition in the upper body, which allows him to play a back foot 6.
Yeah, Saji Bhuyan comes from Bangladesh, and this Tigers team is full of players from Bangladesh. And just slightly short, he doesn't need second invitation, and as he plays a glorious shot over that square leg boundary for 6.
Lovely shot that. Instant swivel, just gets every bit of muscle behind that one and finds the boundary rope and then some. So lovely shot. It's a great start for him. Not so good for UCC. Interesting opening with Nawab, who has not opened the bowling as far as I've seen throughout the entire series. So rolling the dice here, Pramod Bagoli often is the opening bowler, not on this occasion. So Nawab, let's see how he goes.
I'm not sure why they did that change because Pramod is an outswing bowler. He gets a little bit of, I mean, it would have gone away from the right-hander. Here, Nawab just depends a lot on the pace. And Saji Bhuyan, he loves to bat against pace. That's how he responds as he just waits for the ball and plays it towards the offside. Good fielding from G. Kumar, but it has been a great start so far.
It has been a good start. Yeah, good fielding there in the covers, just dots up there. I can see a few people in the chat. Hello to Rob Thompson and Paolo Campini giving me a wave. Hello, good to see you all. Rob Thompson, I picture you by the fireplace down there in New Zealand with your socks off and your feet being warmed by the fireplace and a nice cup of cocoa for the evening. As that's played down towards the mid-off player there. Sorry, Rob, getting a bit too much information there for you.
Yeah, there's a Kia Ora from Aotearoa.
Yep.
So his first over, 15 for no loss. It has been a great start from the batting side, but that's how the Tigers have played. They're the defending champions last year. They just demolished all the bowling attacks. They had the likes of Naim Lala helping them. But here, there's all the players are from Czech Republic, and they're doing a great job. This is a change. I'm still not sure it's a good one. Pramod has been not introduced to the bowling attack. It's quite surprising.
Interesting, yeah. Maybe the memories of Pramod bowling to Sazib Bhuyan yesterday are still resonating in his mind because he got absolutely torn to shreds by Sazib. 30 off that first over in the match yesterday, which I'm talking about. So bringing Ruturaj on, probably not a bad idea, but look, bowling to Sazib Bhuyan is difficult at the best of times. You've said it before, Shaban, he's so aggressive and he's also got that confidence.
Talking about the aggression as he gently plays it away towards the offside for a single. But this change of Ruturaj Magari. Ruturaj Magari is also quite a decent bowler. Just bowls that nagging line in length and also tries a lot on that swing that goes in. So both the batters have to be a little careful. The fine leg is inside the circle. All the fielders on the onside are inside. So he has to be pretty careful with his line and length. That's glorious shot from on the offside. Just caresses it. Sajib Bhuyan just waits for the ball and just plays it underneath his eyes.
This is a great shot. This is such a lovely stroke. All the way along the deck, 4 runs, pierces the field as well, goes between point and backward point for a boundary. Very good boundary there to Mia. We often get a little bit sort of Sajib Bhuyan sort of focused here, but Sajib Mia, he's class. He is quality.
Yeah, he is really good. But the start, they have got 20 for no loss. A lot of thinking for Abhimanyu Singh, who is behind the wickets, marshalling his troops. Down the leg side. Ooh, they will take a little bit of misfield, but a single for the final result. But with this kind of a start, if they manage somehow to score that 140 or 150, they can just take the game away. Only in the first innings from UCC.
Good comment there in the chat from Tavleen Singh, who says, first over better today than yesterday. He knows exactly what I was talking about earlier. Yesterday's first over was a shocker for UCC. And you're right, it was better, Tavleen Singh. Thanks for your comment. And a wide ball there from Ruturaj. And bowl that one again. 6 off his over so far, 21 for no loss.
Yeah, Tavleen Singh says his bowling action is a bit funny, but I would say it's a very good one because he just doesn't lose any kind of pace. Oh, has he dropped the catch? Oh dear, not the man you want to drop. Sajib Bhuyan has got a life.
Unbelievable. Watch this again. Great delivery, perfect delivery. And Abhimanyu Singh, who is Mr. Reliable, has just lost that nickname with that drop. I cannot believe he's put it down. And neither can Abhimanyu. He's going to take a while to recover from that. They've put down Sajib Bhuyan in the second over when he's on 15. Note that score.
He wants to dig a hole there. Oh dear, nowhere to hide. You as the skipper, you are behind the wickets. And he will get a single for it. Oh, it's very hard to recover. I mean, when you know the batter you have dropped will just demolish the bowling attack. But yeah, then again, just stars shining for Sajib Bhuyan. That's what happens when you're in good form. Good things happen to you.
Yeah, exactly right there, Shaban. Couldn't have said it better. It's just one of those things when things go your way, you just take it and you keep going. And sometimes winners are grinners and they just keep grinning. And Sajib Bhuyan, underneath that lid, I guarantee you, he's got a smile on his face. Probably a few extra beads of sweat as well, but I'm sure he's gritting. And now we're going to see Pramod Bagoli coming on to bowl the third.
And a very appropriate comment there from Crush Master. He said, drop the match. Yeah, it can be very costly when you drop a caliber of a player like Sajib Bhuyan. And it doesn't look like he's trying to hit that shot out of the park because he lost his shape completely. He just has to be in that shape because the previous one he got dropped. He's just trying to play those shots too hard.
Yeah, and just one more time, I'm going to remind people, the last time Pramod Bagoli bowled to Sajib Bhuyan took him for 30 runs off the bat in that over. So far, so good.
That's a nice shot. The slightly short, the fielders will not be able to get it off. You saw power. Now you're seeing a little bit of clash and panache from the right-hander.
Yeah, have a look at that. Doesn't try to overhit it. Doesn't try to get aerial. He sees the gap and he has the time to place it as well. It's a really good shot from Sajib. And as you say, it just shows a little bit of finesse. It's the softer side of Sazib. It's not the aggressive side. It's the in control but still scoring runs Sazib.
A lot of people are asking who you're talking about. It's Sajib Bhuyan, the skipper of the side, who's playing incredibly well. That's the Akshay Singh. And also, I think Tavleen Singh is one of the relatives of Pankaj Sharma. She says, please say hi when you are going to meet Pankaj Sharma. Okay, that's for sure.
Oh, thank you. Yes, noted. Thank you for that shout out. Well, Pankaj will get a chance, no doubt. We'll keep an eye out for him. He'll probably come onto bowl at some point. And also, he'll bat. Clearly, he'll bat in the following innings.
Yeah, many people predicting Sajib will hit 12 to 13 sixes. Oh, that's wrapped on the pads. Mia was trying to play it fine. 12 to 15 sixes. Phil, I'm pretty sure you must have seen yesterday the blitz from the big man.
Well, he did play one innings yesterday. I can't remember which one it was, but no fours, all sixes.
Oh dear,
which just shows the intent that the Tigers were showing with him leading as captain. The Tigers will just follow suit, and he's a great pick for a captain for the Prague Tigers.
That's a wonderful down the leg side. Pramod is a little bit worried. He's just thinking, if I pitch it on the off side, even though there is protection, but it can fly. So that's why he's trying to compensate, but I don't think it's a good idea, especially when you're bowling inside the power play. You've got 3 fielders inside the circle and no one down on the onside.
Yeah, well, that delivery was a bit rough on Bagoli because it had no swing whatsoever. He was looking to try to pitch it on the stumps and get it to swing maybe towards off, and it just no swing whatsoever.
Easy pickings for the right-hander. We have been talking about his line and lengths. Pramod, that's not good bowling.
It was not good at all. Watch this one again. Just easy pickings. That one just takes off the pads, swipes it around the corner. Again, not trying to overhit was the batter. That was Mia there, not trying to overhit it, but just saw it immediately, thought, oh, I'll have 4 runs there, thank you very much. A little bit too easy.
The prediction is going on. First 3 overs, under 40. So let's see what happens in 5 overs, 67 and under. We've got 2 predictions. Oh, he defends it. Wow. That's he shows a very different nature and the character of his batting. That's defended on the front foot.
That was slightly premeditated, that defensive shot, wasn't it? It was slightly... he sort of felt that was always going to be the shot that was going to be played just then. But there you go. 33 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, 3 overs. It's a rampant start for the Prague Tigers. 33 for no loss. UCC know that what skills the batters have. When you talk about the Prague Tigers batting lineup, they have got Azhar Alam. Sojib Mia is currently batting. Sajib Bhuyan. They have Kausar, Azhar. They all are big hitters of the ball. And as the power play ends, I'd love to see a bit of spin.
Yeah, we'll see if we're going to get some pace off here. Looks like it actually might happen. You might get your wish. Well, it is the gun. It is going to be Umar comes on a bowl. Now, he had a great couple of overs in the previous match. 4 for 7 from his 2 overs. Took an outfield catch as well. And pretty much ripped the Vinaradi Cricket Club to pieces with that bowling. He was so good and so devastating. Couldn't get him away and picked up 4 wickets along the way as well. Probably a little bit unlucky, didn't get a fifer. But bringing him on now to bowl the 4th, this is a good ploy by UCC.
First ball, he gets the outside edge. Oh, we are talking about the good fortunes. And in T20 cricket, it doesn't matter how long, as they come, how long, I mean, the way it comes, because it's Sajib Bhuyan. He was slightly defeated with the flight of that delivery, and he got 4.
Indeed, look at that one. I mean, it brings a bit of a false shot there. I don't think that was exactly what was supposed to go. So, look, encouragement for the bowler with that ball. I think that's, he'll take that and he'll think, right, okay, if I can get him fishing out there again.
Yeah, it's just down the ground with a lot of power. It's the matchup with the best and the best. The matchup is definitely on, and Kumar will be just hoping that Sajib just stays at the non-striker's end, and he has more chance to bowl towards Mia, who is slightly, the strike rate, you can definitely imagine, 167. He's a little defensive in his play. That's up in the air. There is a chance. Fielder comes underneath it, but it goes over. That's the first maximum for Mia.
He's hit this one beautifully. It did go quite high in the air. I could see you were just looking at the door there, Shaban. I couldn't quite get a view on it, but I thought for a minute, could be in trouble. Yeah. It lands on the right side of the ropey for the batter. And, well, UCC have to watch someone sail overhead. We continue?
It's a good comeback from Kumar, and Phil mentioned that he was in trouble because generally Kumar bowls a lot of I would say those leg spinners or those flickers where it just the Karen deliveries to be appropriate. Oh, he hasn't timed it. It's a big moment in this game. Fielder takes the catch. The most important wicket of the game, and Abhimanyu Singh will be the first person to go and grab and hug his fielder.
He will indeed. That is a massive wicket. So Sazibuyan just completely misreads that one, and it's going to be Kumar who gets the breakthrough. If anyone's going to get breakthrough, it's that man. He was stunning in the previous game. He gets the breakthrough, and that's Sazibuyan. The first time he's been dismissed in 3 innings, having scored a 90 not out and a 77 not out. He departs for 26 runs, but still, that's a great batting average over 3 innings for the man. And now, well, let's have a look and see the Prague Tigers now. They've got, 6 overs and a ball to negotiate without their captain out in the centre. So, Shaban, this is going to be a test of character for those batters.
Absolutely. Also, it's a very good thing because they've won 4 games and now they have lost Sajid Bhuyan early in the piece. It just will give them more confidence if that middle order has a lot of balance. So I would say it's a blessing in disguise that Sajid Bhuyan got out and now the middle order has to do a bulk of the job and the scoring as well.
Absolutely. So Kumar with his backup with the wicket there, just organising his field. I can see someone in the chat asking about Naeem Lala. Where is he? Well, we've explained it a couple of times that there's no foreign players playing in this ECS.
That's out. That is out. Oh dear, one brings 2. We had been calling about G. Kumar's prowess with the ball, that uncertainty and that variety with the ball. And that was pitching and gonna hit the leg stump or maybe the umpire's call.
It's a golden duck for Samoa. Now, look, he's a good player. He is a good player, but he's just got a very good ball there. And there it is, golden wicky, escorting the player off the field as they go. So suddenly, with the fall of 1 wicket, another one falls. It's a double hit, a double punch from that man, Kumar, and he is on a hat-trick. And I'm sure he'll get another over. But that first ball of his next over, because that is the end of the over, it's 45 for 2 after 4. The first ball of his next over, he will be on a hat-trick. Keep that locked away. Shaban, we'll keep our eye on that as well.
Absolutely. That's what the doctor ordered for UCC. Back-to-back wickets because the start was looking dangerous. Sajid Bhuyan was in the mood, but then when you dismiss him, that is the underbelly when you talk about the Prague Tigers batting lineup. Now, Mia is at 17 and the new batter. Oh, knocked him over. What a delivery that is from Ruturaj Magare. That is an absolute crackerjack of a delivery. It's 45 for 3. Last 3 deliveries, 3 wickets.
Stumps akimbo here. Look at this. Thought he had everything behind it. He's played inside the line and it's gone around his bat and smashed in the top of off. He thought, and I thought he had that every little bit covered. Ruturaj has pulled out an absolute peach of a delivery. Even gets a little nod from the batter as he walks past him. It's 3 down, 45 on the board. But yeah, 3 in 3 balls. It's a team hat-trick. A wraparound team hat-trick, and they are in all sorts of trouble now. This is ripping the top off the snake, and let's see what they can do.
Yeah, this is ECN. This is all happening here at Vinod Cricket Ground. What a start it has been for the Prague Tigers. Then that middle order, middle trouble, and now they don't know how to play this because 2 new batters, both haven't faced any deliveries, and it's going to be important how just UCC just capitalize because UCC sends that blood and they will go full throttle. And it's important Prague Tigers don't lose that little bit of ascendancy in this game that they have. Nice one. Nice follow-up delivery. That's what Ruturaj Magare does. He bowls that in and then just takes it away. And I'm really surprised with the previous one. The ball just pitched and then went away. Something I have never seen when I've seen, the bowling action just says that it will come back in, but Ruturaj Magare has got a lot of clever tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, it was a good follow-up delivery, that one. It was pretty similar to the first one. Not as good as the first ball, the over, but very similar. He was trying to replicate that little bit of magic, but it's a dot ball. Mia now with a bit of a challenge as he swings at one outside the off stump and doesn't get bat on ball. So a wicket and a couple of dots. Terrific over this from Magare so far.
Yeah, the follow-up deliveries has been really great, I would say. It's good to you get a wicket, but how will you follow up? You need to have that control and execution, and he has done both the things in the right way. Another outswing, a big one. That's a prodigious swing from the right arm seamer. Just pitched and then went away.
And quite a miss from the batter. He was quite a long way from that. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball and just hoping to hit himself out of trouble here. That's 3 dots after the wicket fell. And have a look at those last 6 balls. 3 wickets and 3 dots. UCC getting back in the game.
Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, that's gone for 6. What a way to get off the mark from Mia. He doesn't care about Rutura's liner length.
Doesn't either. Look at that. Middles this one out of the park. That is a lovely shot. Goes exactly against the flow of play of the last 6 balls as well as he finds the boundary rope and then some. And Ruturaj, hands on hips, is saying, well, what have I done wrong? I've bowled 4 cracking deliveries and the 5th one he's put out of the ground. How did that happen? What have I done wrong there?
Yeah, Mia just believes in that philosophy that he will just swing his bat. If it connects, it's great. If it doesn't, he will just leave the crease.
He's flexing at the top of the mark. You see there in the striker, Mia the striker, he's flexing. He's doing the old warm-ups with the bat. He's trying to show the fielders, I'm just getting started. Watch this. And I'm thinking, yes. Watch this indeed. 50 up as well with that strike, 51 for 3 at the end of the, getting towards the end of the 5th. We've got one more to come.
Final one, 51 for 3, and he just bashes it down the ground for 4. No fielder has any chance. That's gone like a tracer bullet to the fence. That's a beautiful shot from the right-hander, 6 and a 4.
That's a lovely straight shot, wasn't it? Really put the well into that one. It's very hard down the ground, and that is 5 overs gone, 54 for 3 on the board.
Yeah, that's a great start. And the way Sajid Bhuyan played that initial blitz, I thought, Phil, I would be lucky to watch one of the innings that you watched yesterday. But, yeah, unfortunately, he got out.
Indeed. Well, there you go. So it's going to be the general manager, Hasanat. He finally gets to face his first delivery. And let's just double check. Is that going to be
G. Kumar?
Is it G. Kumar? It is G. Kumar. So hat-trick ball coming up. Talk us through it, Shaban. Here we go. Hat-trick ball.
55 for 3. Oh, I'm not sure how to call this hat-trick, but that has gone half a dozen for 6. What a response from Hasanat.
Is it possible the bowler forgot he was on a hat-trick?
Yeah.
And he's just put a bit of a leisurely half-tracker outside the off-stump. And I got a funny feeling that he probably needed to be told, by the way, you do know that you are bowling for a hat-trick here. Don't, let's make it a bit tighter. He's just put a really rank half-tracker outside off, and it's been crashed out of the ground. And that's, no surprise they're waiting for the ball to come back. That went a long way back. Good 6 there from the general manager, GM Hasanat.
Absolutely, Phil. I'm surprised. Why did he bowl with so much of room outside the off stump? He's quite a tidy bowler, I would say. Last match, 2 over 7 for 4 just speaks volumes. The quality he has, but it'll be important how he comes back. Every time he has been hit, he has come out with trumps. So he has come out with some special tricks. It'll be important how he just takes up this challenge. He bowls a wide, little bit closer to the batter's left leg, but 6 for 6. That's a good start for the Tigers.
The wind's really picking up here now at Vinoj. Terry O'Connor, wherever you are in the world, I'm sure your ears are ringing. Oh, everyone's missed that one. Keeper misses it, batter misses it, and that is going to run away. The footwork is successful. They're going to scamper back for another one. Okay. So we continue here. Yeah, that was something else. 3 wides there to go with the previous wide, and then it goes with the previous 6. Continue. 65 for 3, and we've had our second regulation delivery. There we go. 6 wide, 3 wides, and a 1 there, just the single, and puts this one outside the off stump. And Mia just leisurely, sort of watchful, but nothing much else happening there.
Yeah, his ice cool there. G. Kumar not getting under pressure. Oh, yes, that's the comeback that everybody knew it was coming. It's a lock, stock, and barrel, hitting the stumps. You miss, I hit. And G. Kumar, this is a procession of wickets. Up there, let the batter go for that big shot. Wild swing. No hesitation there. And then that's a huge wicket one more time as Kumar picks up his 7th wicket in just, I mean, 22 deliveries.
Yeah, literally, that's exactly what it is. So well done to him to get a 3 for. He's still got a chance to maybe pick up something else here as the middle order of the Tigers is going to get exposed here at 66 for 4. And new play coming to the crease. Just seeing who that is. Looks like that is the figure of, yeah, is that Kaswar? I think it's Kaswar who's coming out.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Yeah. And it's important for him just to stabilize a little bit because this is one-way traffic now with UCC taking more wickets. First ball, it's fine. Now he's lucky, I would say, the bowler, because the fielder was inside the circle and it was down the leg side. Batter will feel a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, ambitious appeal there from Kumar, but he had a smile on his face. He knew that there was nothing going on there, but he knew that also that was going straight onto the stumps as well.
Oh, that's perilously close, and the keeper has also missed it. A good fielding behind the wickets, and they've stopped a sudden boundary. What a spell to end for G. Kumar. Even though he got hit for a couple of sixes, it doesn't matter. He has 3 wickets under his name.
Yeah, he got, I think he went for 12 off his first over. But yeah, look, getting 3 wickets against the Tigers, look, this is a really, really bit of impressive bowling from that man. The hit that he had, the wicket that he got, obviously the main wicket that he got as well, that is really what has, so stopped the game from going heavily in the Tigers' favour. He's done everything he could do for his UCC, and that's a very good bit of bowling there. But still 67 for 4, 4 overs to come, expected score around 112. You'd expect the Tigers to really power up here into the 110s, 120s. But you know what? The bowling, Radadi is still, well, he's coming on now. So he's still got a couple of overs and got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The ECN percentage control of the game, 50-50. That's quite accurate. 67 for 4, going 10s in an over. 11, in fact. That's cut away, slap batted. It will be important how they play Ravi, because Ravi is actually quite slippery. He has that skiddy nature and he bowls a very hard length and he just beats the batter using his pace. So it's all about pace and how they play proper fast bowling as Kaushal Ahmed will face his 3rd delivery. Oh, too close to cut. Too close to cut. Beaten by the pace again. We've been talking about Ravi Raradia, who has been quite impressive with the ball. And it's important for both the batters not to lose the momentum. They've already lost 4 wickets. They need a proper 3-figure mark if they want to make amends in this game. Now that's slightly short. Easy pickings for the right-hander. There's no fielders behind square on the onside. And when talking about the leg side boundary, they don't really score too many boundaries in that region. Only 8% before this delivery. And he has got 4.
Yeah, not a very good delivery, that. Just, just gives up a little bit of length there and ends up getting sent around the corner for a pretty straightforward boundary. But have a look at the wind predictor. Right in the Goldilocks zone, there's a 51 to 49%. So this game on a bit of a knife edge here. But I feel UCC got their noses in front. I know the wind predictor says no fill, Tigers are, but I kind of feel UCC are.
Oh, that's a good crack of the bat. Quite stylishly played. There's a lot of people from Bangladesh and a lot of Bengali chats going on. There's all predicting 120, 104, 110. But somehow if they get 120 from here, maybe they want more if they want to challenge UCC. Oh, that's pace. That is pace. He was not quite sure where the ball came and went because it was quite a delivery which was coming back in. He was not ready for that delivery.
Yeah, Ahmed just didn't know how to play that one, did he? The bounce surprised him. He couldn't keep it down, and he's gotten away with it there. But I guess in the T10 at this stage of the game, the field is not going to be in close to make that catch. But yeah, that could have gone anywhere.
And that's another swing and a miss. They're just, just thinking to hit their way out of this. But it's not so easy. They have to rotate strike. There's so many fielders on the onside. Another over comes to a close. 7 overs, 74 for 4. But Phil, what's the score would you like to have if you are sitting in the camp of PRT?
Well, if you're a Tigers player and you're sitting over there, you're looking out there and you're thinking, all right, middle order has got a job to do. if next 3 overs, I want to see some acceleration. I'd want to get a magical over in there as well. And I'm thinking I'd want to get at least another 40 runs. I think that's what I'd be looking for. So I'd say give me a magical over, get me 20 runs. The other 2 overs, give me 20 to 25 runs out of those 2 overs. Pick one of these 3 next bowlers maybe to target as well. And that's it. So 40, 45 runs. So yeah, what's that about? I'd be wanting a 120 out of this contest.
120. A lot of people were predicting 120 in the chats.
Okay.
Yeah, so Phil.
Here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be one of the targets that PRT can at least bank on. Slightly shorter, and he has that power to push it across the fence for 4. Little bit of misfield, but the intention was always to score that boundary.
Exactly. Yep. Have a look at this one more time. Doesn't do much footwork, but doesn't have to because the ball is really sort of coming into him there, and it's just pitches up at a really good height, and he's pulled that nicely in front of square towards deep mid wicket. So there's 4 of the runs, and you know what? You could say, I'd be saying be technical about this, Tigers. Target one of these bowlers specifically. Shukla's a good bowler, but he got rattled a bit yesterday. He got taken for a few runs, whereas the day before he looked absolutely on.
Many people, yeah, 22 plus over, it can be possible as first ball goes to the boundary. The second one is a single. We're talking about Shukla as he got hit in the previous match. It's also, you have to be mentally very strong. What happened there? The batter were trying to go for that second run. The bowler kicked the stumps, but fortunately there's no extra runs. But yeah, but in T10 it's very hard to control the scoring rate because as a bowler you have very little margin to afford. So that's why you have to be on cue all the time.
Okay. Well, a few people in the chat saying nothing more than a 108. We'll see about that. We'll see. But that may be it. But yeah, the question was, how much would you want?
Oh, yes, that's what they want. And they have gotten a boundary. That's one of the preferred areas when you talk about the Tigers scoring rate. They love that area. And that was slightly short and help yourself.
Just watching where that ball landed, it was perilously close to the rope there. I think the umpires were having just a bit of a conversation about did they feel it hit the rope. They felt it bounce in front of the rope, and that is fair enough as well. I think the replay confirms that.
Chris Addison says concrete feet. Okay, but
concrete feet, yeah. Well, if the ball is cutting into the player, maybe concrete feet's not a bad thing. You'd hate to sort of try to step out to the pitch of the ball, then find yourself in no man's land. But you're not wrong, Chris.
Oh, that's gone miles. That is huge. Wow. The moment it left the bat, it's just 6 written all over it.
Yeah, lovely strike, that one. That gets 15 off the over so far. So I was asked before by you, Shaban, what would you want if you're in the dugout? And I said, give me 1 magical over, and I'd want the other overs being around 10 or 15. So this over is cruising possibly towards a magical over. That's 15 off it so far, and getting after Shukla. But then Shukla's putting it right in a spot where Hassanat is no slouch with a bat, and he's enjoying this.
4-1-4-6. 4 deliveries gone. Oh, 1 more. Add 1 more 6 to that. Oh, nobody will go around and catch it. The fielder has to go around and fetch it. That is wonderful ball striking.
Yeah, have a look at this one again. Steps forward, gets it pretty high on the bat, but he swung so hard at that with that huge piece of timber he's got. That's gone a long way back as well. So there's your magical over, folks. There it is. I called it. And it's been delivered piping hot to your screens. 95 for 4, still with 1 more to come in the over.
Yes, 4-1-4-6-6. That's what they wanted. Tigers, and Phil has been calling for 120, I would say. Now they'll be dreaming for even more, maybe 130, because now they have a batter who is just belting it out of the park. And is up in the air. It's a big chance. Doesn't go for the catch. Pramod was the fielder at long off. He just took a couple of backward steps and then went forward. It can be a big miss. G. Hasnath is doing all the damage. 8 overs done. It's 96 for 4.
I was confused by it. I really thought Pramod would go for that catch. In the end, he pulls out of the chase on the catch, feels it cleanly, and he himself, I think, is coming over to bowl the 9th. Unless he's just the designated ball shiner for whoever's bowling 9th. But I do believe Pramod's got 1 more. Yes, he's taken the cap off. He will bowl the 9th. And then we'll have a look at the bowling and we'll see who's going to bowl the 10th. Because that will be very important. I'd expect Pramod to be, well, for UCC, they'd want to be really on here. This is, they've just had a magical over ripped from their grasp. And you know what? For the Tigers, they're already saying, well, the expected score is now 120. Someone in the chat said, nah, commentators, 108. Well, that over is probably going to put paid to that comment.
That's short, and it's pulled away. Pramod generally loves to bowl that ball at length and tries to swing it. Length in the death overs and that's one of the cardinal sins you can well afford. So it has to be very careful. The man who has been doing a lot of damage, Hassanat, is back on strike. Very good from Ahmed to give the partner who is just... in fact, it's Ahmed is on strike now. Just flipped it there. It's a googly.
Here we go.
Just crashes it away for a single. The big hitting will only come at the other end. The man who is doing a great job at this point in time, number 18 on his back.
Indeed, and you can see there that Ahmed at the non-strike stand is having a good long hard look at the bottom of his blade and making sure he hasn't split it as that comes right off the toe of the bat. And we've already seen a couple of broken bats in this in the ECS Challenger. We had a broken bat, and could happen again easily. Oh, it's a shooter. Abhimanyu gets a bit of pad on it, and it's a good chase from the fielder to make sure it doesn't go the way of the boundary rope. And yep, they're going to take another. Pramod just a little bit taking his eyes off the ball there, Siobhan, and they've just coughed up another one. Yeah,
it's all happening here. It's absolute pandemonium because you missed it at the other end, and then they scamper through to take that second run. 100 comes up. Good way, good fashion to bring up 3 figures of the mark, but Tigers will love it. 9 deliveries to go. 120 we predict, but if you can get more, why not? Just welcome. 30 from 12. 250 strike rate. A thick inside edge. This has been a good over, which was quite uncalled for because we all thought that Pramod might be belted, though with the line and lengths he has been bowling in this tournament. But somehow he has been able to keep the batter quiet.
Yeah, he's done really well here. Just a handful of singles and those 2 buys, which probably should have only been just the 1 buy. But look, he's done really well. He's got to close this over out strong for his team and try to knock that 120 idea on the head. But, you know, they got the magical over, as I said, the Tigers. This one, they still want to try to get to double digits here. They need to try to find the boundary, the Tigers, to make a competitive score for UCC to chase.
Oh, missed out there. Yes, the mid-wicket is back there, and also the long on, long off. There is protection on the offside as well. There's a couple of them at the cover point region, and also the third. The third is in fact, backward point is back. So 5 fielders outside. And you can see the Tigers prefer that cow corner region. The leg side is on play. Oh, yes, just easy pickup. And there is no way you can stop this. But even though this over has been fantastic for Pramod, but in T10, you just can't afford any loose deliveries.
Yeah, it's a shame for Pramod. He doesn't finish it over strong. He's missed the line on that York. He's got the right length, completely misses the line. And that has been capitalised by the batter there, who has swung that mightily and over the boundary behind square leg, and that towards the car park. So 107 for 4 as we turn the final corner in this innings into the 10th, and 6 deliveries to come. What's the score going to end up in?
People are greedy in the chat. They're mentioning 129 plus, so they need 22 from 6 deliveries. But we are predicted. We are quite in a safe zone, Phil, because 120, it's going to happen, I feel. 13 to get from last 6 deliveries. And there's also Hassanat is on strike, who is doing a great job at this point in time. Well, important, who will bowl the final over? It's Mustafa Nawab, who bowled the first over of this innings. Bowling first and the last. First over, he got belted for 15. How will he respond with the slightly old ball? He's shot and is pulled away. A little bit of misfield. Has gone to the boundary. 1-1-1. Nelson comes up.
Lord Nelson, there you go. So, first ball of the over, look at this one, just swings this hard, looking for that gap, and he gets past the player. Once you get past that player who's on the 45 back of square leg, there is nobody at deep back of square leg, and the fine leg, they do have a fine leg, don't they? But I think he's maybe fine, or he's not even in existence. I don't think there's anyone out there.
Yeah, there's like, now they have pushed the man back. So there are 3 fielders on the onside. There's a long on mid-wicket and also deep square leg.
There you go.
Has to be a little careful here with his line and length. Oh, this line, even though you have 10 fielders on the onside, it's very hard to stop, let alone 3. He has to be a little bit careful.
Oh, Nawab gets away with that one. That should have been crashed out of the ground. Absolutely gets away with that. Hassanat here, looking to finish strong for the Tigers.
Oh, yes. Hey, he has given it a full Monty. It's out of here. That's a biggie. It's one of the strikes that he'll enjoy and cherish, as it was length delivery. That's the length you don't want to bowl, and he was up for it. Very good from the right-hander. Single-handedly has changed the complexion of this game. If it's not Sajib Bhuyan, then it's Hasnath who gets you.
Well, 120 and then some is currently uploading.
Flat batted. Oh, it will be hard for the fielder. He will be able to stop only the boundary, but not the 2 runs. They won that strike back, and they got it.
Well, thought they were going to look for a buzzer there, but no, turned down. See there, Ahmad is, he backed up, but GM Hasnath said, no, that's okay. We can do that. Just a couple. I'm back on strike. I'm now on 43, and still a couple of deliveries to come. Still 3 legal deliveries to come. So 120 plus is definitely happening.
Yeah, they will go for a couple of runs. I would say, yes, they're running. And the run out might be a chance, and it is out. I was a little bit greedy, going for the second run, but yes. I mean, they wanted to go. You wanted Hasnath, who has been doing a great striking at the striker's end, to come back to strike. But it's just with the team cause he has lost himself.
Yeah, it's a shame he's run out here because he's striking the ball beautifully. This is one of the better innings from GM Hasnath in this series. And it was interesting because his non-striker actually shouted no. You see, he put the hand up and he said no. But GM Hasnath was already halfway down the wicket, but unfortunately he wasn't the whole way down when the stumps were broken. And it's a very good throw. Looking to put pressure on the fielder. Fielder felt no pressure and got that right next to the stumps. And they've been broken by keeper Abhimanyu Singh. So his wicket falls, and it's going to be 121 for 5.
Yes, that 120 has been breached. But our viewers, lovely viewers from YouTube, have predicted 129. So there's a couple of deliveries to go. They need 8.
Couple of boundaries. Sounds easy to me.
There's the first one, is it? Yes, it is.
There you go.
Phil was calling for it. He got it. And it's a quality shot over extra cover for 4.
There you go. So whoever's calling 129, you're almost there. Just one more hit and you're going to get there. So 125 for 5 with one more ball to come. And this has been a good pickup from the Tigers. They sort of got a little bit bogged down. Have a look at those overs. From overs 2 right through to 7. Yeah. A couple of overs close to 13 runs, but everything else was quite a stretch, quite tough. Yeah. But a good rush of blood in these last 3 overs. And that's why the score's on the board. That magical 8th over was so important.
Tigers fans will love it. Might be a wicket. G. Kumar, that's the Kumar region, and he takes a very safe catch. Yes, the wicket has come, but it has come after a long time. It's 125 they muster after 10 overs. It has been a great innings, I would say, for Tigers. At the top, they got the runs from Sajib Bhuyan. In the middle order, a little bit of middle trouble. But at the end, the way Hasnath has played, it has helped them to have a very strong total. And they're slightly ahead. And they're ahead in this game, I would say, Phil. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they've definitely got the, what do you call it? They're definitely ahead in the game. I was going to say the advantage. Sorry, they have the advantage for sure. Sorry, I was just looking at a couple of little stats there. Definitely got the advantage. I think the win predictor is probably pretty heavy towards the Tigers. Look, UCC, they played just like the Tigers. They played a couple of games yesterday. They're playing their second game today. It is pretty warm conditions out there. It was much warmer yesterday out there. So if the players are showing any kind of tiredness or fatigue, maybe the bowlers are starting to struggle a little bit, things like that. But you know what? It's now up to the United Cricket Club. Their batters have got a fair bit of work to do. Need to get 126. That's going to be tough because I said this earlier this morning, Shaban, is that the Tigers, if you take Sajib out of that, to me, their best player in the Tigers are the bowlers. I think the bowlers are very good, and UCC are going to have a tough time in this run chase.
Absolutely. We'll watch how the bowlers perform, but you all are joining in, and thank you for this innings. And we'll take a short little break. When we come back, the live action, the chase is coming up.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to ECS Czechia Premier Division 2026. This is match number 17 here at Vinož Cricket Ground. Czechia, lovely Wednesday welcomes you us. So it's going to be a very interesting second innings. In the first innings, we saw how demoralizing over the Prague Tigers, 125 for 6 with that big hitting from Sajid Bhuyan. But at the end, Hassanat doing that bulk of the scoring and just helping the total to go up and up. While the United Cricket Club, even though they started well in the middle, they picked up the pace of the match. But at the end, they lost it. So the second innings, it's very important how Prague Tigers bowl, because this surface has been quite assistance for the fast bowler. For the spinners, because spinners have bowled quite tightly. That's the first ball. That's a wild one from Alam. Alam is a senior bowler for Tigers, has played a lot of years for the Tigers in different divisions in Czech Premier League. It's important that United CC, this batting attack, which is Ruturaj Magare and Abhimanyu Singh. Abhimanyu Singh, the skipper, at the non-strikers end. White Magare has been the dasher that UCC have believed in for so many years. That's an in-swing, a very good take from the wicket keeper. I'm just delighted to welcome back a new one, a commentator. Maybe you have heard a few number of times. Comes from the WA. Welcome back, Vinny Sandhu. Everybody was missing you on the chat, and everybody was asking, where is Mr. Maximo? There he is. I brought him.
I'm here. It's nice to come on and feel like a guest commentator. But yeah, hey, how's the swing here from Aja early?
Oh, that's in thick inside edge. The fielders inside the circle. Power play helps you to get that boundary. Ruturaj Magare, that's a familiar start for him. Wherever he has come to the crease, he's always tried to hit that first ball to the boundary.
I mean, there's always the intent here, isn't there? But firstly, I want to say it's nice to be back. Hello to everyone in the chat. I have been here. I've been trying really hard behind the scenes to upskill everyone with the new setup, and that involves a bit of work in the officials tent. Nice to have you here again. Again, you're taking time out of your schedule to be here. So the wind here in Vinož can be very blowy. Let's put it that way. And so you'll notice the camera's probably not got the pitch right in the middle. That's because it's it needs danger money up there today, Ravi, because I've talked about maybe that he should get a parachute, but he might end up in Poland because you can see the camera blowing around. But again, it's great work by everyone to get this on. And how's your day been so far? I know you've been here with Phil G. Phil G, God bless him. He's been winning such a shift. Yes. Even hosted the quiz last night without a microphone. We were there. Oh, I'm not going to tell you where we finished, but it was the opposite of first. At least you know we didn't cheat.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to give Phil, we're going to look after Phil today, try and rest his voice a little bit. And yeah, he's stepped into the officials tent and he's learning all about that. But, nice to be here.
Absolutely fine, I would say, because there's been a great day so far. Because I expected it to be a scorcher of a afternoon, but till now the wind has been quite quite kind. So I'm enjoying. And I'm also looking forward to the next game where might get a chance to do the scoring as well.
Yeah, I know you kind of looked at a few different things. Big thanks to all the Federation partners there as well, including Karcher, the Academy, Cricket Over Academy. And I saw Chris Pearce working on that third field, the kind of smaller field for juniors and women's cricket, which is actually right behind us, isn't it? So there's already 2 full-size fields, international standard fields here at Vinož. It'll be great to have a third field because one of the biggest issues in Czechia at the moment is the fact this is the only ground that you can play cricket now. Unfortunately, Brno had a ground, but unfortunately isn't usable anymore. Vilvari used to host some games. So now, for example, there used to be a 40-over league. They can't run that now because there's so many teams. The teams have doubled and even quadrupled over the last few years. And yeah, so ground availability is a bit of a problem. I guess it's a good problem to have because the interest is there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
With more teams wanting to play cricket.
Yeah, so the professionals just wait for this season to play cricket. In 2024, I remember playing 10 league games, and then 2025 it became 8, and this time it's 7. So that's what Vinny was mentioning about the lack of grounds in Czechia. But the third ground will do wonders because the women and also the youth will be there. And they'll be playing in that field. That's a beautiful one.
And if you didn't realise, the wind's left to right. If you didn't realise that from the balls you've seen so far from Ajar Alam, just have a look at this one, getting the wind. It's a fantastic bit of swing bowling. I mean, a left-hander would be in all sorts to this kind of bowling, but of course, anything down the leg side is called wide. Hello to Chris Addison. Nice to have you with us, and thanks for welcoming me back. Hello to Crushmaster as well. I'll keep an eye on the scoring because we've got the Sheriff doing that at the moment.
7 for no loss. That's down the ground, punched with a lot of power there. There's hopefully there's the skipper that's fielding at long off, but that's the beauty. In the first innings, Vinny, you must have watched a delivery. You know that the wind is blowing from left to right.
Yeah.
But Ruturaj Magare built a peach of a delivery which just pitched in the middle stump and then hit off. So it went away.
Bucking the natural elements.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is down the leg side once more. He's not able to control. Maybe it's better for him to bowl with the cross seam, because if he holds the seam up, it will always go down down the leg side. But yeah, I was talking about that, and me and Phil were discussing how can you swing it the other way. It's like a reverse swing.
It kind of, it's unexpected. Also a bit of help off the pitch occasionally, to get it to go the other way. It's probably easier than genuinely swing it into the wind when it's this strong.
And down the ground, there is protection. It hasn't been able to.
Oh, no. Oh, wow. Unforced errors, they're going to cost you, especially here with Tigers hitting a bit of a speed hump. I mean, there's already a bit of a mantra that other teams, I think, are suspecting. No Sazib, no Tigers. He's the big recruit. He scored so many runs for them. Not to say they haven't had some other impressive batters. I think the general manager, GM Hasanat, batted pretty well in that first team to get them to 125. But yeah, it's a middle-of-the-road target. I think it's around about a par target. And so United, they're at a bit of a crossroads as well. It's been a feast or a famine for them as well. They want to walk away with a win here and double up after they win over Vinos.
Yeah, it's been expensive. Easy pickings for the right-hander. It doesn't matter which format of the game. This delivery, even if it was test cricket, it will be put away, and he did it in fine style.
And the thing is, that's the Czech vortex here. To the top right of the screen, it's downhill, it's with the wind. It's a very hard quarter to protect, and you don't help yourself if you're bowling into that zone. But yeah, I mentioned already, we have Charles with us, a very well-known ECN personality, the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, who's been very busy, but he's come and he's checking out the operation. And I've taught him the scoring, so let's keep an eye on how he does. So far, so good. It's been a pretty long over, though. Only 4 balls into it. Legal balls.
Oh, nice comeback from the right-hander. Actually, I was speaking with Charles, and he was showing me about Rugby League, where Queensland are playing
New South Wales.
Yeah, New South Wales. And I said 1.5 billion people don't understand this game, so you have to teach me how it is.
Not 1.5, it's probably more like 7.5.
I'm talking about the Indian.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, in the world. It's a big sport, though, in some parts of Australia.
Oh, little Lapesh, he finds the gap. He showed his power, and then now he just shows his panache. That's a very good gapping from Ruturaj Magare, which he's known for.
This is the thing. It's going to swing. That one actually didn't swing that much, but the batter is swinging from the hand, and so it's a lot easier to play that kind of swing than balls that swing late. So, I mean, you know what the wind's doing. You know the kind of bowler Ajar Alam is. So I think that they felt quite confident playing him there. And so a magical start for UCC, who had 22 without loss after 1. Dream start really for them. Tigers top of the table, but they're getting challenged here in match 17.
Yeah, absolutely. And
so rugby league,
yeah,
it's similar to rugby union. The main differences are, instead of 15 a side, it's 13 a side. Okay. And the other key difference, and there's a slight difference in some of the scoring, what's worth what. But the key difference is that when you get tackled in rugby league, basically you get 6 tackles to try and advance the ball. If you get tackled 6 times, then you just got to give the ball to the other team. That's the key difference. In rugby union, you can kind of hold it as long as you like, tackled, but then you have to try and get it out and keep going. But in rugby league, they'll tackle you. They'll go, okay, that's a tackle. Everyone gets up. The other team goes back 10 meters, and then you get to try again. So it's a bit more stop-start. But it's
a domestic sport, right?
Yeah, it's also pretty big in England. There is a Rugby League World Cup. The Australian team's the Kangaroos, predictably. But I'll come back to that in a second. But here's the Ferris wheel, Hazari. I call him the Ferris wheel because he goes round and round and round and round. And you just watch. He has that arm come over. It's the 5th time it comes over. You probably don't even get them all on the camera shot. but he swings that arm over 4 times, and then the 5th time he releases the ball. So why don't we just take a timeout from Rugby League chat to watch Hazari here? I'll try and count them, although I think he'll probably appear. No, we'll probably be able to see it. You ready? You ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hits him back and maybe just going down the leg side. With that wind, there's a lot of balls that have been missing leg. It's a tight, in fact, maybe a bit of bat on that according to the umpire, so it'll get given 1 run. So yeah, Australia's interesting in that New South Wales and Queensland are the 2 states that are mad about rugby league. I think it's actually a very good call. They hit him in line. Maybe just going down the leg side. Maybe a bit of bat, like we said. So state of origin is basically the state you were born, not necessarily the state you still live or the state in which you play your club competition called the NRL, National Rugby League. Here's Hazari.
Yeah. Oh, he goes over the top. It's pretty tough shot on. It's a good catch, I would say. At the very, I mean, it was like flying, but he took very good timing of the jump, and the Dynamo has picked up a wicket.
How about that? And no, always the master of understatement, Shoban. I think this is better than a good catch. I think this is an absolute screamer. And maybe the wind just kind of gave him this opportunity because it's hit into the wind. It's a thick outside edge. Bang! It's the old Statue of Liberty play. The arms went up in the foreground from the general manager. He saw what he liked what he saw. But that is an amazing bit of fielding. And so,
Yeah.
let's have another look at it because this was sublime.
Yeah, the wind has been from left to right, but yeah, that's against the wind. Timing his jump. That's a great catch. And watching Hazari bowl, Vinny, you know that I come from Odisha. So there's, there's a player called Debashish Mohanty. He plays in 1999. I'm pretty sure you must have watched him. And he bowled with a very similar action.
Yeah, round and round he goes, basically.
And also a lot of people are mentioning, there's a movie, famous movie, it's called Lagan, where the British East India Company played against the Indians. There was a bowler called Kachra. So that's what a few of the players are, few of the viewers are mentioning. Yeah, absolutely, it's quite accurate.
A shout out as well, it was Shaheen Mia that took that catch, running back one-handed. And now the bail's blowing off. There might be a case either now or later on this afternoon to play without bails, which of course you can do if it's very windy. It can get very windy here. It's very exposed. It's actually the same reason they built one of Prague's first airports here. It's not the main airport that's used now internationally, but it is very windy on the plains. If the bails come off one more time, I think they're going to ditch the bails.
Yeah. Final delivery. That's right from the bats, going down. And that's not out. And you're talking about the bells coming off. Yeah, I've watched a few games at windy Wellington. So that's where
very windy there as
that's
well.
the most, I think...
New Zealand.
Yeah.
Sometimes we could call it the extra island of Australia. Or Tasmania gets called the other New Zealand island. But anyway, 24 for 1 after 2. Much better over there with 2 runs and the wicket thanks to that fantastic catch by Shaheen Mia. Finally, just about rugby league. It's quite interesting. Australia has basically the northeast states, so Queensland and New South Wales, which have Brisbane and Sydney as their capitals, as rugby league mad. So like if you turn over a newspaper in either of those states in Australian winter, so right now you'd get basically rugby league chat. Here's Buyan coming on and he's going to get sent over the leg side. 1 bounce for Bagoli with his first boundary. 4 carreras. This game's right on the Goldilocks line at the moment, almost a 50-50. So what's interesting is coming on and he's going to get in Victoria, so Melbourne or Western Australia or South Australia, you turn over that state newspaper, they'll have Australian rules, Aussie rules, AFL on the back, and you'd have to go 5-6 pages in to hear anything about rugby league. And it's the opposite in Sydney and Brisbane. You'd have to go a long way in to see AFL. And so even to the point that there's a show called The Footy Show on Thursday nights where they preview the games and, because the games are on the weekend. And they're different shows. If you're in Sydney or Brisbane, it's all about rugby league. If you're in the other states, it's about Aussie rules.
Aussie rules.
Just down the leg side for a while.
There's the Wallabies as well.
Yeah, and then rugby union, which again is bigger in the rugby states, New South Wales, Queensland, has a bit more of a following in Victoria, Western Australia due to the expat population. A lot of South Africans live there. But yeah, isn't it interesting that, that literally you ask any Victorian about rugby, they'll probably go, don't care.
Oh dear. And that's why I think cricket unites all the states, because that's
it does,
where...
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, But all states love cricket. There's no
That is nice.
competition. But, I mean, you've got to realise also, so you've basically got 4 codes of football. You've got Aussie rules, you've got rugby league, you've got rugby union, and you've got, the round ball game. We call it soccer in a lot of places. You've got 4 codes of football competing.
Oh, wow.
And for that reason, I'm not sure if it's still this way, but the soccer season, i.e. the round ball game.
I think I heard the news. Auckland FC won.
Yeah, we have a New Zealand team in the competition as well. But I was going to say, most places that's a winter game.
Okay.
In Australia, definitely for a while, it was a summer game. Because, okay, we don't want to compete with the other football codes. We'd rather try and be the football for the summer months. But then, of course, it gets really hot. You have to have a lot of night games as well. But, yeah, interesting. Another bail blow-off. Abhimanyu Singh faces up to Sazi Bhuyan.
And he has been swatted away for a single. Oh, that's gone for 4. For a moment, I thought he just played it sweetly, but he had some power. And Abhimanyu Singh is a wicket keeper. I'm talking about wicket keepers playing those sweep shot to the fast bowlers, and he's one of them. That's a boundary.
Have a look at the top batters in the last month. Sazi Bhuyan has rocketed to the top of that list for Prague Tigers, and we're only halfway through the tournament. That's the funny thing. And, yeah, he's the first in this tournament, or this Premier Division, to make that list. And he hasn't just made the list. He's already gone to the top. He also has the higher individual score of the whole Czechia tour with 90 not out.
Yeah, I've watched him bat. I mean, he has been quite sensational. Big hitter. It's a toe end of the bat. Might go to the boundary. No, it's a very good fielding there at long on. And there's also Ginu Panilet, Spartans, Sandeep Kumar, 268 runs. Spartans won the Challenger Division. Both of them scoring above 550 runs.
Yeah. Bat for show, bowl for dough, as they say in the classics. As Sazib, just off a short run here, which he will do on occasion. And these teams have played 10 matches and then finals.
Missed out there.
That's a good call. Straight over the line. Remember, we're pretty strict on the rules, but the rules say if it's over the blue line, even if a bit of the ball's on the blue line, the ball isn't wide. Excellent umpiring. That's Prakash out there. Nothing wrong with his eyes.
It's been a good day of competition of bat and ball. We saw that 84 in the first innings. That's a wide. In the second innings as
are
well.
off again. I reckon they'll ditch the bails now. It's a scary sound when you're batting and you hear the stumps getting broken behind you. Hey, thanks for all the comments. I'm just catching up on them. A lot of people saying, Vinny, nice that you're back. Thank you. And I've got a few new names as well in the chat.
Ritika Singh, one of the cousins of Pankaj Sharma, just mentioned that please say hi to Pankaj. We'll definitely try to do that after this game.
That'll be the end of the over, I think. Yeah, that'll be 1. So it'll be 39 for 1 after 3. I like this comment from Ismat Girish. Hello, Girish, saying, mate, I like that he started with mate. Mate, I've been thinking of visiting Australia for a while, but they said there are spiders and snakes everywhere. The number one thing I hear when I'm international all the time is I don't, because people have photoshopped or made these fake pictures of spiders that are like 2 meter tall spiders.
Wow.
And they're like, is this what it's like? And sometimes like, yeah, just wrestle them. But and I've never seen a snake outside like a zoo. I've never. There was sometimes you see pictures of snakes. Watch out. But the other thing I hear, people are frightened of the sharks. Sometimes I say to people, Australia, we don't have neighbours because we're all alone. We're an island.
Yeah. Lucky country.
Only the sharks. But again, shark attacks are really rare, but they're so frightening that. Even if it's once every 2 years, someone gets done. It's like, oh, I don't want to go in the water. Here's Akhtaruzaman.
Oh, that's flicked away. And Westfield will help the batter. Nifty footwork there from Abhimanyu Singh. And he got his third boundary. He moves out to 21 from 12.
Went straight through him, didn't it? At 45. For United, this is a big game because they've got a chance to roll the Tigers. And, I mean, Bohemians were able to do that early in the tournament, but really not many have. So, when I still think this is you throw a blanket over the table. All teams after at the halfway point had either 2, 3, or 4 wins. So it wasn't like anyone was 0-5 or anything like that. So if you can grab one off the Tigers, who are top, that's very handy.
Oh, flicked away. Back-to-back boundaries. A little bit of similar fashion. The fine leg, it was towards his right. The previous one was towards the left. And very nifty footwork there from the right-hander. Good wrist.
Also catching up, hello to Kevin Patel, who says, Vinny, you're too good, buddy. well, Kevin, you're too good. Now, let's have more comments like that. Not specific, just you're too good. I wouldn't say I'm too good, and don't let it go to my head because, I mean, we've got a lot. Hopefully, we're all good enough. Anyway, thanks, Kevin, for the comment. Boosting my ego a little bit. Daryl Mack saying, didn't watch rugby till COVID, love it now. Yeah, there's something to like about all, especially ball sports. I'm a ball sports person. So, yeah, I like most of them. Can I mention more types of football that I haven't even discussed?
Yeah.
American football, I love. Canadian football, which is like American football, but if you're on, if you'd had too many beers and you tried to remember the rules the next day.
You gave me a masterclass, if you remember.
What other types of football are there? They're the ones that I can...
There's futsal?
Futsal? Yeah,
futsal.
Or indoor football.
There's handball as well. I mean,
I don't know if I don't know if we can count handball as football, but I like where you're going with it. What types of football have I missed? There's rugby sevens is another one. Rugby sevens is it's very entertaining. So Daryl, thanks for your comment. Hello to Chris as well, and Paul and Peanut. Nice to have you. Yeah, I'm taking a break from my.
But Vinny, you don't have kabaddi in Australia, right?
But you don't even have ball in kabaddi. That interests me.
Oh, that's up. That's up. Okay, he tried his best and he has hurt himself as well.
They might run 3 here. He's got it right in the fingers. I think they will run 3, but it might be time to just do a welfare check. It was a good effort. I mean, probably with those, once you let him bounce, it's pretty tough to save the 4 anyway. So he did actually save the boundary, but then just kind of, I suppose if there was a hospital, he would have been running towards it. It's never anything you like to see. 50 comes up, by the way, for UCC, but Tiger's having a bit of a tough task here. As that it could be a finger injury.
Yeah, we're talking about different sports and football. Yeah, and we're talking about just kabaddi because you do the kabaddi pretty well,
I love
right?
the kabaddi. It's a great, and
it's a great sport.
Well, when you think about how many people follow it, it's actually one of the biggest sports in the world. But I love it, and yeah.
But you've never played it, right?
I've never played it. I've watched it. Watching it makes me not want to play it. I'm definitely afraid of kind of getting caught in running sports, and but it's such unique.
Yeah.
How would you describe kabaddi to someone that had never seen it and never even seen it on TV? It's like I always think it's like really the World Series of tag. You know the game tag?
Okay.
Where like you're it. Yeah. And then like, oh no, you're it.
We have Coco. It's also a very similar where you just tag the partner.
Yeah.
You just, sit in one line. There's 8 players and there are 2 poles and you just touch the pole, you just tag the partner and the other one. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty hard to explain. It's like 2 Indian domestic sports. It's a very traditional ones. It's called Coco. And you also have to say Coco. K-H-O, Coco.
I love a good random sports thread. Hopefully he's all right. There's been a bit of a delay while we sort this out. But yeah, throw your questions in. Oh yeah, how did I not mention Gaelic football from Ireland, which is, it doesn't actually have a shared history with Australian football, but they've turned out pretty similar, where you can pick up the ball and then you can, so it's football, but you can use your hands, but they use a round ball. But even the scoring is a little bit similar in that you can get a point or you can get more points for a goal. And a lot of Irish Gaelic footballers have actually made the transition to Australian football because Australian football is a bit more professionalised, a bit more money in it. And a lot of those Gaelic footballers, they grow up playing the sport, they're super quick and they're very skillful.
The chance of a run out if he would have put the ball quite cleanly. There's a chance of a run out. 4 overs done. It's 53 for 1.
Couldn't pick it up, could he? If he did, I think he would have had a shot to run him out. But 53 for 1 after 4, it's the kind of start that United won't want to waste, put it that way. And of course, with United, they've got a pretty good batting lineup, don't they?
Hi, Vinny, Mr. Maximo. What's your hair care?
Oh, well, I'm so glad you asked.
We were taking up all the questions. That's really
what's my hair care? Well, I just know I have to look after it because I don't have that much of it. But some people are conscious about losing their hair, and I know. And look, if that makes you feel more confident or something as a person, great. But it's never bothered me.
You never.
But you know what? I've started to get a few grey hairs. I think that's. It's funny. You find some people that are bothered by one or the other. Or both, I suppose. This is driven through the covers. So get 4 runs there and beautifully hit, I suppose, into the wind as well. But it was there. This outfield has just gotten quicker and quicker. We haven't had rain for over a week now. And you can just see it looks a little bit dry, a little bit browner. And this ground actually set a record for fours hit and 4 rate, as in the amount of fours per innings on average, back in 2023. And it was a bit like this. It was just like glass, like an airport runway. Not so easy for the fielders. Here's Samuel. Won't bowl this time. Yeah, so I don't mind about losing my hair, but grey hair, and I'm starting to come around to it. Used to be I'd get the odd grey and I'd like pull it out like, no, you're not welcome. But now I'm just thinking, I'm 45 years old. It's natural. This is unnatural. The swing that we're getting though in this innings is causing a hat load of wides. But yeah, if you do have a good hair care routine, let me know. I've got friends that have spent. You don't have to worry about it. You've got a beautiful head of hair. But I've got friends my age that I've played with. I'm not going to mention any names, but I might. They spend a lot of money trying to get.
But in Australia, it's a fashion as well, right? You can get a cult following because we've been growing up watching Andrew Simons, Doggy Bollinger.
Like, face is so much more important than hair. In my opinion. Discuss though in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
And Vinny, we were talking about the hair. Like, it's a very funny story that Suresh Raina just once mentioned. Like, he was playing for CSK. Doggy Bollinger came into bowl. He took a wicket.
Oh, yeah.
So Raina just went in and said, hey, that's very good. And he was like quite grumpy that you shouldn't touch my hair.
Well, this is why, right? As this will get knocked out to the leg side for a single. If people have gone...
Because he was having a wig.
We call it the rug. To wear a rug on your head.
Is it like a wig?
Yeah, like a wig. It's like a nickname for it. Because, the rug you walk on. It's like... But I don't care. Even if they got a good sense of humour, they don't like the rug being pulled. And Dougie was not happy.
Yes.
Dougie Bollinger, just like Bollinger not happy, Samuel having to grab a sizzling return. They don't like the rug being,
But he never knew that. He was surprised that, he thought that...
He knew. He knew. Good slow ball that time.
That's a slow one.
He might want to run. He does, up a Manu eventually. Oh, no. He knew show run. It's very rare that someone takes a wicket and you're like, you know what I think would be a great celebration? Pulling that person's hair. That's never happened. He knew. Doug wasn't. I think people knew that Doug was rugging up.
That's played towards the onside. If you look, the required run rate 63 of the last 5. They need 13s in the last 5. Really important. The Tigers. How they kind of restrict, because Phil was talking about the Tigers bowling lineup and he was really impressed. He was like, Tigers going to defend it and they have a very potent bowling lineup. But so far, 5 over 63 for 1. It is even Stevens, and you can definitely watch that screen where there's percentage 63 and 35.
Look at the numbers. See it. Run rate 20.6, required 12.6, target 126. All the OCD people who love that kind of equation.
But I see a lot of people from Brisbane or Queensland, I think they love the baldness because I see Charles here.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm talking about bald. Simons and talking about Darren Lehman.
Yeah, well, he's hit that, I reckon. Come off the glove.
There's Matty Hayden as well.
Yeah, but I think also sometimes when people lose their hair, they decide, I'm just going to shave it and get proactive and say, maybe it's my choice not to have any hair. It probably isn't a lot of the time.
That's put away. That's a flat 6 from the right-hander. Pramod was ready up for that. Mia was slightly trying to maybe deceive him with his pace, but it was dipping in, but he waited for the last moment and just pumped it.
Yeah, well hit. Again, hitting with the wind, swing into the wheelhouse, if you like, and disappears. Sajid is getting this over in over number 6. Big setup here because they are pretty much right on the rate. I also should say, because it is so windy, just for safety reasons, there is a chance that I think what is going to happen is that we won't have the camera up in the tower just because we've got to look after Ravi. He's here all week. We want to keep him in one piece. He's got a beautiful family. That's we want to look after him. So for that reason, you will probably notice we're going to focus on this main camera until that blows over, probably.
Yeah.
But we do apologise that we probably won't have the regular camera for the rest of this game. Because that wind is pretty violent at the moment.
Oh, that's a flat one once more time. Oh, it would have been a spectacular catch. Every fielder have their hands on their heads because he just... Why didn't he go with both the hands? He just tried to pop out the right hand, and that's gone for 6.
Yeah, well, missed opportunity was a sizzler, though, as we said. Bagoli gets away with it. He gets 6. Back-to-back Maximos, and UCC reassume the initiative. And... yeah, we'll Showbun, you've got an important role because you can see the field and you've got to make sure that everyone can see what's happening. And they did that time, Mia, with the comeback ball.
That's got away. Brilliantly played from the right-hander. There is no protection on the offside as all the fielders, in fact, behind square, there's a third in. The point is in. There's a cover point. There is the covers outside the 30-yard circle. There's a long on, long off. There's a mid-wicket. And the square leg is in as well. In fact, the fine leg. So he has no protection in that region. And now they're just putting the man back at the third.
Using this breeze, you've got to get that Yorker length, I think, because if you're bouncing it with this wind, it's an easy put away either side of the wicket. 6-6-4 in this critical over.
Let's put away. That's easy pickings for the right-hander. You just pitch it. The previous one was on the offside. This one is the leg side. He's bowling both sides of the wicket. Never a good idea for any captain to set up a field for that delivery.
Yeah, well, the thing is here, it is probably on middle stump, but Bagoli's seeing him so well. Takes a risk, steps in front of his stumps. I think it would have been LBW if he'd missed it, but he doesn't look like missing one at the moment. And again, down to the Czech vortex. That was always running away for 4. Plenty of comments coming in. Brad's asking, do they change sides in T10? Not in our T10, because we like to make sure you get the best view all the time. But the batters will change side at the end of each over.
Oh, this is rubbish, I would say, because down the leg side again, because Mia has completely lost it. Everything has been down the leg or the off. Plenty of offerings for the batter. Pramod is actually a very good batter, and he has just sent the ball to every part.
Yeah, and his bowlers are really struggling in these conditions, aren't they? This over's gone magical now, and there's still a ball to go. Oh, in fact, no, that's 24 off the over. Well, how about that? So 24 off that over, 5 consecutive boundaries. And we talked about it being a critical juncture in the game. Well, I think it's pretty clear who won that over. United in the box seat. Don't think they'll be able to get 4 points, but they'll certainly want the 3 here. And the Tigers just getting a bit of a reality check here in match 17. Hello to everyone else with all your comments. We do appreciate them. What do I think about T5? Asked Mukul. Number 1, it's F5 because the T stands for 10 in T10. But notwithstanding that, Fast 5 cricket, we've actually had quite a lot of 5-over games. So I am experienced.
You played in Croatia?
I would have done, yeah, true.
Oh, that's up. There is no protection, as I've been mentioning. All the fielders in the inside the circle. There's a very good foot fielding from the fielder.
Croatia was 6s cricket, 6 overs. That's a bit different. I think he's talking about 11 aside, but 5 overs. We've actually had quite a lot of it. For example, the ECL in 2022, the championship week, had 3 days lost to rain. So we had 20 5-over matches crammed into 2 days. Happened in 2025 as well. We had 21 5-over matches crammed into 2 days.
Whoa.
They take about an hour. I've had quite a lot of experience.
And that's put away. There is protection. It'll be a single.
I would say...
They're going for the second run. A little bit of misfield. And they've been able to give them one more run. Not too tidy.
United are so good at running between the wickets and at least keeping their options open for that second run. United, more than any other team, I think. And Saffron Strikers did something similar in the Challenger division. They seem to try and squeeze every single running run out of the innings and put the fielders under pressure.
Inside edge, and there is protection. There's a man.
Oh, we got Ravi back, but he's at ground level. Good stuff, Ravi. 2 feet on the ground. I think he feels pretty happy about that. But anyway, Fast 5 cricket, I like it. It's hectic. Like once you do, say, a couple of days of 5-over games, you go back to 10 and it seems slow again. It's Roshan, by the way, out there. Yes. Sorry, Roshan. Couldn't see you out the door. So good on you, Roshan. Happy that we're looking after you.
That slammed away. There's little gap, but that ball will travel. It was timed quite efficiently from the right-hander. This is like a one-way traffic now. Pramod dictating terms every single time. He moves to 43 from 16 at a striker of 269.
Going well, isn't he? What a partnership for United. Just the 1 wicket. But if anything, United have have wriggled faster since then. Back to Ruzaman with a comeback. Couple to go in the 7th.
United will be very happy with this kind of effort because the last game we saw they were dominating, and the second game against the Tigers, a highly pedigree side who have won 4 games and only lost 1. And now I'm creating another magic here. 29 from 19. It's UCC's game to lose.
So I think 5-over cricket's fine in the circumstances where it's required if games are lost, but otherwise I think 10 has a nice balance to it. Definitely an ECN anyway.
The gap, yes it is. 1 more added to the total. That's a boundary of note from the right-hander. This time Abhimanyu Singh, the wicketkeeper and the captain of the team, doing the job. They bring up 100 in some style. 101 for 1, only 25 needed from 3 overs.
Yeah, so 101 for 1, and they're under no real scoreboard pressure. To think that the required rate was up at 12.6 at the halfway point. In just 2 overs, they've got it down to 8.3. So, yeah, big couple of overs there. The 24 in the 6th, and then 14 in that over. I mean, more than enough to keep them ahead of the game.
But in F5, it'll be too much. I think, too much for the batters because it's an easy swing for them.
True. But then it's funny, isn't it? Because
maybe pitch.
There is like a max out, and you pretty much hit it in T10. As far as how aggressive you can be, once you hit like 100% aggressive, you can't really go 110. So you kind of hit a critical mass. So it's not like you necessarily will see higher scores in a 5-over game per over than a 10, because in a 10, almost by definition, teams are already going hell for leather. I had a question from Paolo Campini. How do you get rid of the ads? Well, if you are getting ads, if you're watching on YouTube, I know I like YouTube Premium because I watch YouTube a lot. It's more or less something like 15 euros a month or 15 US a month, give or take. I think it's worth it. 50 cents a day for me. If you are getting annoyed by the ads, then I think it's worth it.
That's a single. Maybe time to bring back Cricket Max, because when you said Max, I was like thinking
Cricket Max,
that would have been good.
I played Cricket Max.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
In Australia,
In
you had
Australia.
the same as well? Okay.
Yeah, it had a bit of a...
He was ahead of his time. Like this shot. Wow. Pounded. Moosed for 6. That's a gargantuan hit from the right-hander. Just waited for the ball and picked the spot. He deposited it.
Running away with it at the moment. Again, confident to get it up in the air and let the wind do the rest. And that went miles over the boundary. So...
But the Cricket Max
is basically 8 aside. There was a max zone at each end. You still changed ends. And anything you hit basically straight down the ground was worth double. Not just for boundaries, but even like basically from the circle. And the thing is, Cricket Max was very experimental. So when you'd say Cricket Max, you're actually not talking about one format. It was an experimental format that every season, or sometimes within a season, they would try different things, including, I'll give you one, 4 stumps.
Oh, yes.
They had 4 stumps at one point. I never played that.
I've seen it in the nets when they try to correct their off stump. Off stump, then they need to know. But 4th stump, wow.
It's not a good feeling if you hear any stump being hit, even if it is for training. 50 for Bogali, by the way. He brought it up off the previous delivery, and he's really come good when his team have needed him with this half century, and now they need under-run a ball. It's a matter of time. Cricket Max, the version I played was 8 aside, 8 overs. I might have been 16 overs, actually, which in then was like, oh, geez, that's short.
112. And also Cricket Match got very popular when Sachin played that innings. I think he scored 70 of 20. So that's where it just blew up in the subcontinent.
Yeah, because
and we were like,
they had internationals. But here's what it was good for is that it shaped what would become T20. So some of those innovations still, like the free hit, for example, they still exist. But it's funny that in the end, cricket was searching for this new format. They had 50-over cricket had gone a little bit stale. But in the beginning, 60 and then 50 over cricket was like, oh my word, this is as exciting as it gets, We can play a game in only 10 hours.
Yeah. Easy. Safe shot. Probably the skipper.
So, but the funny thing is, in the end, Cricket Max tried all these things, but then it was in New Zealand the first T20I was actually played. Yeah. Because it's the 2020, just realised, you know what? It's actually the duration of the game, which is the most important thing. You actually don't, if you shorten the game, you don't need so many gimmicks. You don't need, Sometimes people
Slammed away for a single.
people talk about, Kevin Peterson says, if you hit 100 meter six, you should get 12. But the thing is, you already are encouraging people with the format to hit big sixes. So whether it's 100 meters or not, you change rules to change behaviour and change incentives. So, for example, European Cricket Series, ECN T10 cricket, we make the field smaller. Why? Because it encourages batters to go for shots that they might not otherwise. In T20, now it's gone back to big boundaries and stuff like that. You know, hit the ball softly and get a 2. Like, geez, that's boring to watch. It's a safe option that you get rewarded for.
And that's what you're talking about in the impact player rule. That's why they brought in to get the scores more up.
Yeah,
and where he just 8 batters and they just genuinely go for the big hits right from the word go.
Yeah.
So the spinners are
so you're
non-existent.
trying to incentivize exciting cricket. That's its own reward. You don't have to say, right, if you hit a really big six, you're going to get 8. Guess what? You're probably going to still... Like, nobody ever goes out saying, I want to hit a small 6. You know, like if you're going for it, it's normally like you are trying to hit it as hard as you can, generally speaking.
But Sunny Gavaskar always used to say, I used to hit a very small, like he always wanted the ball to kiss the boundary.
Well,
all the time.
didn't kiss the boundary too often when he scored 35 not out in 55 overs in the 79 World Cup. Because they needed 5.5 and over, and they thought, this is impossible, so I'm just going to basically bat time. Isn't that shows you how much cricket has changed in less than 50 years? That was considered impossible. But anyway... That's another.
But getting 12
story.
for a big hit, I think it will be unfair because there will be only the big guys who will be getting the 12 and maybe the people who don't have power.
If you, that's true. Well, they can take up another sport. All right, here we go. It's the Ferris wheel over number 9.
Oh,
this
okay.
game might not be too much longer for this world because there's only 3 to win now. After that, Maximal from Macaulay, who's batted really well, and he's probably robbed Abhimanyu of the chance of a half century. Probably could still do it, maybe with a couple of singles and a 6, but probably Abhimanyu is going to be stranded in the 40s. Well, if you're going to make a rule one way, I always feel like you have to try and square it up. So what about if you get caught one-handed, both batters are out? You know what I mean? If you want to give double for one, you have to find a way that, like...
Yeah, I know it, yeah.
You know, if you get bowled middle stump, the next guy's out as well. Be a bit rough on him or her.
Yeah. Let's cut away. There's a single. The scores are... in fact, they need a couple of runs for it, but it has been a great chase for UCC. Just if you want to watch how to pace an innings, just watch the highlights of this UCC's batting innings, 124 for 1.
Daryl Mack says, I like the old rule of no boundary, so people would need to chase it no matter how far it goes. That's going way back. So going back like a couple of 100 years, might not have time to talk about this because 2 to win.
And that's gently played. Oh, there's a missed field. That sums up this match for the Prague Tigers. And in fact, UCC have done a tremendous job by getting this, I would say, a big total. Well under 9. They have 9 wickets in their hand. And then before 9 overs chasing it just shows how much power they have with the bat.
65 in 3.5 overs from the halfway point. It was literally right on the run rate at halfway. And they've just exploded with that partnership. And Abhimanyu will finish things off, but he won't quite get the 50. He won't mind because he has engineered his side to a pretty important victory. They take a game off the Tigers. Tigers will walk away with a point, but UCC will take 3 points away. And so we'll have a bit of time off. Showman, I know that you probably step aside in the last game. I might have my own special guest commentator, and you're going to check out the operation. But I want to say a big thank you on behalf of all of us here at ECN. It's so nice to have you back around. Hopefully there's more opportunities for you in the future to keep calling cricket on ECN. And obviously we'll hopefully be hearing from you very soon.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure sitting beside you and Phil and trying out different kind of stuff. Bowling left arm spin. And it was pleasure. And our commentary is like, it's always natural. And whenever I'm inside the commentary, there's an inside joy. And there's this joy of happiness. Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity as well.
My pleasure. Daryl, Matt, keep those questions, comments coming. I'll address them in the next game. Jacob's off to bed. Good night to you. Johnny Heastam's there. Chris Addison's there. Crush Master, Paolo Campini, and everybody else. South Sunampur asking, is there another match today? Yes, be back in 20 minutes because we're seeing the exciting Vinarati side. Just without a win earlier, they'll be coming back against Prague Tigers in match number 18. That will be the last game of the day. But until then, it's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maxwell, on behalf of Phil G. And of course, Shoban Gunaik. We'll take a break and see you live from Prague. You're watching European Cricket Series.
18. It's going to be Vinarati taking on the Prague Tigers. And it's Vinarati to call. It is heads. What would you like to do? Vinos win the toss. Having you back first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And it's the last game of the day. Hard to believe because it's only about 1:30 local time, but it is our final 3-game day of this European Cricket Series. We're in the Premier Division, of course, and now we'll see Vinarati CC taking on Prague Tigers. This is match number 18. And, well, Vinarati taking the opportunity to bat first. And interesting, they once again have made a few changes, a few forced changes. Hey, wasn't it great to see Andy Hardy, club veteran, bowling the last over earlier, 71 years of age, bowled pretty well, I should say, as well. Also, the story for Vinarati, I think, has been the youngster, Jan Heivel, or Honza Heivel, who still in his teens, really, really interesting talent, native talent, and picked up his first wicket in the European Cricket Series earlier in the day. And also interesting that Vinarati have had to go into the stocks and deep into the stocks, and they've brought in a couple of extra players. Shami Ahmed has come in today. Jantor Deep has come in as well. Raihan Sorowardi. Actually, these are players that quite often you would see playing for Dominators, who are actually a club that kind of came out of the Tigers. So just with the timing, it's interesting to see those players facing off. I was really impressed with Marko Rodic yesterday. I thought he batted really well, ran himself out this morning, and he would have been disappointed with the direct hit, meaning that he had a short stay at the crease earlier against United, and Vinarati dropped that game earlier. Prague Tigers dropped their other game today, so two teams that haven't had a win here on day number 5, hoping to get that W, and probably more important for Vinarati, because Prague Tigers, they were top of the table at the halfway point, start of the day. Vinarati, who was sitting outside of the 4, and of course dropping that game to United didn't help either. Well, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, in case you didn't gather. Phil G doing a great job at the toss. I've told him to bench the voice again. He's got tomorrow off, and he'll be back on Peacock Friday, take you through the commentary. So I'm here. Big thanks to Showbart as well. He's also floating around and upskilling himself here at the setup at the ground. But I do have a co-commentator, and it's none other than ECN personality, tournament referee, Kartsma umpire, and all-round nice guy, Charles the Sheriff Croucher. So we're going to bring Charles in a moment. First, here's Aja Alam to get us going. Pretty good first ball as Yorker outside the off stump. Swing and a miss. The Sheriff, welcome back to ECN. It's been a while.
Been a while, Vinny. Very happy to be back, and great to be out here at Vinosh.
Yeah, great to have you with us as well. And I know that you actually are based here in Prague, but you actually haven't spent much time in Prague over the last couple of weeks, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. Been travelling around Europe and the Czech Republic with my mum, who's visiting from Australia. So that's been really exciting, and yeah, just enjoying a bit of downtime with mum.
Yeah, it must be nice to have her over. I did meet her actually a couple of years ago when she was over, and I can see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Both lovely human beings. There's Alarm coming in and getting that one more on target. You might notice actually that we don't have the camera up in the tower following the ball. That is for safety reasons. Roshan has come back to ground. You've umpired a lot of cricket, even played a lot of cricket here, haven't you, Charles? It can get very, very windy.
Yeah, that's right, Vinny. We are, open to the elements here. But this ball come in.
Yeah. Alarm, leader for the Tigers. Hits him in front. Umpire had a good look, and he's given him. Well, Rodic, once again, is going to have to go without being able to do too much on the scoreboard. This one, interesting, because the wind is pushing it towards the leg side, but that one seemed to just hold its line a little bit. So unfortunately for Marco, he's going to have to go without scoring. It's the first wicket that falls without a run on the board. And what a start for the Tigers.
It looked out, didn't it, Vinny? Well pitched up. A good ball to get early. And that's what you want to do at finish early on, I think, is pitch that ball up, let the wind do its work.
Tell me something, because you've umpired over 1,000 games, I'm sure, on ECN. Put yourself in the umpire's shoes. What's he looking for on that decision?
That one there, I like DJ there. He definitely took his time. He's just waiting for it he's just looking for it to be, I guess, hitting in line, pitching in line, and hitting the stumps. But what I liked about him there is that he took his time, DJ, had a good look at it, and sold a confident decision there.
Is it almost like a mini checklist in your mind with LBWs, or do you kind of get an overall feeling and then go to the elements of the decision?
It is. That's how they coach you. A little bit of a checklist, you know, hitting in line, pitching in line, all those kinds of things. 1, 2, 3.
All right, new batter. Out there's Boland. Impressed me as well. Nice defence to get him going. Just trying to get himself set. He's also bowled very well, Harry, in this series with his left arm spin. And, yeah, I mean, tell us a little bit about what you've been up to over the last, since the pause? It's been about 9 months now. Hard to believe, isn't it? 9 months. And I know all of us have kind of gone in different directions while ECN 2.0 has taken shape. So you're looking forward to hearing about it. So, yeah, tell us about the Sheriff and his goings about since August last year.
Yeah, a bit of travel and work. You know, got, I guess, travel work 10 days a month. So I'm doing that with an Australian-based company. So managing that and probably just a little bit more spare time with less cricket in the last few months. But been enjoying watching and lurking from afar.
Yeah, I know you're a Class A lurker in many circumstances. Got to get something going here. Still no runs on the board. On a wicket maiden here. And he'll get one as Boland turns around his batting partner. And what a start for the Tigers. Worst possible, really, for Vinarati. And it's none for one after one. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We've got Charles, the Sheriff Croucher, ECN personality. And, well, it's 5 years, actually, I think, since we first met at this very tournament. And that kicked off your ECN journey. And you would ultimately umpire and tournament referee, of course, originally under the guidance of the great Sir Rob Kemming. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about your journey through umpiring with ECN. And even, of course, you had previous umpiring experience, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I just want to give a nod to a wicket maiden, Vinny.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a Test match fan, but geez, that's fantastic. Maybe not for the Vinos there, but I do appreciate a wicket maiden in the first over of a match.
Shamim hit a couple of clean ones earlier in the day. Probably didn't go on with a good start. He is one of those dominators players that Vinos have brought in for today. He's going to face up for the first time now, and it's going to be Saidul Hazari, the Ferris wheel. I've been calling him because he just keeps going round and round and round. But I know you're a fan of all forms of the game. But is it true that your umpiring career started way back in Queensland in Australia?
That's true, yeah. I started umpiring about 2007, 2008 in Queensland in the grade competition there, and got up to some first grade 50 over matches and T20 matches. I was keen to get into the longer format, but would have probably taken a few more years. But no, yeah, born and bred in Queensland, that's where I started my umpiring.
Life had other plans, and I bet you, when you first moved to Europe, continental Europe, you probably didn't think cricket umpiring was something you'd be doing a lot of, but it certainly turned out to be quite the opposite. And we got some runs. That's a horror bounce for the keeper. There's your classic Minimo. Some bowlers have really struggled with the wind. Actually, Alam, who bowled the wicket maiden, was one of them that couldn't get it on the pitch really earlier on. Went for a magical over. He obviously sorted things out. Hazari's now got problems, as that was an impossible take for Aman Hussain down the leg side, 5 runs. So, yeah, coming to Europe and the ECN experience must have been a bit of a whirlwind in a way, but a whirlwind that took place over about 5 seasons.
Yeah, that's right. I remember researching all the clubs here and seeing that the Prague Cricket Club had nets down at Olshanka. Ball come in.
Round and round he goes. That one is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo! Really stable base there, Boland. He just waited for the ball to come. He took on the fielder and won right off the middle. 6 valuable runs, essentially. That ball goes for 11.
That was a good-looking shot there, Vinny. Yep. Straight over, long off.
Tell me, though, I mean, you must have some fond memories, obviously. It's all happening so quickly. We're all so busy, weren't we? But the Cartman tournaments, umpiring in ECL finals and these games with millions and millions of viewers. Tell me about, is there this added layer of pressure with the scrutiny and the cameras compared to, when you umpired non-televised matches, or was it something that you tried to put out of your mind?
I think in the build-up, you're pretty conscious of it. you know, going into these bigger tournaments, knowing the eyeballs and the amount of fans watching. But I think when you're out there in the heat of the moment, it just revert to your muscle memory.
Oh, that's absolutely boned over Count Corner as he says, thanks for coming. It's Shamim going, Maximo, seis carreras más. Yeah, I suppose the other thing is, even if, I mean, nobody's perfect. Occasionally you'll make errors, you're human. Hopefully not too many, but I think often the umpires think that they're noticed more than they are, given the volume of cricket.
100%. And that was probably one of our mantras, I think. You know, steer clear of trouble, don't go looking for things, that kind of stuff. I think in the early days in Khartoum, it was interesting when you used to have to take the team bus back.
Oh, yeah.
You know, share buses, and you would hear the comments behind, you know, from the players discussing your decisions. Maybe they wouldn't know that you're 2 seats in front. And, you know, instant access. It was probably one of the best decisions from the umpiring point of view that when they asked us that we could travel separately, I think we were all pretty happy about that.
Yeah. Any little things they could do to make us feel a bit more comfortable, given that they were quite long days. Often it's kind of 13 hours door to door, day after day after day there in Khartoum. But, you know, exciting times, and there's exciting times ahead as well. It's kind of lost the handle on this over, has Hazari. Now he will go magical. This is knocked into the leg side for a single 20 off the over. Any questions for Charles? Please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Nice to see Lily Panda is tuning in from New Zealand. Lily, how are you? Hopefully you're well. Had some questions about the camera. Why isn't it up in the tower? Except we do have the fixed camera up there. That's because no humans are risked in the tower with that camera. But it is very, very windy today. And with the wind, it's picked up above the acceptable level. And for that reason, we're shooting the ball from ground level. Apologies for the inconvenience. As well, it's an unusual bit of fielding. It's a bit of the old hopscotch special, isn't it? As he offers the shin. The shin does the job, but not the job that it was designed to do. Just a single, though.
I've seen some pretty funny ways his teammates might handle this before, because, you know, teammates, as you've seen, coming over, rubbing it for him.
Is there a designated rubber?
Yeah.
And how do you kind of put your name down for that job? End of the second over, 21 for 1 after 2. Hey, we would applaud it. I mean, especially Aussies build tough stuff. Put your body on the line. Just that's not the way that you'd normally be taught to do it. But he did save the boundary, so much better over there for Vinos. 0 off the first, 21 off the second, and suddenly they're back in the mix. I think they're going to go to Sazib here, but I'm a little bit surprised they don't go to the wicket maiden bowler, Ajar Alam. So Bouillon's a pretty capable bowler to bowl the third.
Yeah, there used to be a bit of a saying in the team, if it's not broken, you can't go off, you know, back in Australia. No, these Tigers are bred pretty tough.
Hello to Liam O'Donnell watching from Glasgow, Scotland. And it won't be in Glasgow, it'll be in Edinburgh. There'll be some ECN action this weekend. Nice little flick away. It'll get away from the fielder. So Boland just playing his role here pretty well. Doesn't want to be over-aggressive. They probably find themselves with a bit of a tail today, you know, so they're a little bit conscious about early wickets, but there's still ways to score quickly without taking too much risk, and that was a nice little flick away. Yeah, so this Sunday we're actually covering Netherlands-Bangladesh from Edinburgh, and Mel Farrell's actually stepping in to do the job there, and our first ever ECN cricket from Scotland. Mm-hmm. So you and I both have some Scottish blood in us, don't we? Here's William coming back. Similar kind of shot, but he hits this one even better. It'll be 1 bounce 4, back-to-back 4s for Boland. But yeah, do you feel that Scottish blood coursing through your veins the way I do?
Absolutely, yeah. Sheila's here, my mum, Sheila McMillan, the McMillan clan. So, yep, big family, mum and 2 uncles, all born in Scotland. So definitely identifies half Scottish, very proud, half Scottish person. So, yeah, absolutely love it, and very happy that ECN will be in Scotland. Have
you ever worn a kilt?
Absolutely,
I've
yes.
never worn a kilt, and it's definitely on my bucket list.
I wore a kilt recently back in Australia for a family wedding. Nice. One of the McMillan
not
cousins.
Not the novelty, it was...
It was. I've worn a kilt about 4 or 5 times. It was the first time I wore it traditional. If you know what I mean.
That was literally my next question, is when you wore the kilt, without wanting to delve into your undergarments, but...
Yeah. First one was in high school formal, where I didn't really have the courage, so to speak.
Risky.
Probably had some mates that would have taken advantage of my
Yeah. I'm hearing you.
outfit there. But absolutely love wearing a kilt. Super fun going to get dressed up and fitted out and all the bits and bobs that go along with it.
Ah, okay, there you go. Well, if you want to know anything else about Charles, drop it in the chat. Yeah, okay, from Lily Panda. Hello, Lily, once again. Always love to see the panda in the chat. And okay, she'll ask. Question incoming as Buyan is incoming. This is miles in the air. Well, this is a steeper in the wind. Good luck. Oh, he's taken it. And he's taken it clean as a whistle. Well, that's probably... well, not probably. It is definitely a way harder catch than it looked on your screen because it's Kausa Ahmed out there at what became deep mid-wicket as he backs back. And he just judged it perfectly. Made it look easy, Charles, and a very handy wicket. It's the second to fall as Ahmed goes for 8, 30 for 2.
Yep, I'm with you there, Vinny. He definitely didn't really look like catching it at the beginning, but in the end made it very easy and a good technique there. Judged it perfectly.
Yeah. He's an impressive bit of, I suppose, what became outfielding there. As Joe Cope comes to the crease, big Joe Cope. I like him at 4. I think he actually can bat in the first half of an innings. Typically at international level, you see him batting down the end, but he's actually played some pretty important innings for Vinos in this ECS. Not everything's gone their way, but also he's a left-hander, just breaks up the right-handers, which makes life a bit tougher for the bowlers and, of course, the opposition captain. Last ball of the over here for Buyan, the successful bowler. 80% favourites now, the Tigers. Cope pushes and gets a single that gets him going at the end of the 3-over power play. It's 31 for 2. That question from Lily was actually, okay, Charles, why the nickname Sheriff? Where did it come from? You tell me.
That came actually from a series I was tournament referee in Portugal. And I think I was out there umpiring a couple of games, probably one of my first times umpiring as well as tournament referee. And I believe Kaya Mehta from PCC might have dropped a comment in the chat there, and it's just stuck ever since.
It's funny how that happens.
And I've pulled up some old photos of that series, and I kind of just look like a sheriff.
Was that the lime green shirts?
Yeah.
Portugal series 2021 September.
Yeah. Your memory recall is
Yeah.
nothing short of
It's
sensational.
actually a series where a few of our ECN regulars would cut their teeth, including yourself, including Tyrone Peters as well, who umpired a bit in Portugal.
It was actually his first ever series,
Oh, it was?
Tyrone's.
Yeah.
He came along, and so my first series was up in Germany, maybe the previous year or previous months, but got out there and umpired, and Kaya's dropped a message in there, and it stuck.
The Sheriff, Cope swings and misses. This one plays down the wrong line as this is Akhtaruzaman.
I was talking to Sheila about it, my mum, just yesterday, and I said, they call me the Sheriff. And she's like, why? Is it because you're bossy? But with my mum and my wife at home at the moment, I'm probably a little bit bossy.
Is that right? You get away with it?
Yeah, get away. Well, it's it's back and forth.
Sometimes.
forth.
Thanks for the question, Lily. Appreciate it. I've got a bit of a question. Again, I am interested in this new ECN 2.0 setup. I've had a bit more time out of the box to explore all the different roles, see what kind of happens. I've spent so much time on the microphone that I haven't always kept up to date with kind of how things run around the ground. As SM Akhtaruzaman getting this straight. It's a nice looking shot, but it's not going to go too far. It's dropped. Well, you could say he dropped it straight through the hands of the general manager, GM Hassanat, who lurched to his right. A bit of a lucky one for Boland. Tried to time it out of the ground. Didn't quite get the contact he wanted, but he will get 4 runs.
I like Boland. He's looking. Like that could have been caught on another day, but he's still looking at the crease, and he's a good-looking player.
Actually, for the general manager there coming in from long off, it was always blowing away from him. He was running to his right, and it's probably the distance he missed it by in the end. It's a really good shot. This is probably slicing into the gap, and that'll be 4 more. So Boland, well, what could you say? Harry B at the V.
Yeah.
To modify a recent cricketing term. Scotty B at the G, of course, but I love that shot off the back foot.
Yep. He's looking He's looking very good. How's he been going this tournament?
He probably hasn't batted for as long as he would have liked, but he's played some important innings. His left arm spin's been critical to Vinarati as well. You look at Vinarati's bowling attack, typically they don't have too many weak overs. You know, they're giving you 10 quality overs. He's been a part of that with his left arm, I call it left arm cheat code spin. And turning away from the right-hander with the control over finger spinner. Wide down the leg side. This time from Akhtaruzaman. But I've got a question for you. So, you know, with the commentary, people think of it as an individual thing. Oh, I like this commentator, I like this commentator. But we consider it a team game. You know, it's the, when I say it's not the competition. It's not a competition. It's the combination. It's something that I heard recently. I think Ian Smith said that, which is
brilliant.
A nice,
I like it.
nice way of thinking about it. But one thing that seems to me really important, should get 2 here as he goes to ground. Well run there by Vinarati. Is it the same with umpiring? You don't want to feel alone out there. You want to feel part of a team?
100%. Yeah, we've just recently completed an ICC Level 1 course, and that was a majority of the chat, you know, in between some of the classes and going through it. It's all about teamwork and preparation, really trusting your partner. Trust is one of the pillars that they talk about, but absolutely teamwork. And the more you umpire with someone, the more you build that trust.
Yeah,
and
that was
teamwork.
really clear to me that over years, you know, working with some umpires, you really get that shared understanding. Good running once again by Vino's to run 2 on this light fumble. That'll be the end of the 4th over. 45 for 2 after 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Charles the Sheriff Croucher with us. He is Prague based. Unfortunately, and I will probably address this, we would have loved to have seen you out here for this European Cricket Series, either as a player, because you have played before for Prague CC in ECN cricket, or obviously as an umpire or that kind of role. But unfortunately, it's just you've got a lot going on at the moment, so this is the only day you can join us. But would you have liked to have gotten out there in the middle?
100%. Yeah, it's the first series in 5 years that I haven't been involved in an ECN ECS series in Prague. So since I had Mum's trip booked for so long, it was hard to sort of change that. But at the same time, I'm really happy to see the umpires get chances. I'm part of the Czech umpiring committee now. I'm doing some training and development with the guys, so really happy to see them kind of evolving and getting matches under the belt, because some of the new guys, that's what you need. You need these matches under the belt.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, developing more options is important. Cope had a question about why is he batting so high? Well, there's one reason. He's just been pretty effective with the bat. I think at the club level, he can afford. I think this is his spot. I could even see him potentially going, even opening the batting, depending on what options they've got on a given day. But I quite like him at 4. I just think that he has the ability to score both sides of the wicket. And in the first half of the innings, he just kind of trusts his technique and kind of, you know, takes what's given to him essentially, rather than trying to heave everything out of the ground as we used to him doing at the end of the innings. But I think Joe's played pretty well so far. And he's one of the, I suppose, real senior players in this Vinarati side. And of course, you've worked with him a lot because you also have experience, Charles, coaching the national team, don't you?
Yes, coached the Czech national team for nearly 3 years, and Joe was sort of on the scene towards the end of that. But I really like Joe Cope. He's like in T10, like back to his batting position. I think you got to think upside down.
Yeah.
You know, you got to go off gut instinct. You got to pick players maybe out of position in batting orders. You got to sometimes, as a captain or a coach, look into their eyes and see how they're feeling. Some players, might be fresh in the morning, fade in the afternoon. But I really like Joe up the order. He's versatile. He stays still. Big wingspan, and he's got a great temperament.
He's going to lean back on this one and it gets through the field, so they'll get 2. The fact that it goes near the vortex, I'm surprised it doesn't go all the way. Maybe just took a little bit of pace off it in the infield, so they'll have to settle for 2. And a question here about will we ever do a European Cricket Series in Scotland? We'll never say never. Like I said, we are in Edinburgh this weekend. I'm not there, but ECN crew will be there Sunday, actually, because we've got finals day here. That's why I can't go. And also next Thursday, we'll be covering the 2 matches between Netherlands and Bangladesh. So 31st of May and 4th of June. And will we ever do a European Cricket Series there? Oh, look, we'd love to. We've got a lot of friends in Scotland. We've got a lot of friends all over Europe. It's a new setup that we've been developing this year. And already there's been so much improvement to what we've been doing. As this is a Yorker. Joe, on account of being large, kind of gets in the way of the bowler, but they will get the single. What about some of the places that you've been, with this role with European Cricket Network as an official? I mean, I know you love to travel. What are some of your favourite memories and places that you've visited?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a good question. I really loved Portugal and going there. I'm there every year for work, but it's such a great country, and the hospitality from Butchie and the guys there. Portugal's definitely an incredible destination, but geez, it's very hard to pick. How about you, Vinny? You must have a couple.
I've got plenty. Joe Cope, by the way, has just smashed a 6 over mid-wicket, so Maximo there, and 6 and 4 hungry for more. Joe does look like the kind of guy who is hungry most of the time for one thing or another. Right now, he's doing a good job in that number 4 position, trying to get Vinarati to a serviceable score. End of the 5th over, 63 for 2, and a decent partnership between Boland and Cope at 3 and 4. Well, I mean, for me, obviously, I always kind of go, obviously Prague, it's a beautiful accident in a way that I've ended up based here when I'm not working. And that meant over the last few months, I've spent a lot of time here in Prague. Absolutely amazing city. We're lucky enough to catch up with each other socially. By coincidence, we just have a big ECN crew that are based in Prague, yourself, myself, Joe Foster, got Phil G, obviously, got Danny Hudacek here as well, Showban now. So we're actually very lucky that we're able to see each other, and even the guys like Showbit that have become more involved as well. A bit Bhatia, as this is hit behind point, a bit of a chase. It's going to be an unsuccessful chase for SM Akhtaruzzaman as Boland continues his good work, striking over 200 in the innings. There's the Ferris wheel coming round and round she goes, but once again, this outfield lightning fast, and that'll be 4. Yeah, so for me, Spain's always one. Portugal, you mentioned, it's always great, but I don't think I've been anywhere that I'd say I didn't enjoy. Honestly, and I've been to 20, 25 countries for cricket. Nice surprises, places I probably wouldn't have gone otherwise, maybe because a bit pricey. Places like Northern Europe, for example, Sweden. I've spent a lot of good time here. Well, hesitation, but Joe decided to go through with the run. Was his call? Boland was just second-guessing him for a second, but they do get through for a single. But yeah, I mean, we spent so much time in Spain, so it feels very natural to be there. We had the marquee tournaments there, and the plans are going forward that probably will be in Spain more than anywhere.
Spain ticks all the boxes.
Any
doesn't
surprises though? Any places you went? It's like one, or any place you went? I never would have come here if cricket hadn't brought me here.
I would say Hungary.
Yeah.
Hungary, and I'll probably divide it up. Like there's the tournaments where the cricket and the ground is pretty good, but maybe the destination's not so good.
Yeah, true.
And then the opposite.
Vice versa.
You'll love the country, but so the destinations have different things that you really attract you to it. But
around the wicket, Hazari, thick inside edge. Cope's running hard, hoping for a fumble.
One thing probably remains, and that's all the hospitality and the people.
Yeah, agree.
You can have a hot day and it can be a challenge, but always around European cricket, the people that you meet, the staff that you're with, the crew, that makes it all good at the end of every day.
Yeah, that's true. It is the people, and we could literally go to any of these countries we've been to and feel right at home with these people. That's hit very well into the gap. Well, Boland's been brilliant here. I think he's finally worked out his game. He's not going crazy trying to overhit. He's realised there's value all around the field. And this, I would say, Vinoj doesn't get a lot faster than this. There hasn't been too much rain over the last few weeks. It is sizzling out there, isn't it?
It's in 7th gear, Vinny. It's dry, and they've got the wind there as well. So, yeah, full value for shots.
More boundaries in the last 6 balls. And now he's going to elevate, and he's gone. Maximo! Boland into the 40s. This has been a very, very important innings. Remember, this innings started with a wicket maiden, but Vinarati, they've had to dig deep. Look at a little bit of fancy footwork there as well.
I love how he stays still. His head's really still this innings. And like I say, in T10, you would know this and it'd be spoken about so many times. You got to think in reverse. And that means playing simply in terms of keeping your head still and shape, thinking through the ball.
And even though he did a bit of fancy footwork, by the time the ball was released, he was dead still. You're right there.
Correct, yeah.
And so now they probably want 2, and they'll probably get it very slow off the boundary there. And the Tigers, maybe they've been overfed because they weren't too hungry for that. That's the end of the over. So it's 81 for 2 after 6. So Vinarati, 81 for 2. And it's hard to believe. At one point, they were 20%. Now they're 51%. They're actually ahead in the game. What do you think about this Tigers lineup? And they've recruited Sazi Bulyan's a huge player for them. But it seems that they have sometimes struggled when he hasn't made runs. Do you think it's as simple as Sazi winning them games, or do you think there's more to it than that?
Yeah, look, it's about momentum in T10, isn't it, Vinny? They look a little bit tired. You know, they've probably won a lot of emotionally tiring games, so to speak. But they look a little bit flat out there. And look, guess what? Vino's maybe started, strongly, but then lost. It looks like they've got the momentum. And these two guys at the crease, they're bringing it forward. Joe Cope, really high IQ, pushing twos as well. Really situational cricketer. Knows what he's doing.
Cope faces up. Akhtar Zaman. It's a second over. Joe gets a bit lucky here. Dragged off the inside edge. They'll get one. And now they're looking for 2. Yeah, that's one thing I like about Vinarati do it well. I think United do it very well. They're always looking for that extra run, putting pressure on the fielders. And I have to settle for one that time. We're back to Boland, who's closing in on 50. He's on 47.
Teams won't want to play the Tigers in the finals, that's for sure, because on their day, when they're perked up, they can beat anyone. But I think without their biggest stars from last year, it's even the playing field a lot, I think.
It's interesting, the movements we get every year in this country. That's beautifully hit by Boland. He just times that, escorts it out of the ground. And what a brilliant half century from the Vino number 3. Brings it up off 21 balls. That looked effortless, Charles, but it went a long, long way.
Get Cranthony, the national team manager, on the phone, Vinny. This guy, when's this guy available? I like him.
Yeah, I agree. His left arm spin, you can rely on it. He seems just a lot more consistent bowler than last year. This has been the best I've seen him bat for such an extended period. 53 off 21, and there was a bit of class about that stroke, wasn't there? So, yeah, Cranthony, hope you got the TV on. Here's the comeback ball. And even I think he knows that they're in control of the game right now. They want 2 here, they're going to get it. And once again, the Tigers, a little bit sloppy from them, not attacking the ball and allowing 2 runs where there really should have just been 1.
Yeah, again, pushing those runs hard. And that's what it's about. And they seem calm out there, aren't they? Playing to the situation. What do you think they're going to get? What's a good total here?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're on kind of 140 pace. It didn't seem like it a while ago. But Tigers, they've shot themselves in the foot a little bit ever since that first over. I mean, you say, 91 now probably, of 6.5. But really, that's 91 of 5.5 when you take out the first over. That was a wicket maiden. So, yeah, Tigers just looking a bit lethargic. Maybe they feel, we'll chase it down. But they definitely leaked a few. But yeah, just making good choices. This one actually is going to scream off the inside edge. I don't know how much he turned the bat on purpose there, Boland, but he'll still get 4 runs. Shows you how well he's batting at the moment.
Well, the viewers watching on telly won't be able to see this as well as we can, but the Tigers, there's a lot of hands on hips. The energy's down. We see it at the ground a lot. You can sense energies in teams. And they're super flat at the moment, and they're just watching this game, this total grow and hard to come back from right now.
Goes after this once again through cover. It's going to take the cover fielder. He might have worn that on the leg. Charles, you had a good view of that.
Yeah, that was a nasty bounce, and it's crunched him, and I think that's Sarjip as well. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, Sazi actually went down very heavily on his right side yesterday, and I wonder if that's a recurrence of this injury. They don't run. It's pretty sporting, actually. The fielder went down with what looked like a slight injury, but we'll have to see. Sazi Bulyan, he's a real key. He's probably the form player of the tournament, the form player of the last probably 2 or 3 years in Czech cricket as well, Sazib. And it was a big get for the Tigers, wasn't he, who have grown every year. I remember we first saw them in 2022. It's quite amazing. They really only had kind of 1.5 batters, maybe 2 batters right then, but they've steadily built and built and built. And believe it or not, that second game, on the first morning they ever played ECS, they defended 60 against the Barbarians, which stood for a long time as the lowest score successfully defended. So eventually that was bettered by Ljubljana in Croatia. But yeah, this is obviously a big moment because Tigers will want to do anything possible to keep Sazib out there.
Yeah, a lot of player movements in the off season, wasn't there, Vinny, for Czech cricket? So it's interesting to see how they'll all shape up for this tournament and the league. And yeah, a couple of names floating around. Anyone stuck out, Vinny? You know, they've swapped teams this year from the Challenger division.
I mean, I know that the tank's been on the move.
Mm-hmm.
We've got, I know that's Norkande has gone from Brno to Bohemians. There's a few, but I think it's a sign of a healthy competition. You know, all teams are always striving to improve their squad. I think one thing that strikes me now compared to a few years ago when PCC had grown at a rate which other teams had not been able to keep pace with, is that they were so dominant that you felt it was kind of a done deal in the European Cricket Series. And now, Prague CC is still definitely a threat, but you know, going into this week, every team can beat every team in this competition. It's by its very nature, a very unpredictable format. And so I think that's a good thing for Czech cricket. And of course, at the same time, some of these clubs are having multiple teams. Now there's 3 divisions in the league. And that's very good as well to see. So it's definitely been a situation I've watched really close up with interest. You know, get better and better as we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 95-2. The only problem, I suppose, is this is the only cricket facility to play matches in Czechia, to play competitive hardball matches. And with so many teams, it's a bit tough now for teams to get as much cricket as they would like during the year.
That's right, yeah. But, you know, they're building the third, I'm sure you've spoken about it, the third field out the back for the kids and the ladies, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so that's really great news.
Yeah, and Chris Pearce is actually working on that today from Karcher. As we've got Azhar Hussain getting a ball. Joe Cope whacks this down to long off, just a single. Joe, had to play a bit of second fiddle here, but I don't think he'll mind as Bolland has raced to 59. One thing about Vinos is it's hard to remember too many what you call big scores, individuals from them in their series. There's always been a sense of everyone's just kind of keeping the game moving forward. A lot of kind of 15 off sixes, those kind of innings. This has really helped them get out of a tough spot. And he's going to effortlessly glance this one away for 4. And this is what I mean. He's batted really well in that he's just kind of taken what's been bowled to him. There's no sense of premeditation here. But his scoring rate has been brilliant. It's Gundy ball, really, though, isn't it? Round the wicket, pitching well outside leg stump, and no fine leg. Not that it would have mattered, 4 runs.
Yeah, I like what you said there, Vinny. It's just about letting it come to you in T10, you know, not overcomplicating things and, just staying nice and still keeping those basics, you know, right on point.
If you told me they'd be 100 for 2 in the early 8th over when there were none on the board after 1, I would have said, you were crazy, but that is ECN cricket as Boland gets this one in the slot and puts it miles over the boundary. Maximo getting better and better. And Vinos, right now, that probably puts them on 140 pace with a big finish. Who knows? Maybe we're looking 150 plus.
Probably shot of the innings for Boland. Look at that. That was really, really nice.
Wasn't running, was he, off the bat? He said, that's something for you to go and fetch. And his time will tell in the second half of this innings. But that often has been the problem for Vinos. I think their bowling's held up pretty well. It's just, can they get that score on the board? And I quite like them batting first. Okay? They don't get rolled, obviously. Earlier on, that was kind of what happened. But had to fight for a point. But if they do get a good score on the board, you feel like they've got the bowling to defend it with the pace options. Big Joe Cope can bowl at either end of the innings. Spin options like Venki Margashayam and Boland with his left arm spin. Again, hits this and tests the field. That's going to get past him. Well, that one was a bit of a worm burner, wasn't it, to the general manager, who unfortunately let it go straight under the desk. 4 carreras más.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. Vinos tend to defend really well, well led by Venki. You know, they're very much a real teams team, if you know what I mean. They play well as a team.
Now get a wide and probably an extra as well. You probably are happy with just the one extra. So it's going to be 2 runs, one for the wide bowled and one for the physical run. I'll bring Joe Cope back on strike. Yeah, Vinarati, one of the bigger clubs in Czechia with 3 teams, 3 men's teams, 1 in each division. So it's an 8-team division. So 24 are involved in the league system with a promotion relegation system. I love the naming as well. There's some really great naming of teams in Czechia. So being from basically the Royal Vineyards, Vinarati, they have their top team in Division 1, the Rossos, you have the Biancos, so red and white. And recently they've added a Division 3 team, the Portos.
Yes.
I think we might see some of the Portos before the end of the week. Obviously, European Cricket Series kind of bands together to field one side. I know last year they fielded a ladies' side called the Rosés. But of course, Prague CCC, not Prague CCC, but Prague CC that you've been associated with, of course, Charles, they have some pretty cool naming of their own. Or edged, and that might have grabbed some of the keeper's glove. It's going to be 4 runs, but I think it's a tough chance, but I think it's a genuine chance for Arman Hussain behind the stumps. Let's just have another look at this one. Oh, no, he doesn't get near it in the end. I thought he got closer than that, but in the end, you could just call it an educated edge. And 4 more runs. Bolin to walking stick 77. 8 overs down. Vinos now with plenty of wickets in hand. 117 for 2 after 8. So remind me again, the Prague CC teams, how the naming goes of their teams in different divisions.
Yeah, that's right. Some good themes within clubs. So for Prague Cricket Club, PCC, you got the Kings.
Yep.
You got the Queens.
Yep, true.
The Knights. And, the Rooks, but that's a team, I'd say, of the past, but always ready to come back.
Yeah,
the Knights.
I love that. And I've always thought when we finally get a Prague CC Juniors team, got to be the Pawns.
Yeah.
You got to have I just think the Prague CC Pawns, with the pawn on the chest piece on the shirt. It's a natural progression, isn't it?
Will there be...
Or okay, I'll give you another one. you probably think what I mean. Oh, he's gone. Or Joe pushes the envelope a little bit too far, jumps across, and the first to high five Alam is Joe. Who, he's a lovely character, Joe Cope. He always kind of takes the game in the right spirit. He knew he probably tried something that wasn't really on, tried to make it happen, but still he was involved in a very important partnership there. Didn't face a lot, but 23 off 12. You can see it was a premeditated little dink shot. Alam gets up to Joe, says, how you like that? They've played a bit of national team together,
right. Yeah.
cricket as well. And anyway, 117 for 3 after 8. Any other team names for Prague CC you can think of?
Oh.
I thought the Bishops, if they had like a team of just priests, they go to, Dane Kirby, who plays for Roma Capinelli, is actually the Vatican City cricket coach.
Oh.
He's an international cricket coach in
Wow.
Vatican City. And so I'd love to see the Prague CC Bishops taking on the Vatican City.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose, have they got a team? Or,
Yeah, but they play more kind of friendlies.
Yeah, okay.
Not in the ICC structure. Well, that's how to do it. This is hit pretty well, but straight to the fielder. As it's going to be Abdullah Al-Mahmood. So Ian, he's a guy who we've seen for Prague Dominators. I think we've even seen him for Tigers in the past, so he'll know these very well. He's moonlighting for Vinos, who the rules are kind of relaxed. So players that aren't associated with ECS clubs in a season can play for other clubs. And it's a good comeback, though, from Ajay, who I think they've waited a bit too long to bring him back, if I'm honest. He had the wicket maiden early, and now they've held him back to the 9th. Did get Joe Cope with his first ball. So actually at that point, he had 2 for none off 7 balls. If it wasn't for him, I think his VCC score would probably be in the 130s already.
Yeah, it's a critical time for him to be bowling. Maybe 1 or 2 overs too late, though, but...
Holland is tied up here. Won't be able to score. Alam's bowled really, really well. In the last game, he just couldn't work out the breeze, and he pushed so many down the leg side. His first over went for 22 against United, but he certainly worked it out in the break. Had a bit of time to think about it. Hey, also, a bit of ECN news. We've got a revamped stats page. The website's been going from strength to strength, so you can click that link that the robots put in the chat and check it out.
This is one of those... boundary 4 there.
Yeah, we'll get 4 bowling into the 80s. Or is he a smoky? I don't want to jinx him. He needs 19 runs for a century. There's only 8 balls left in the innings. There's no guarantee he'll face all of them either. but he has batted sublimely. Vino's needed someone to stand up, and the number 3 has. Yeah, so revamped stats page. Remember, we had to kind of almost reboot the website for ECN 2.0. I get a lot of questions from players. What about my stats from the first era? They'll all be linked up. We're working, but it's just not quite ready for that mix yet. This is beautifully clipped away, but have to settle for 1, and that will take us to the end of the over. Well, Bolland, make a name for yourself if you haven't already, because he's 3 Maximos away from a memorable ton. It would be the first of this series if you could pull it off. After 9 overs, Vinarati, 123 for 3.
Yeah, if that was a big over, if they were 130 plus, I think they'd still have the momentum. But it just evened the playing field a bit there, didn't it? It's those small moments, Vinny, that you talk about. I've heard you talk about a lot. Game-changing moments. A tight over there just swings it back to the Tigers a little bit.
Yeah, I think they have to work very hard to keep him on strike. I mean, you've got Mahmood at the other end. He's no slouch with the bat. He can hit the ball a long way. I just think at this stage, you're looking to keep Bolland on strike, striking at 250. Buyan recovers, comes back. This one goes under the bat of Bolland. And we probably don't have too much time to get into it, but this pitch, especially if it stays dry, cracks up a bit underneath. You start to get these variable bounces. That one certainly seemed to keep a little bit low.
I like it. I like Vinosh. It does have variable bounce a little bit, but it keeps it interesting. A lot of the pitches and conditions that you see throughout Europe can be a little bit one-sided to the bat in terms of just like really flat pitches, but this one, I like the up and down.
Time to go for broke. He tries to guide a 4 into the gap, but he's going to have to settle for 1. So the dream of a century might have evaporated there, but this should be interesting because Mahmood's on strike. He's thinking one thing, clear the ropes. And Buyan, he's going to have to try and keep this tight, keep it under control. He's got a good change of pace. That looked like a bit of a slower ball. Buyan should take an easy catch, and he will. So clever bowling there from Sazib, who probably knows he's got the responsibility to chase these down. And Vino's after a real burst through the Bolland-Cope partnership, have just hit a little bit of a speed hump towards the end, aided by some good bowling from the Tigers. And with that wicket, it'll be 124 for 4.
Yep. 3 balls to come. They, ideally would love 3 boundaries to finish and take that momentum into the second innings. But you just feel that the Tigers, with that last over, combined with this one, have just clawed it back.
Looking a bit ginger, isn't he? Looking more ginger than Joe Cope at the moment. Sazib Buyan. It's hopefully not in too much discomfort. The other thing with Sazib, just chatting to him, he's like a lot of players, he's working pretty hard during the week while playing this European Cricket Series. So he typically would work from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., grab a couple of Zs, get out there, start whacking 6s. So it's quite amazing what these players are able to do. Sorowati swings and misses, but not handled cleanly. And clever running by Bolland steals the strike back.
The commitment, the passion, they organise their lives around this. It's knowing the amount of effort and what they go through. But yeah, they've got jobs, and that's why they sometimes do look flat and tired.
Yes,
it's not
makes sense.
It is easy for us to sit here and observe.
Bolland, flat bats, and he might have found his demise here. Oh, he lets it go. Oh, what has he done? Well, the general manager, well, get ready. The board's going to be calling an emergency general meeting because he let that bounce. Thought he was being safe, but the bounce of the ball here is never a done deal at Vinosh, and Bolland grabs 4. He just thought he was gone, and then we'll probably wondered why the catch wasn't attempted. A lot of love for Harry Bolland in the chat as well. A lot of people really urging him onto the century. Look, he's not going to do that, I don't think. He's going to run out of time. This is the last ball, but certainly a lot of love from the viewers. They've really enjoyed this knock. Last ball coming up, goes to the skies, and this will fly with the wind. Going, gone. Maximo! What a knock from Harry Bolland. 93 not out of 37 balls. And for me, that Maximo puts Vino's ahead in the game. Still plenty of work to do, but they will finish 135 for 4 in an innings that started with the wicket maiden. But remember, that wicket brought Bolland to the crease, and he's going to get a rousing reception from his teammates. And wasn't it fitting that knock ended with a Maximo?
Unbelievable, Vinny. And the no-look 6, basically just the head down, continued arm under the bat, gloves off, continued off in the direction of his teammates there. That was class, knowing full well that's sailing for 6. Unbelievable.
Must have been a good feeling off the bat. He said, yeah, one more for good measure. Having said that, I mean, you look at the Tigers, they are very, very capable of chasing 136. Then with that 6, it's put Vito's 54%. They were 49% before that ball. So what we know is we're in the Goldilocks zone. All eyes on Sazib, who, like I said, doesn't look 100% physically, but he's still very, very capable of hitting a barrage of boundaries. And a power play is going to be pretty important as well, Charles, in determining what sort of position the Tigers will be in to chase this down.
100%. And look, I don't know what your Goldilocks zone is, but I understand that, from my experience, anything between 115 or 110 maybe to 140, teams don't really know how to go about it. They're not chasing 140 or 150, so they can't go all out, and they're not chasing 90. So they kind of, it's a weird little range, scoring range, where they, maybe a little bit hesitant on how to play.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually, you make. And I always just go on the percentages. Anytime it's between 40, 60, 60, 40, you're just saying, this is anyone's game. Look, we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. And guess what? The Sheriff is going to take you home as well here as we get ready for 136, the set chase for the Tigers. Or can Vinos defend 135 and get the W? Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Charles Crouch. And we're back shortly live on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Vinoj Cricket Ground just outside Prague, the capital of Czechia, where you are watching the last game of the day, match number 18 between the Prague Tigers and Vinaradi CC. When we left you, it was Vinaradi who had a pretty good finish to their innings. 135 was their final score, and it was led by Harry Boland, 93 not out. Now the highest individual score of the series, eclipsing one man called Sazi Buyan, who scored 90 not out the other day. Well, Sazi will have the immediate right of reply as he is opening up. Soju Mia is his opening partner. It's going to be Baraga to open for Vinaradi, and I've been enchanted by the commentary of this man, Charles Croucher, through the first half of the game. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and Charles, should be an interesting chase.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. It's a big 15 minutes coming up. Some of the coaches. Some of the coaches that you talk to, Vinny, really like to break innings up into pieces, into time pieces. Sure. We would talk to guys and say, hey, if you can bat for 10 minutes, if you can bat for 20 minutes, it can really set it. So I think with Sajib here, if he's batting in 15 or 20 minutes time, the game could be theirs. But if they get an early wicket, Vinos, I think it's a 50-50 match. Yeah,
you do feel like there's two kind of binary outcomes here. It's kind of like Buyan fires or he doesn't. and the favourite changes depending on which one of those it is. Here he is facing up, gets a wide first ball.
Yeah, that's crunched straight on the front foot and 6, Vinny. Over cover, that's a really great shot. He had to reach for that Sajib, but he's got such good wrist and such good hand-eye that he just throws it through. It's wide. He's staying still there, Vinny, and it's straight over covers for 6. It's a good shot.
And the further you go away from your eye line, the tougher it is to get it in the middle of the bat and to judge it. But you're right, he's got magical wrists there. 7 off the first ball. Buyan, a bit of a warning shot early on. Comeback ball for Baragu.
Yeah, just sort of crunched and heaved there. But Sajib, he's so powerful. If you stand next to him, if he gives you a big hug whenever you see him, he's such a big, strong guy. You probably don't see it there. He's not overly tall, but he's very powerful, looks after himself, and he's just got those big shoulders, and that's what's on his side there, his strength. He's got the IQ as well. Takes a single. He's limping there, Vinny, as well. But you see that quite often with Sajib. He'll be limping around all day, but just inclined to just, stand and deliver.
Finds a way, doesn't he? And I actually saw him shoeless and sockless in the interim with the innings break. And, he copped a ball that caused him a bit of discomfort, maybe an injury that he sustained the other day. But such a Mia's turn now.
I like the look of Barraju here, Vinny. It just takes a single down, a little edge down to third man. What have you seen much of Barraju?
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well in the series. I mean, Vinos have actually used quite a lot of players in the series, given that, there's a lot of midweek games. They probably would use something like, I'd love to know the exact number, but I think they would have used something like 22 to 25 players in this European Cricket Series. But he's been a bit of a fixture. When they've made this decision now to bowl Joe Kloop late, second half, he stepped up and generally delivered a good first over.
Yeah, that one's probably right on the tram line. That's probably a good ball. That's something they're aiming for. And he's got a nice action, nice approach, but that's a good ball, nice and wide.
That's one area I think that you can expose Sazim, because he doesn't like to get across the board, get across the offside, but he'll still get there if he's got length to work with. That time it pitched right in the crease, he had no chance.
Yeah, that's right. Straight into his arc, and that's a. If you straighten up to Sajib, that's where he wants it. That's 6 over mid wicket, and I think you're right. And particularly with that injury, Vinny, he's not going to want to stretch that ball. For a more astute captain who might have recognised that, they might be saying, "Hey, keep it wide of the crease and make him come to you."
Yeah, he's not tap dancing around the crease. Put it that way, as he'll finish the first over the way he started it with the Maximo. And it's 15 without loss after 1. So Jamia to face up. Now, interesting, this is where Venki Margashayam, on the weekend bowled a double wicket maiden, but he seems to have gone away from that plan a little bit. Vinos are blessed, I suppose, with a lot of options with the ball. But yeah, one key move was bowling Joe Cope a little bit later, feeling they can get away with the power play and keep him up their sleeve a little bit. Could be brought in a little bit earlier if the circumstances required it. But right now, it's going to be Raihan Sorowardi, who is wearing the 74, normally worn by Sid Gowd, who unfortunately isn't able to take part today. It's Raihan has been drafted in, and he's going to get an opportunity here in the second over.
Sid Good, that's a name I love. Such a great batter. Really got a lot of time for Sid. Great bloke as well. But you're talking about the depth of the Vinos, Vinny. You know, have you seen many other players adapt?
Yeah, I mean, I think Vinos are an interesting. I mean, up to a couple of years ago, they would have said, "Oh, you know, T10's not our game," and kind of had these kind of maybe a bit of a mindset about it. But I think now they realise it's actually just an extension of the cricket that they already play. You take someone like Boland, for example. You know, he's really stepped up with the ball and the bat in this series, and other guys, you know, like Sid. I think Sid's had a very good series so far. Hello to Sid if you're watching. I'm sure you probably are. Sorowardi.
That's a good ball, nice and full. Should be only a single there. And talk to me more about the depth, Vinny, and maybe a little bit in particular, Venky's captaincy. Is he like clockwork? Is he adjusting the players and rotating? Is he reading the situation?
Venky is a very good cricket brain. Something that's and he's very good at managing his players and keeping them upbeat. You know, certainly the kind of captain I'd want to play under. Because, you know, people make mistakes. You know, he makes mistakes, you know, but for example, even if he makes a mistake with someone, he never drops his head. He stays positive, but he is quite good tactically. I like some of the fields that he's delivered. I'll talk about more of that in a minute. So
he's tying them down here, isn't he?
Yeah, and so they do tend to field well as a kind of a pack mentality. I quite liked Venky's field to Joe Cope, who seemed to kept getting little edges, either fine French cuts or outside edges. He had kind of two back, very fine third, very fine leg. So two outfielders there, two straight, and just kind of protecting the straight boundaries at both ends, which is kind of innovative and I think a clever bit of captaincy. Right now, Sorowardi, 3-dot balls to start the over. And once again, a classic ECN jinx is that one floats for a wide.
Yeah, did that... Okay, from here it looked off the pitch, but okay.
I think it was just on, but it was a slower ball as well, which kind of looked like it was going high. Sorowardi probably didn't have to try the variation there because he'd had good success so far. But yeah, Sujamia put himself in a corner here, 1 of 4 so far.
I like the word innovative captaincy. You know, that's what you got to be in T10, I think, reading the situations. That's a huge shout. He's having a think about it, but maybe just going down the leg.
Yeah, I mean, so I was trying to swing it into the wind, basically. Oh, geez. Well, you're the umpire, not me. But that one seemed to straighten down the line.
Look, I think from here, maybe he was trapped on the crease. The ball had a long way to go, and he was right in front of the umpire when appealing. You know, he actually ended
that might have been the issue. Well, for me, it was missing leg.
Yep.
But not on the leg side of leg. But as you say, the umpire can only call what he sees, and if Sorowardi's following through in front of him, and can't do much about it. I think that's maybe a lucky break for Sojamia.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll back Prakash on that one. Maybe just enough doubt there. But also, that's a really good shot there. Just pulled away through square leg and boundary 4.
Well, that's the thing as well. I mean,
enough doubt
Mia jumped across the ball before because of that build-up of pressure. And we've seen it so many times in the Challenger Division, now in the Premier Division, that I'd love to know some stats on kind of 3 boundaryless balls and the likelihood of a wicket of the following delivery, because it seems to be something I've really noticed. Makes sense in theory as well. And actually were 4 dots essentially wide in there, but 4 dots.
Well, if you talk to, you know, in Cardimer in Spain, if you talk to the English teams, the Irish teams, they know, and they'll call it an event will happen on the 4th ball. If there's 3 dots, and sometimes even 2, an event will happen on the 4th ball. So, yeah, the stats there would be really interesting to learn.
I like that. An event.
Yeah.
We can't say if it's a good event or a bad event. Yeah, but you're right. It's absolutely right.
That's the way they phrase it. So, you know, we spend a lot of time in Cardimer and these places, you know, in between games or, you know, up kind of near the players as a third umpire, and you get to learn what the statisticians are doing there, but particularly in T10, they know it, you know, because the players feel the pressure, the bowlers, you know, have their tail up, so it all adds up to an event.
Yeah, well, we've got plenty of events in in European cricket, not just in different cities, but yeah, even within different matches and the same match. So, looks like they want to bring back Baragu, who bowled the first. He's going to bowl over number 3, close out this power play. And Buyan getting kept away from the strike, probably not exactly what you want if you're a Tigers fan, with your most dangerous batter at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he won't like that Sajib not having the strike. Baragu comes in. Just floats one down leg side there. So, I mean, talk about an event, but another area that I've noticed for batters is when they don't have the strike. T10, not a lot of balls. So if you're away from the strike for an over, or that starts counting up, and you are not feeling bad on ball, struggle. Raju in again, sliding. So this is costing them the Vinos here. They don't want to be giving away too many extras here. Just struggling a little bit with his line, Baraju, but he's looked good so far, I think. He's just struggling to find that line at the moment. Much better ball, just punched off the back foot. And I feel it's just even Stevens here at the moment. It's an interesting little part of the game. Sajib's not getting the strike. And Baraju has bowled actually pretty well. Crunched off the back foot. What a catch. That's a screamer. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. Wow. Marko Rodic. Wow, that's excellent. It was actually hit really hard. And was it Shahim Ahmed? Sorry. Wow, what a catch. Diving away to the right. Just punched and takes 2 hands at a really good look at that. That was excellent. Really confidently taken. That's a huge wicket. And look at this catch. Dives off both feet. And what I liked about that was he got 2 hands for it. 2 hands to it. So, that's a big moment in the game. And Vinos with their tail up. And the new batter Samuel to the crease will join Sajib. But interesting little period here. This is exactly what the Tigers would want, and the Vinos would want. And yeah, the pressure's on now. Another good delivery. This is really good tight bowling. And that's all Baraju has to really do, is just keep it tight. He doesn't overcomplicate it. He's got a nice soft approach to the crease and just puts it on a line and length. And, 17 for 1 off his 1.3. He's doing really well. Another good delivery sent back, and it's a dot ball. So, yeah, ebbs and flows. Sajib still not getting the strike, and Sajib on strike now, but the striker's end. But I just feel that pressure adds up when you don't face an over, 10 balls. And he had a wild swing at that. So no run, another dots, and it is adding up. But Tigers, not looking good here, trying to overhit perhaps. And this is turning into a really, really good over. Sajib's not interested in the run there. He's got a bit of a gammy leg. He's just going to want to stand and deliver. And the batter's actually just out to the umpire there to get his helmet adjusted, maybe something in his eye as well. But maybe this is the break in play that the Tigers needed just to reset, because at the moment, Vinos have got all the momentum. Baraju's bowling well. 1 to come in his second over. And if they can get away with the dot ball here, it's been a really, really good start. And I think the momentum is definitely with the Vinos. Little break in play, but
Yeah, I wonder what the issue is here. It looks like, I don't know if it's a contact lens, or did he swing so hard that his helmet cracked into his face? And does he have a little cut there? I'm not so sure. I mean, there had to be a run there. All I can think is Suzzy was unsighted, didn't know how, because the keeper got a piece of it. Maybe he didn't realise it had gone so far, but it was such an easy single. So he's only got himself to blame, really, for not being on strike for the last 2 balls of this over. Samuel's come out, he's been dotted up 3 times. What a catch by Shamim Ahmed. I mean, that was an absolute Superman job, wasn't it? 2 hands up to his left, exactly what you'd hope from someone being brought in to the fray. They had a ring of fielders there in the offside, and yeah, just full length extension, goalkeeper style almost, trying to pounce someone in the top corner. Anyway, we're back. Samuel's ready to go. Last ball of the power play.
yeah, heaved away, and he'll get. Look, that's what the Tigers needed. They needed that little break, and now, hopefully for them, they've got a little bit of momentum. But heaved away behind square for 6. And unfortunate for Barraju, that was not the greatest end to those 2 overs, but a really good spell, Vinny.
Took a bit of a chance there. Did step across, ball that probably was going to hit the stumps, but he gets himself out of a jam. Still a very good over. And Baragu once again delivering at the top of the innings and taking that pressure off the captain, Marga Shyam, as far as options to bowl in the other 7 overs of this innings now, because with 3 bowled and 29 for 1. Pretty underwhelming power play for the Tigers. We talked about the importance of the first 3 overs. Bhuyan, though, only facing 5 balls out of the 18 in the power play. That hurts you. But I suppose the tournament MVP, he's still there and he can still make a big impression. This becomes a big over then, because he is facing first up. He wants to get on a run of boundaries. Also, you saw a few moments ago, he is our leading run scorer in the last month of ECN cricket now, Sazi Bhuyan, and he's done that in only a few days. And yeah, you'll see those stats probably come up during this over as well. But right now, we're going to get going in over number 4, and they will stick with Sorowati, who bowled a pretty tidy second over. He's going to bowl out here in the 4th. So bowling the openers out, Vinos.
Yeah, I think that previous over with Sajib not running for that single is a clear sign that he's just going to deal in boundaries.
That was a great take, wasn't it, from Rodic down the leg side? I mean, that's as good as any boundary save that you'll see. This one got in the wind, and Sorowati just completely lost it. And Rodic went full stretch to save 4. So I go down as 1 wide. Somehow that's actually a good result for Vinarati compared to what it might have happened.
Have you had a look at Rodic in the nets there?
Like
in
him.
Vino
I
training?
think he's been unlucky today. Got run out once and he got LBW early in his second innings of the day. But I've liked his keeping. I've liked his technique.
Full toss there, just carved away. But with the misfield, yeah.
Tigers are probably bottom. Oh, look, Sazib legs it back for 2, but he's definitely limping. That's one of the rare times that we've seen them put. It shouldn't have been a push 2, but when he decided to actually go for it after jogging the first, it did become a push 2. But Tigers are probably the team that are least likely to really try and squeeze you with the running between the wickets, maybe out of necessity with the issue with Bhuyan. But does get the strike back. He knows how important that is.
Big shout. Have to be sliding down leg, I would think, there, but a little bit more hope than anything, Vinny.
That's one maybe slight blind spot he's got where he can't free his arms. You'd think most batters would be pretty happy with the ball pitched there, but he's a guy that kind of likes to create that momentum, create that bat speed. And he kind of got in a bit of a muddle that time. It's hard to pin down for long, though, Sazib.
And so you've been training with the Vinos?
I have on occasion, yeah. I've been able to really get on the park, but maybe that's a good thing.
Heaved across, out to deep mid-wicket and picks up a boundary there, Sajib. So I feel like if you're going to bowl straight, you're going to suffer there with Sajib. So they might have to come up with a few more plans. But bowling in his arc there, he's just going to swing.
Yeah, this was a good shot because he didn't try to go aerial. It probably was more on the stumps rather than towards his pads. And fielder down there not able to get the dive in. Kind of tried the Jackie Chan style stop. Didn't really work. Probably never going to. But still, look at that required rate, 15.4. Again, certainly capable of scoring at that Tigers. But I'd say the Tigers are hibernating at the moment. Soroati with a comeback ball.
Just straying again. These wides are costing them, Vinny. You know, if it's a target like at 130, 140, you don't want to be giving away too many extras.
And one of the reasons you would bowl him out is because he's already kind of in and he's adjusted, and you wouldn't expect a bunch of extras from him. We didn't really bowl too many in the first over. That's twice, though, that balls have just gone with the wind down the leg side. Still, just the 1 run of damage. Halfway through this over, Soroati tries again.
Shot. Just stayed nice and still there, Sajip, and just pinged it out to deep mid-wicket or squarish there. That's a really nice shot and gets full value there. That's 6 runs. He scores so many runs out there, Vinny.
And it was actually, I don't know if it's called a weakness, but one of his slight blind spots is in towards the pads, but he hit that one beautifully. Like, found a way to get the bat out in front and get a bit of pace on the shot, and clipping away using those wrists. There's Joe Cope, Big Red, as we've been referring to him this week. He's certainly got a key role to play. You know, fields down the ground, that long on position, and I imagine we'll see 2 overs from the big Czech fast bowler as well.
I feel like he's due now, Joe
Yeah,
Cope.
see,
I think we'll see him in the next 1 to 2 overs. What do you think? Heaved away, and it's a chance actually, and that might be 6. Yeah, they're calling it 6. Yeah, Paul, that's a big moment there. The fielder was just a little late off the mark, got a hand to it. Tough chance, hit hard, but straight to him, nearly a couple of steps to the right, got a hand, and
got a finger on it, but no more. It may have hit the rope or just gone over the rope. It's Prague down there in the Czech vortex. Not an easy spot to field any time of day, but that was whistling off the bat of Bulyan. He's holding this innings together at the moment with sticky tape, 31 off 10. And Soroati to bowl the last ball of his spell.
shot heaved away again, and that is another 6. So, yeah, this is really good batting from Sajip. That's his favourite area, and he's going for it. But actually, not Sajip there, is it?
No, it is.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
feasts on length,
Yeah.
though, doesn't he?
No.
And he's Joe Cope puts 2 arms aloft to say that's 6. So 6 to finish the over. And the Tigers, this has been such a seesawing contest. Now they're back in charge at 55 for 1 after 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Charles Croucher. A lot of people saying hi. Christopher Ward saying hi to you, Charles. We got Thomas Martinez. Hola, Thomas. ¿Cómo estás? Saying hello. We've got Paolo Campini in there. Everyone's just happy to hear the voice of Charles Croucher. And look, if it wasn't for your incredibly noticeable talent in the field of umpiring and refereeing, we might have had you as part of the commentary team. Isn't that right, Charles?
Yeah, that's right. Probably 5 seasons ago, turning up here with my commentary demo tape to give you, Vinny, and to see what was out.
Mixtape?
Yeah, mixtape.
Put it in the cassette player in the old Datsun.
Yeah,
away we
that's
went.
right. That's right. You know, PCC have that. I think the previous year had been doing their T10. It's
Yep.
a change of bowler here. Really.
Hey, here's Honza Hivel. He's been brilliant. But right now, he's going to get hit out of the ground as that's a full toss. And the youngster, he did pick up his first wicket earlier in the day. Really good example of a Czech native player. I know we're still at the stage where not so many of these young players have progressed to senior level, and we haven't seen too many in the European Cricket Series. Not a bad spot to miss, but that full toss gets cashed in.
I like that Venky's throwing the ball to him in this key over. It is a critical over, and I like that Venky's giving him the ball. You know, while there's a bit of momentum going, particularly with Sajip at the crease.
But he's also bowled very well in the series.
Yep.
I mean, you could trust him. I mean,
Yep.
should have had Suzzy out yesterday, actually. Had him dropped. I know he's Samuel at the other end.
Looks like he's that's wide ball. Looks like he's got a nice easy action. Is he mostly bowling sort of outswingers that
Yeah,
you've
I think he's a
seen?
natural outswing bowler. I mean, his wind probably doesn't help him too much. You mentioned about me training with Finnerati. I live basically in the district, so they are my local club, I suppose. And I thought it's nice if I can get down for myself to get a bit of physical activity, but also, you know, to just see what's going on at ground level. He's a really good example of somebody that comes down after school and works really hard in all aspects of his game. And I
Yeah.
think probably his bowling is a bit ahead of where his batting would be, which kind of makes sense. You know, he can bat, he can play some really good shots, but I think his bowling already is at the level that he's able to trouble senior bats. And I also love his attitude. He kind of, you know, not easy to come out as a teenager. Occasionally get whacked for some big sixes. He just seems to shrug it off. He gets good support from his captain and kind of just gets on with it. And he looks like a cricketer, doesn't he? The way he's working on that grizzly ball.
Absolutely.
Trying to shine it up.
Yep. Like the look of him.
I hope he gets another crack at Bouillon this over.
Yeah, that's a really good. Just keeping it simple, Vinny. You know, you don't have to with these, even the run-ups here at Vinosh and a lot of these pitches around Europe. The viewers don't see some of those run-ups are actually quite challenging, a little bit bumpy.
True.
So you have to bring it back. What might be normal run-up, you have to bring it back a few notches and just keep it really simple.
This one's going to float wide, but I was just going to say, it probably does strike me. I always thought of him as more of an outswinger bowler, but he's got one of those actions that it could go either way, and it can be quite difficult as a batter. Some bowlers have really obvious outswing actions, some have really obvious in-swing actions, but he's neither. And I like that because we're seeing him go swing in. I think that's why I actually kind of aimed it more left that time, didn't really go that time. But he's really interested. It was really interesting to watch. And now he gets another crack at Sazib, who he had dropped yesterday. He'd be a big wicket.
Yes.
For anyone, especially for the young native Czech teenager.
Oh, that's up. Is it catchable, Joe Cope? No, it sailed over. I think the wind got a hold of that there, Vinny. But it was a bit top edge-ish.
It was. It was a false shot, really. And, young Honza Hevel, he would have thought straight away, well, this is a chance. And to be honest, I thought it was too. But it's such a windy day with any shots to the leg side are sailing probably a good 10 metres further, and probably even further when they hit that high. But still, there's a lot to like about this youngster. And look, now there's a pathway for young players into the Czech national team. And, he's someone that's obviously been identified at a very young age, and there's a lot to like about him.
Heaved way again. That's 6, right into that zone. So, yeah, Bouillon with another boundary 6 there, and he sort of motors to 43 off just 49 off 13.
Yeah.
Vinny.
It's what Vino's feared, really. And again, not too much wrong with this ball. Okay, maybe offering a bit of length. Sazib, it's kind of the more he hurts, the better he gets. It's a weird thing. But again, Vino's will just be thinking, get one mistake out of him here. One ball could change the game here. They've still got plenty of runs to play with. Still 60 to play with.
Oh, that one's shaped back. Do you see that come back in late?
See a replay of this maybe.
Watch this hoop back in, Vinny. This is amazing. Look at this hoop back. So maybe that's
the wind. That's the wind, honestly. He's putting it up there. He's got the seam up. He's giving it a chance to swing.
I was going to give him a bit of credit for a late swing there, Vinny.
Yeah, no, but he's using what's available to him as a bowler. You've got to be crafty. It's almost the perfect ball, wasn't it? Started outside and got Sazib thinking about leaving it and then cut in.
Yep. When the conditions are like this, see, you can't be afraid to pitch it up.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. It gets a little bit of assistance from the conditions. So 2 dots to finish the over, and it is walking 6, 77 for 1 after 5 overs. Hey, say hello. Guess who? It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm here with Charles Croucher. And I don't know how I look on the camera compared to you, Charles, but look, super excited. There we go. Super excited. We've got Charles Croucher here. And tell us about the top you're wearing as well, Charles.
World 11 top. Probably one of the dress tops for the Western Shield. So hoping to see that back in the future. But unfortunately, I was at the back half of those tournaments, so I didn't get to umpire in those tournaments. Tell me, how was it there for the Western Shield?
Yeah, I mean, it looked different. Watching former Test cricketers even play our format was a bit surreal, and we really enjoyed it. And obviously, big plans in the future to bring something like that back. Anyway, as I disappear, Michael J. Fox style to the future one, we're going to get back to the action. And guess what? You called for him. Here he comes. Big Joe Cope bowling the 6th. I think the plan has him bowling 7 or 8 and then 10.
Yep.
But I think given the situation, knowing they need a big wicket, particularly that of Bouillon, I think now's the time. And I think it probably is a good call from Venkatesh.
I agree. Yep. So, big Joey Cope. Come get a bit of control. But, that's sailed over the top for 6. That's a big one, actually. So, he was probably hoping it would swing a little bit more there, Joe. But Samuel's just got a hold of that. That's actually a pretty good shot. and Joe's loosener
Yeah.
sails back over his head.
Wasn't a bad ball. I mean, Samuel's come good after an underwhelming start. You know, he doesn't have the kind of the top billing, does he, in this partnership? But he's still got an important role to play. 18 off 7, doing a good job striking it better than 250. But yeah, huge couple of overs coming up to see what the Tigers might need in the last 3.
Samuel has sort of got that best supporting actor feel, you know, to Sargip at the moment. That's heaved away through mid-wicket. It's also a good-looking shot. He's quite balanced, Samuel, at the crease as well.
Yeah, I think he looks good. You know, he's got a good technique. Again, reacts to what's bowled to him. Isn't really looking to premeditate. That was a good stop out there by Sorowati. And all these ground stops become critical as well, don't they? You don't want to turn a 1 into a 4. Every ground ball at Vinoj is challenging in its own way.
Yep.
It's not a coincidence we see so many balls get through.
And Vinos take a lot of pride in their fielding as well, don't they? Shot. That's heaved away. That's a massive shot for 6 over mid-wicket. It's Bouillon there, and that'll bring up his 50. So really well played there from Sargip. Moves on to 55. What we said earlier, Vinny, if he bats for 15 minutes, the game could be over, and it's probably about that mark now, probably a little bit over that. But I wouldn't say the match is over, but it's well on its way.
I still think, you know, the wicket of Bouillon could throw things, but I just think Cope, not sure if that was a strategy to bowl length, but I think you're better off trying to frustrate Sazib and, you know, maybe go full wide Yorkers, pitching on the popping crease, don't give them something to get under. Because these, I call them kind of challenge balls, these length balls, okay, if they hit in the middle, they're going to disappear for 6. If not, it might be a catch. But he hasn't not middled too many balls in the last 2 or 3 years, actually.
See how he responds here. And that's probably the way to go, Vinny. Push it a little bit wider, you know.
Yeah, interesting. It looked like he might have rolled the finger slightly on that. More of an off-cutter, maybe, or maybe just natural angle. Yeah, just changing the line. You don't associate Bouillon with kind of hitting 6s on the offside too much. Not that he can't. It's just, I think, it's a little bit of a comfort food, the leg side Maximo.
That's also a great shot. Smacked straight back over Joe's head for 6. Well, I think on you know, tend to go straight to Sargip and full. You're going to go for runs. That's an unfortunate over there for Joe, because I really like Joey's bowling.
Yeah, well, here's what good players do. Sazib knows he lost his shape complete on that last ball, and this is a very technical shot. It is straight through the line. It's straight down the ground, probably slightly shading offside. Venky's got plenty to think about down there. Think about how he's going to try and protect these last 40 runs in 4 overs, basically. But yeah, that just shows you that Sazib, he's got the power, but he's also got the technique. I think he's so good that he often can get away with slight cheats in his technique and dropping that shoulder and getting a bit cross-batty. But, you know, after he had that big wild swipe, I think he thought, no, hold on, this is a good bowler I'm facing. I'm going to have to, you know, make sure I hit this ball correctly, and that's exactly what he does.
Yep, sign of a good player to sort of correct themselves, you know, walk away to square leg, gather themselves and come back, and then just stay, you know, come back to his basics. We used to speak about that lot with Sargip, just staying nice and still.
One ball could change everything. Last ball of the 6th.
Shot, just carved, straight, one bounce, picked up well by Venky there. So Venky's got a lot to consider there. A good joke. That's one thing I like. He's a big character, isn't he? Joe Cope there, bumping into each other, but a lot of fun. International teammates. Tell me about some of the other characters of the club there, Vinny.
I was going to say, like, that reminded me of like an unfair fight. Like, they wouldn't be in the same weight division, would they? Joe Cope and Sazib. But anyway, end of the over 97 for 1. Sazib will retain the strike. Just before I go to that, I had a question. Where are we from? Are we both from Queensland? Well, Charles, you are a proud Queenslander. I grew up in Western Australia in Perth. We've both been over here probably a similar amount of time, a few years. Both settled in Prague when we don't have other commitments. For me, I'm still doing a lot of ECN cricket. I know you've got a lot going on. But yeah, we're from opposite sides of Australia. One interesting thing in Australia is there's really minimal accent differences between Australians, no matter where we're from, which is quite unusual by world standards. So even if I meet an Australian, and we're probably the same, you have to ask where you're from. Whereas if English people, I can tell what part of England they're from, sometimes just from the accent. But
well, yeah, I mean, that's right. I think in Australia, you're either from the bush or not, you know.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's more of a city country to right. You're right.
And you sound sound like you're from the bush.
They've still got Harry Bolland up their sleeve, and he normally has bowled early. He's going to come on now with his left arm spin. Last roll of the dice, really.
Yeah, that just got a bit tight on him there, Sajib. Still limping away and just a single. So good start here for Harry.
To answer your question, you know, I've been lucky to spend some time with around the Vinarati setup, but very difficult for me to actually play any games. But, you know, we talked about Honza before, Honza Hevel. I like he's got a kind of quiet, unassuming attitude, but you can tell he soaks everything up, the knowledge, and he's determined to improve. Worked on his batting a little bit as well, even though at the moment he's probably a lower order batter, but he's one character.
And then, of course, you've got the down under bar there. So
Guys like Voita, who we haven't seen in the series so far. Voita, who owns the Down Under the Aussie pub, who I'm still hopeful we might see him in the European Cricket Series. Plays for the Portos. Got some of the old stages, but guys like Michael Lonsborough. You know, Lons has been around a long time. Venki is a character himself, a real leader, but still, people around the club really respect him.
Shot. That's going to say, oh no, it's taken by Joe Cope. Right on the boundary line. That is out. So that's, who's that gone there, Vinny? That's
Samuel's gone. Yeah, it was down towards the end of the bat, wasn't it? And Joe Cope prowls around. And I know Joe gave away a couple of sixes in the last over, but he saves one here. Critical breakthrough just to break the partnership, make something happen. And, well, it comes up.
Yeah.
33, big red. End of Samuel for 19, 98 for 2.
Yeah, they've got the right man down there. It's good field placement from Venki. He's got him nice and straight. So this opens the door, maybe. What do you think, Vinny? 38 off 21?
Yeah, I mean, it does open the door. You've got the general manager stepping out of his office and into the middle of the Vinoj cricket ground. Buyan's still the key, though, isn't he? If he bats to the end, I think you can kiss the game goodbye. But that just puts a bit more pressure on him. And who knows, maybe you can... He's still early in the over, halfway through. Maybe he can dot up the GM a couple of times. Bolland, what a game. He's having 93 not out and now a wicket.
Yeah, good. Really well flighted there, Vinny.
You need to know what his qualification status is, honestly.
Yeah, look at this. This is a really good ball. Just held it back and just let that ball do the work. Let it drift.
Ball again. Don't overcomplicate it. I had a question in the chat. What's the best city to visit in Australia?
Oh, here we go.
Chris asked the question, can we tell where other Australians are from? No, we can't. The accent's pretty much the same.
That's heaved. That's a really good shot. Heaved over from the GM, delegated well there, and just on the back foot and smacked it over mid-wicket for 6. That's just taking the game away now, Vinny.
Be disappointed. I wouldn't say it's a full drag down, but it's definitely shorter than he would have wanted. Maybe it was a drag down there. He needed to try and repeat the ball that got the dot. And I think he's the first to put his hand up there, Harry, and say, yeah, that wasn't quite where I wanted it, and that's going to be a bit of a booster for the morale of the GM.
They're just struggling to finish their good little sections, Vinny. Vinrahati, they're doing well for parts of the over, like long parts of the over, but then just failing to kind of capitalise.
I'm going to annoy most of Australia in a minute, but anyway, here's the next ball.
That's a really good comeback there. I really like Harry. He's and he's got one to cut, end of the over.
End of the over, so they need 32 off the last 3. Got Bullion on strike. I think the GM was happy to say, right, I don't want a single here. I want to put the main man back on strike. Bullion, who's on 63 now off 20 balls. But again, you get him out. I think this game on looks like they're going to go spin again with Venki Margashayam. Again, I like this because the pace hasn't really worked. Sazib, even when they went faster bowler, faster the medium pace, didn't really work. You got a wicket with spin last over. Geez, he's got a good case for player of the match in a losing cause, though, even if they do lose Bolland. I think he's been outstanding with 93 not out and a wicket.
Talking with one of the umpires, Prakash, president of Czech cricket, he made a really good observation earlier. In general, no bias, being an umpire that, out here, you got to be really fast or really slow.
Yeah.
Anything in between. Yeah, it's
true.
Anything in between is mincemeat, and I've got to agree.
Biggest over the game so far, 32 to win. Here's Venki.
It's a drag down and, punch for 6. Yeah, that's a tough one from Venki. A little loosener there and Bullion just rocking back.
Well, Joe Cope's had a few big chases in this series, and even though technically it's probably close to him, he's looked over to the fielder next to him and said, you know what, Abdullah, it's your first day of the series. Maybe you want to get that one because that's gone about 100 metres past the boundary. Venki just didn't get it quite right, sat up, and like I said, Bullion hasn't mishit too many balls. Right, okay, I'm going to ask you the question first. If you had to say to someone that's never been to Australia, what's the best city in Australia to visit? You got one answer. Go.
Brisbane.
I knew you'd say that because you're from Brisbane.
Okay, so ask me again. Okay, hometowns don't count.
Hometowns don't count. Who'd you say?
So City. I'd have to say Melbourne.
I was going to say Melbourne.
Yeah. I've lived in Melbourne 3 times.
Yeah.
And I think Queensland and Brisbane's got the weather.
Yeah.
And up in Queensland, it's really about it's really about the outdoors. You know, all my mates have got boats.
Yeah,
we're
you're right.
surfing, we're fishing, we're going to Stradbroke Island. It's about the outdoors living. You know, family barbecues because the weather permits that and allows it. Melbourne, it's like
Sporting capital of Australia. I don't think
of
there's too much
Australia.
argument about that.
Yep, 100%. Worth a
Come
shout
back.
there. No, Venky, good comeback all there, Venky. So Melbourne, you know, some of the best people I met in Melbourne were, you know, 70-year-old waiters and you know, these interesting people that work was just one of those things that, you know, they got out of the road for the day and then they could enjoy the city. He's not even going to run here, Sajib.
Oh.
Well, they don't even take the run. He's
That's
only
brilliant.
Really well fielded there. Well, that was Harry down there, Vinny.
It was, yeah, saved for. He's having such a good game, triple threat. Have the IPL on the phone in a moment. He went to his non-preferred side. Looks like he wants to do it on his own here, Sazib.
Yeah, there we go. Rocks back. Unfortunately, just dropped short again. Joey Cope, hands in the air, was maybe asking his field to do a little bit more of an effort, but I think he's very far out of his reach. More disappointment than anything.
I like the thinking from Venky that he's trying to go slow, but with that, you've got to go a little bit fuller. Okay, you don't want it so full, it's a half volley or a full toss, but he's just showing enough length to Bullion for him to be able to time it up. Again, he's challenging him, thinking if he slows it down, maybe a miss hit's more likely. But anyway, Venky, you'll see he's actually covering, as the bowler, he's actually go off the field to get that and come back. Gives us more time to chat. Hello to Wazza, who I think, where are you from exactly, Wazza? We were just talking about Australian places.
And tell me, Vinny, where's your favourite city outside of Perth?
I wasn't actually going to answer Perth because I thought that's a clear giveaway if I say that. So I was going to say Melbourne. The weather can be temperamental, but as far as, you know, culture, it's probably the most European influenced city in, so, you know, cafes, bars, and of course sports.
And do you know why? That's a huge 6 from Bullion, nearly putting this game out of reach, just down on one knee nearly, and smokes that over sort of a wide, long on.
Last chance saloon.
He's
You know,
now.
Vino's going to have nightmares about Bullion because they dropped him early in their previous encounter. Went on to win the game from. Okay, they haven't dropped him here today, but they just haven't been able to get rid of him. And as we predicted, if he scores runs, he'll probably win the game. This game's flying away at the moment.
Do you know why it's so European, Melbourne? The reason why?
I know it's to do with the immigration post World War II.
Even earlier, and why? Why do you think it would be like when you know, settlers first came? Why would it be so European?
Probably because of the weather.
Well, it was actually the gold.
Oh yeah, the
Victoria,
first gold rush. Yeah,
the gold
true.
rush.
Yeah.
Victoria was the richest sort of area in the Commonwealth. Actually, there's so much gold. So therefore, that lent itself to the settlers coming, or European settlers. And really expanding. Sydney only had the beaches.
True. Can I actually tell you a really good documentary for free you can watch on YouTube, seeing we're coming to the almost the end of the day's play. Tony Robinson's Australian, can't remember what exactly it's called, but it's a 7-parter. It's like 7 hours. It goes right back to the whole of the kind of post, British, the British landing in the late 18th century and going from that. It goes through all that. So, yes, really good observation.
And
All right.
Yeah. Where are we at? Harry's going to bowl.
Well, last roll of the dice. You have to have a dream over here. I still think you get Bullion now, you can create a few butterflies in the rest of this Tigers order. But they're not going to run out of batting. It's just a matter of, you know, can Boland string a few dots together and put some distance between the required and the balls remaining. Here we go.
Wow. Got a hold of that. That's one of the biggest of the day that I've seen, Vinny. Well back onto the Banks field. And Sajib's just in fine form. There's not a lot that's going to get in the road of him now, taking them to victory.
Not the worst ball either, but there's something about
Hold of that. That's one.
Bullion's eye that just makes him next level, I think. You know, we've seen it, you know, in Hungary, for example, when he scored that 160. So one of the few players to score 150 in the format. That was against Romania on a very flat pitch, known for it being flat. But the thing is here, this pitch isn't completely predictable with the bounce of the ball, which makes it even more remarkable, the consistency that he has shown and the kind of few years he's having.
Are captains watching this, Vinny, going, right, do we bowl a bit wider of the crease? Do we stack the offside field? If we get him for less than 10 runs and over, is that a win? Do they have to start thinking like that a little bit?
7 to win.
And that, is a 6. So straight over mid-wicket, and that's the game.
I think there's
Oh,
still
no.
one to go.
Sajid Boyan thought it was it.
Yeah.
The Tigers think that's it.
Joe Copes walked in to
They're-
shake hands.
They're just clarifying, but that's another lovely shot
Still one.
for 6.
Yeah, still 1 to win, I think. So it's been, they needed 7 to win before that, so it'll be 1 to win now. So it keeps probably good for Suzzy, because guess what? If he hits a 6 here, he's going to get 100. He's now said, hold on, I wasn't too happy with my individual score. He's totally Brian Larrard, the high score record. And so, yeah, 94.
This is 100 out of nowhere, maybe, Vinny. What do you think?
Yeah,
Not
well,
out of nowhere, but geez, he's galloped.
This is the only way he could have done it, with back-to-back sixes, or back-to-back-to-back sixes, really. I like the 2%. I like that optimism from the supercomputer.
Watch this, Joey Copes.
the fact
Joe Copes has told him to bowl a wide or something here.
Actually, bad. That's such.
It's
Well,
it's
that's-
a Vin Rahati move.
Look, he's grimacing. Let's have a look. Here we go.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it, and that's 6 over mid-wicket and 100. Wow, Sajid Bhuyan. Wow, he's acknowledging now the Tigers are up, and that brings up an amazing century of how many balls there, Vinny?
Yeah, 29 balls. And look, apart from the single to retain the strike, you can see there 6s galore to finish this game. And, well, you know, credit to Boland as well. I don't think he'll be the player of the match in the end after Bhuyan scores the first 100 of our tour of Czechia. But, I mean, he could have easily, if he wanted to be, what's the word? There's plenty of words I can't say. But if he wanted to be one of those, he could have just bowled it wide and robbed Bhuyan of the opportunity. But I think it says a lot about the way Vinarati play the game, you know, being involved with them a little bit this year. You know, they play hard, but also they play fair. They play in the spirit of the game. So that you don't bowl wide in that situation. You want to respect the game. And Boland, cruelly, you know, it wasn't his fault that they go down, but he is sent out of the park, and Bhuyan completes the first century of this European Cricket Series and European Cricket Tour of Czechia among both divisions. And, yeah, ultimately it's the Tigers that will get the win. They do it quite easily in the end with 9 balls to spare. For Vinarati, well, look, some positives in the day. Even though they don't get a win, they do pick up a point in both of their games. I think every point will be pretty important when we look at the table. And, yeah, well, in the end, I just think it was an exhibition. And Bhuyan just doesn't seem to miss-hit too many balls at all, does he? Well, we might welcome you into the commentary box here in the cabin, and I want to say well done to everyone here at the ground today. I want to say to Phil G and Shoban, great job. I'm going to come down again. You going to come down with me? There you go. Very nice. You can see that we're a bit taller, obviously, than those two, but that's not their fault. But thanks to everyone in the chat for keeping us company, to all the players, the officials. Again, a bit of a short day. You know, 3 match days. Bring them back, because it gives us more of the day to explore the city. And Charles, I want to say a big thank you to you. I've really enjoyed spending some time in the box with you. Not something we've had the opportunity to do too much together.
Yep, it's been a long time out of the ECN circle, but they've welcomed me back with lots of love. So really great to be back here, and thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much to everyone. Don't forget, we'll come back same time and same place tomorrow. And yeah, very interestingly poised. Vinarati, they drop a couple of games today. It's a tough road back for them, but you never know. It's been this sort of series where anything can happen, and probably will. Just a reminder to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, European Cricket Network on YouTube. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket as well. And like this video as well. It really helps us bring more people to the cricket. It's great to have the cricket back. It's great to have the Sheriff back. On behalf of everyone here at the ground, on behalf of Charles, Phil, Shoban, myself, as well as all the crew behind the scenes, I hope you have a happy night. Sorry for another early finish. Sorry, not sorry, but we're back tomorrow with more European Cricket Series. I'll be on the mic for the whole day tomorrow. Phil G will take the day off, rest that voice. He'll be back for Peacock Friday. For us, it's hasta mañana.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my my body.